So hey friends, we are back with new fanfictions. What if Goku pushing beyond the brink? So let's move on to the video. 6. The announcer shouted. It was the final of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. The audience had fled. The stage lay in ruins. And one contestant, the reincarnated Demon King Piccolo, lay unconscious at the bottom of a crater, half covered in dirt. 7. The other fighter Son Goku, the world's most powerful martial artist, stood triumphantly over his defeated opponent. Once again, he defied the impossible, overcoming all odds, even surpassed the Guardian of the Earth. He was battered, his training uniform shredded, but the smile never left his face. This was, after all, what he lived for. 8. Goku's friends, standing behind him, all joined in the count, as if this would mean that in some small part, they had helped to defeat Piccolo. 9. The count was almost a formality really, no one expected even the toughest fighter to get up after an attack like that. With blinding speed, Piccolo leapt to his feet, opening his mouth and unleashing a brilliant yellow wave of energy. It shot through the air in an instant, piercing right through Goku's shoulder. Everyone froze in horror, unable to believe their eyes. But their despair lasted only a moment. Goku's image, pierced by the beam, faded and vanished. The warrior had dodged at the last second, leaving an afterimage. Goku suddenly appeared right in front of Piccolo. Nice shot, you almost got me there. He grinned as the green demon took a stumbling step backwards in shock. Let me show you how it's done. Goku drew back a fist. Piccolo lunged forwards, but the battle had worn him out, and he was slowing down. Goku slipped through his defenses and rammed a punch into the side of Piccolo's face, putting all of his kai behind it. Goku felt bones crack in his opponent's jaw, and the demon was sent flying. He crashed to the floor several yards away. Hey, announcer. Goku asked, pointing at Piccolo's prone body. Is he out of bounds? Uh-oh. The tournament. The announcer, still clutching his microphone, wiped sweat from his forehead and scurried over to the unconscious competitor. Well, it's hard to tell, there's not much of the ring left, after all, but I'd say he looked back and forth a bit. Yep. Piccolo is out of bounds. Goku wins the tournament. The group standing behind the stage ran up to the victor, cheering and congratulating him. Nice job, big guy, said Bulma, Goku's oldest friend, patting him on the shoulder. Standing apart from the others, Kami, the Earth's guardian, shook his head in disbelief. Arg. The guttural cry split the air as Piccolo's eyes snapped open. He sat up, one hand holding his aching jaw. He stared straight at Goku, who immediately raised his guard. Will you just give up already? The spike-haired fighter asked, moving in front of his friends. Or are you back for more of the same? He tried to focus whatever energy he had left. He knew this monster wouldn't care for the rules of the tournament. Piccolo grunted, standing up slowly and painfully. How did you defeat me? I am the great King Piccolo. You are a mere human. You are nothing to me. He snarled. I cannot accept this. This will not stand. I will return, even stronger, and you will suffer. He clenched his fists, shaking slightly as he tried to summon up the strength to fly. He could barely manage that, continuing the fight was out of the question. One of Goku's allies stepped up from behind him, a bald warrior with a third eye in the center of his forehead. What are you talking about? You're not just going to leave. Tien turned to Goku. Finish him. You're the only one who can. Or he'll just return to kill more people. But Goku shook his head. Get out of here, Piccolo. I've beaten you twice already, you should learn when to give up. Fool. Piccolo took off, and within a few seconds he vanished beyond the horizon. Tien shook Goku by the shoulders. Goku. Are you crazy? You heard him, he's just going to come back and do the same again. I'm not so sure. Goku brushed Tien off of him. Ever since he was reincarnated, he hasn't seemed as bad to me. I mean, I haven't actually seen him kill anyone. He shrugged. The first King Piccolo destroyed an entire city. This one seems more angry than evil, really. And besides, if I had the chance to show mercy, and I chose not to, wouldn't that make me just like him? But don't worry about it. I'm sure Goku was interrupted as Kai tackled him, embracing her fiancé. Oh Goku, I was so worried. You were fantastic, that was amazing. Let's go get married, we have a house ready and everything, and we'll have kids and a family. And over 100 miles away, Piccolo stood motionless in a vast empty plain. The anger was building inside of him. It was impossible, a human defeating the almighty Demon King at his strongest. It simply went against everything he knew and believed. He couldn't contain it anymore. Piccolo roared his anger to the wind, releasing all his power outwards. A raging storm broke out over the entire continent. Miles away, in East City, windows shattered. Babies woke up screaming. And back on that island, where a group of friends stood, having just witnessed the fate of the world being decided, all felt a chill run down their spines. Primal fears passed over the group, fear from the darkest corners of the mind, fear of nameless things that lurk in the shadows. All but one. One who stood above the rest. One who was not of this world. His kind had no fear of terrors in the night. Half the galaxy trembled at their name. And soon, so would Earth. 5 years later, Piccolo stood atop a cliff, surveying the devastation around him, a result of his intense training. At first his plan had been to create a devastating new technique, one which would destroy Goku in one attack, but he had since contemplated the speed Goku had dodged his surprise attack with, and the strength he had countered with. Besides, he'd already tried creating a new ultimate technique, and at the Budokai, that too had failed. No, to defeat this opponent, he would need to be stronger, faster, and tougher. So he had trained his body into the ultimate fighting machine. He was the most powerful being on the planet, and he would crush his enemy with ease like stepping on a bug. All of a sudden something caught his attention. I sense a great power coming closer. He turned to face the approaching Kai slowly. Is it Goku? If so, he's been training harder than I expected. A figure appeared in the sky, flying towards him with incredible speed. No, it's not him, Piccolo muttered to himself. Then who? The approaching figure landed. It was a tall, muscular man with knee-length, untamed hair, wearing strange armor. He had some kind of device over his left eye. You are not Kakarot, he said. And who are you? Piccolo demanded. Do you have business with me? One does not deal with insects, the stranger replied with a grin. One simply crushes them. Piccolo growled. If you're looking to die, keep talking like that. Ha ha ha, quite a temper you have, the visitor said, tapping a button on his device. Power 536. I wouldn't have thought such a being could exist on this little planet besides Kakarot. Of course he was visibly taken aback by the reading, but quickly shook off his unease. Still, you're no match for me. What? Piccolo yelled. Do you know who you're talking to? The other snorted. Do I care? There was a long silence. Piccolo stood silent, staring down the stranger, who returned his stare with a smirk. Then, Piccolo smiled back, his confidence returning. You sure think a lot of yourself. He hurled his cape off, and his turban followed. Both hit the ground with a heavy thud. The stranger took a step back, surprised. What? He hissed, incredulous. Why, your power just jumped to 900W. Well, it makes no difference. You're nothing to me. But Piccolo ignored him. If you won't tell me who you are or where you come from, I'll just have to beat it out of you. He flexed his muscles, settled into a low, wide stance, and gritted his teeth. The wind picked up. Veins throbbed all over his body. HRR. The stranger began to sweat. What is this? What are you doing? Your power level's rising again. Now it's over 1,000. A faint blue glow appeared around Piccolo's body. How are you doing that? Answer me. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Piccolo relaxed. How do you like me now? He asked, baring his fangs. The 1800 even higher than mine, the stranger said, shocked. No, the scouter must be broken. He clenched his fists. It's inconceivable that any being on this world is the equal of a Saiyan warrior. Piccolo shifted into a combat-ready stance. Want to test that theory? A vein throbbed on the Saiyan's forehead. His eye twitched. You dare to mock me? Prepare to die. He charged straight at Piccolo, but his fist swung at thin air. Piccolo appeared behind him, and landed a kick to the small of his back. The Saiyan was sent flying, landing in a heap in the dust. He pulled himself up on one elbow, fear in his eyes. Piccolo stood over him, one hand crackling with energy. This was the first real test he'd had of his new power, and he was delighted. He was dominating an enemy who was many times stronger than he or Goku had been at the World Tournament. I was going to make you tell me who you are, but I don't think I care anymore, he chuckled. Good riddance. Raditz couldn't believe what was happening. Here he was, on this barren little world nobody had heard of, which Kakarot was supposed to have wiped clean of all life, and this green creature was somehow outclassing him. What happened to all that pride you had a minute ago? Piccolo asked, the cruel smile never leaving his face. I know your type. Lording it over lesser beings without ever facing how weak you really are. Those words stung. Raditz had been called many things. Monster. Evil. Heartless. None of them meant anything to him, a warrior who had brought down whole civilizations on his own. But weak. That bit to the core. It brought back too many memories. Laughing Saiyans. His own father. Their voices filled his head, overwhelming. To a Saiyan warrior, strength was everything. Without it, he was worthless. The Saiyan growled, and Piccolo saw something dangerous in his eyes. Then Raditz vanished, and a fist slammed into Piccolo's gut. He staggered back, gasping for air. Raditz pressed his advantage, hammering vicious blows into his enemy. A sweeping kick sent Piccolo flying backwards, and he landed on his feet, skidding a little from the force of the impact. He panted, trying to regain his breath after the unexpected assault. I am not weak. Raditz's chest heaved. His fists trembled. It was made worse by this being the first fight he'd been losing for many years. Piccolo spat out a cracked tooth, then grunted as a new one popped into his place. Touch a nerve, did I? He asked, taking a step forwards. You're just like a child, lashing out at everything that upsets you. Enough. Raditz yelled. I will not stand for this. You will pay for this insult. He thrust his hand out, launching a brilliant beam of red-pink energy that detonated on the ground where Piccolo had been standing. But the demon was already moving. He was darting left and right as he dashed towards Raditz. The Saiyan kept firing, sending out a volley of energy blasts, but none connected with their target. Within just a few seconds, Piccolo reached him and smashed his elbow into Raditz' chest. His armor cracked right in the center, and he stumbled backwards as pain exploded through his body. He tried to shake off the pain, raising his guard to fend off any more attacks. But just as Piccolo was readying himself for another blow, his eyes widened. He turned to the left, staring off into the sky. "Something's coming," he muttered. Just then, Raditz's scouter beeped. "Eh?" He tapped the button, homing in on the detected powers. 102 combined power level, almost 600. Closing in fast. But somehow this green thing had sensed them too. Could it be that it was possible to detect powers without a scouter? It was probably just a genetic feature to do with his antenna, perhaps. But who could be coming? On this planet, they were more likely to be enemies than friends. Which meant Raditz's chances were getting even smaller. An unspoken agreement was made. Both fighters were curious as to the identity of the newcomers, and besides Raditz needed time to catch his breath. So neither made a move. Soon, 2 dots appeared on the horizon, growing into humanoid shapes, until finally the 2 arrived. One, a bald man with 3 eyes, touched down on the ground, having flown under his own power, and the other, with spiky hair and wearing an orange guy, hopped off of an odd-looking golden cloud, which had somehow been carrying him. Raditz stared in shock. Could it be it was Kakarot? He exclaimed, waving to the one who had ridden the cloud. "All grown up, I see. You look just like our father." "Huh?" Goku asked, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Goku, who's this?" Tien asked. "What's he talking about?" "I don't know, but he's incredibly strong, and somehow Piccolo's even stronger. No wonder I sensed this battle all the way from Kame House. You must have felt it, too." Tien nodded. "Right. Chaozu wanted to come, but I couldn't let him get into something as dangerous as this." "What happened here, Kakarot?" Raditz asked. "Your duty was to exterminate this species. Did this green thing stop you?" Piccolo, meanwhile, relaxed. It was only Goku and one of his friends. And, though he was using his weighted clothing to hide his power, Piccolo could tell he had barely improved at all. "That was what happened when you settled down and let yourself grow soft. I've had enough of this," he declared. "Prepare yourself. And Goku, you're next." In an instant, both he and Raditz disappeared. Goku and Tien swiveled around, desperately trying to keep up as the battle between these 2 titans accelerated. Craters appeared in the ground. Gusts of wind rushed by as the fighters dashed past them, faster than their senses could follow. After several tense seconds, Raditz and Piccolo reappeared. Piccolo's fist was planted firmly in Raditz's face, and the Saiyan flew backwards, spinning in the air from the force of the blow. He landed on his hands and knees, cracking the ground beneath him. "Should we do something?" Tien asked. "Honestly, I don't know who I want to win. I wish I knew who it was Piccolo's fighting," Goku replied. "And besides, they're so far above us I don't think we'd make a difference." Piccolo leapt at Raditz to deliver the finishing blow, but Raditz rolled sideways at the last second. What appeared to be a furry belt unrolled itself, and Raditz caught Piccolo round the neck with his tail, mid-lunge. He spun around, hurling Piccolo away. Piccolo somersaulted, landing upright, but had trouble keeping his balance after the attack. "What the tail?" Goku stared. "Just like I used to have." Raditz nodded. "So, now you know who I am." No. "What?" Raditz was getting exasperated. "How could you have forgotten me, or your mission? Did you take a blow to the head, Kakarot?" "You keep saying that name." Goku scowled at him. "My name is Son Goku." "You're insane. It must be the result of brain damage." Goku rubbed his head. "Okay, fine. I did hit my head, but I barely remember. I was a baby back then." "Damn it all, that would explain it." Raditz clenched his fists. "Then you probably don't remember that you are not from this planet. You are Saiyan, part of a great warrior race." He indicated himself. "And I am Raditz, your older brother." "No way," Tien whispered. "Goku's an alien." "Take it back." Goku growled. "If I'm one of these Saiyans, why am I here?" "Well, you may not like the answer." Raditz grinned. "We Saiyans are in the planet trade business. We locate suitable planets and sell them to rich customers. But first, of course, we must exterminate the native inhabitants. Adult Saiyans like me are assigned to the most difficult worlds, with the toughest inhabitants. But first, for practice, our infants are sent to depopulate the weaker worlds like this one. Or so we thought." Anyway, he glanced over at Piccolo, who was still coughing and clutching at his throat. "Say, who's that, anyway? I had no idea the inhabitants of this planet could grow so strong." Goku looked shaken. "That's, Piccolo. I'm not even sure if he's from this planet, but that's not the point." He took a step forwards, discarding his weighted wristbands. "You're telling me that my mission was to kill all the humans living here? I'd never do something like that. It's just plain wrong." He stepped out of his shoes and slipped his undershirt off too, removing all his weighted clothing. "Getting serious, Goku?" Tien asked. "Even at my best, I don't think I'm a match for them," Goku said, flexing and stretching, "but I don't think there's a good guy here." I need every advantage I can get, no matter which one wins. Raditz frowned. So, you really are brain damaged irritating. But I'm not leaving without you. I suppose you've forgotten that our homeworld, planet Vegeta, was destroyed by a meteor. Our entire race was wiped out, all but 4, you included. We 3 recently found a planet that would fetch an excellent price on the galactic market. However, the locals are powerful, even 3 of us might struggle to conquer it. But 4? Well, it's a good thing I remembered you. And while your power isn't exactly impressive, he tapped his scouter again. Even with that increase, it's only just over 400. I'm sure, given some real training, you'd be in good enough shape to help us. I told you, I'd never kill innocent people. Goku shouted. Get it through your head. I'm not this Kakarot anymore. I'm Son Goku, leave my planet alone. Raditz was about to reply when Piccolo, having recovered, kicked him in the side. The pair of them immediately resumed fighting, each blow resonating through the ground and shaking Goku and Tien to the core. Now that's some serious power, Tien exclaimed. Raditz swung a quick jab, which Piccolo blocked with his forearm, sidestepping and countering with his elbow. Raditz ducked under it and jumped up towards Piccolo, who smashed his knee into Raditz's face. He followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks, then jumped away to avoid Raditz's clumsy counterattack. He vanished, appeared again in time to punch Raditz in the exact same spot on his face, then retreated again, skidding to a halt several meters away. Raditz shifted to face Piccolo, trying to stand upright. Damn you, I come all this way to this planet, and instead of my brother, I get you, you damn irritating freak. And then when Kakarot does turn up, he's brain-addled and in no fit state to help me win. It's like the whole universe has it in for me today. Piccolo laughed out loud. Don't be foolish. You're blaming your own failure on luck now. He raised his guard, assuming a combat stance. You're simply outmatched. I'm stronger than you, faster than you, and even with your armor, it's clear you can't stand up to as much punishment as I can. My energy manipulation is superior to yours. You rely on that silly gadget to sense energy. You're arrogant beyond belief, and if all that wasn't enough, I know your mental weak spot. Raditz snarled, shaking slightly. Piccolo grinned. Isn't that right, you pathetic weakling? Raditz roared, a faint purple aura flickering to life around him, and launched himself at Piccolo. Raditz hurled himself at Piccolo, screaming with rage. The battle, it could be said, was not going his way. Piccolo jumped over Raditz, who stumbled as he tried to recover his balance, then grunted in pain as he felt the impact of Piccolo's foot on the back of his head. He shook off the throbbing pain and swung himself around, his fist swinging for Piccolo. But the demon smiled and raised a hand, palm forwards, firing a beam of energy which exploded on contact, sending Raditz tumbling backwards. Raditz stopped himself in midair, breathing heavily, and charged again, blind to the consequences. Every hit he took just made him madder and less likely to try and strategize. He launched a mad rain of punches and kicks, and Piccolo dodged left and right, walking slowly backwards as Raditz's fury worsened his aim. After several seconds, Piccolo got bored and elbowed Raditz in the neck. He followed up with a punch to the stomach, and Raditz doubled over, gasping for breath. Piccolo kicked him away, then dashed around behind him before he could hit the floor, stopping Raditz's fall with his fist. They hung there, in midair, until Piccolo threw Raditz to the floor. The Saiyan groaned, trying to stand, but failing. Piccolo turned to Goku and Tien, who were watching in horror. I'll finish him in a minute, he said, striding towards them. They readied themselves for a fight they knew they couldn't win. I've been waiting to fight you for 5 years, so this supposed brother of yours can wait. The ground shook as Piccolo focused his energy, preparing to charge the duo. Suddenly, he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. He tried to turn around, but wasn't quick enough. Raditz had leapt up from behind, wrapping one arm around Piccolo's waist and the other around his neck. Never turn your back on your opponents, Raditz hissed. Especially if they belong to the deadliest warrior race in the universe. He threw Piccolo over his shoulder, then as he crashed to the ground, Raditz landed on top of him, driving his knee into Piccolo's back. He grabbed Piccolo's head in both hands and started slamming it into the ground. The third time, Piccolo lashed out with a fist, then as Raditz flinched away, he took the opportunity to jump to his feet. Raditz started hurling Kai blasts his way, and Piccolo was hard-pressed to knock them all away. As the barrage continued, he kicked off the ground, and from several feet in the air, charged a huge ball of energy. Oh, that can be good, Raditz muttered, then started running as Piccolo released it, smiling gleefully. He flew into the air, lifting his legs clear as the ball flew under him. Look out! Goku yelled. He and Tien fled, as the ball touched the ground, detonating with amazing force. Raditz glanced down at the crater. Too close, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Then Piccolo appeared in front of him, and punched him to the ground. Raditz landed in a crumpled heap, twitching slightly as he struggled to move his battered body. No, I can't be defeated like this. His fingers dug into the dirt, and he raised his head, straining himself to try and get up. Piccolo floated to the ground in front of him. Still trying to fight, eh? You're determined, I'll give you that. He cracked his knuckles. But you have to realize there's no way you can win. Oh, and thanks for the advice, I'll finish you right now, just to be sure. He prepared to stamp down on Raditz' neck when something collided with his face. Ah! Piccolo staggered back, raising his guard. What the Goku stood between him and Raditz, a grim look on his face. With a chill, Piccolo realized he'd seen this look before in the memories he'd inherited from his father. This was Goku's face before he killed the original King Piccolo. You stay away from my brother, Goku said, preparing himself for what was to come. Cockhacker. Raditz rasped, words coming slowly. Why? You rejected me, you said you'd never join me. Why are you helping me? Because your family, the younger Saiyan replied. And besides, Piccolo's a bigger threat than you. Piccolo frowned. What do you think you can do, Goku? You've seen my power. Not even this Raditz can stand up to me. What chance do you have? Goku charged, completely fearless. I don't care how powerful you are. You have to be stopped. You're welcome to try. Piccolo yelled. Goku had almost reached Piccolo when he raised his hands to either side of his head. Raditz, I'll buy you time to recover. Solar flare. He shouted. Piccolo recognized the technique a fraction of a second ahead and turned to face the opposite direction, shielding his eyes from the blinding flash. You think that'll work? I know that. Piccolo was interrupted as he saw Tien, standing in the same pose behind him. Solar flare. Tien repeated. Piccolo hadn't expected it a second time, and this time he was blinded. Ah! My eyes. Damn you. His eyes burned unbearably, and he clutched at them, howling in pain. Now, Goku, said Tien, jumping over to stand next to Goku. Goku cupped his hands at his side, focusing all his Kai, as Tien raised his hands in front of him, forming a triangle, and tapped into his life force for power. Kami-Hami. Tri-beam. Ha! They shouted in unison, as twin beams, bright blue and yellow, burst forth and crashed into Piccolo, sending out shockwaves for miles around. Raditz, struggling to his feet, stared, wide-eyed. What they can focus their energy into one point, their combined power is over 1,000. A new determination came over him, and he stood up straight, shaking slightly. I am a Saiyan warrior, and I will not be beaten by this green creature. My amnesiac, ill-trained, long-lost brother can stand up to fight. He clenched his fists. Why shouldn't I? He started taking steps forward, becoming more confident with each step. Kakarot. Stand aside. Ha! Goku looked around, seeing his brother on his feet. Raditz. You okay? Before Raditz could respond, Piccolo appeared out of the dust cloud, looking a little worse for wear. He kicked Goku to the ground with ease, and batted Tien aside with the back of his hand. The game is over. Piccolo snarled, charging energy around both hands. Go ahead and try to dodge, he smirked. If you don't think you're strong enough to survive it, that is. What? Are you deaf? I am part of the most powerful race in the universe. Are you still calling me weak? No, Raditz. Goku shouted, but Piccolo stamped down on his back. Don't listen to him. Get out of the way. Bring it on. Raditz yelled. I can take anything you can throw at me. Let's find out. Piccolo brought his hands together, launching an almost pure white Kai beam. Raditz stood firm in its path as it lanced towards him. There was yet another explosion as the beam hit home, drowning everything out in a burst of light and sound. Goku stared in horror. Raditz had played right into Piccolo's hands, letting his emotions get the better of him again. And, trapped under Piccolo's foot, Goku couldn't do anything to help him. The dust began to clear. Someone was standing there. But Goku squinted to see through the smoke. It didn't seem right. The outline was different. The smoke blew away, revealing Tien, who stood in front of Raditz with his arms crossed in front of his face, shielding him from the attack. What? No way. Damn him. Piccolo was breathing hard. These energy attacks have drained my power, and Raditz is still alive. Tien gasped as his strength failed, and fell backwards. Raditz caught him. Why? He asked, not understanding. Why would you do something like this for me? You know I'm the enemy of your whole species. He was shocked. His brother saving him was one thing, but this earthling. Tien smiled, coughing up blood. Because you're Goku's brother, he's the best guy I know, so you can't be all bad, right? His body convulsed, and his eyes closed. Tien. Goku yelled, reaching out a hand in his friend's direction. Hold on. Don't give up. It's too late, Kakarot, Raditz said quietly. He's gone. He laid Tien down on the ground, then stood up, turning to face Piccolo. That was a powerful attack. It must have severely drained you. He shifted slowly into a fighting stance. Foolish as it was, Kakarot's friend's courage has finally given me the opportunity to end this battle. It's gone on too long already. Piccolo kicked Goku away, then glared at Raditz. Both of them were injured, blood dripping from small cuts, bruises and scrapes all over their body, clothing torn and armor cracked. It was anyone's guess if Piccolo was still stronger. Raditz launched himself forwards, colliding with Piccolo, and they locked hands, pushing against each other. They struggled, forcing all of their power forwards, digging craters with their feet, veins popping out on their foreheads. Piccolo began to push forward, his crackling energy threatening to overwhelm Raditz. Raditz's knees began to bend, and he was forced down and back. Piccolo started to crush his hands, and small flares of energy baited Raditz' skin. Images started to flash by in his mind, as his eyes closed, almost resigned to his fate. Saiyans laughing at him. His father, dismissing him. Were they right? He was too weak to save himself. He deserved this. Unexpectedly, the images continued, now different. Kakarot, coming to his aid. The Earthling, sacrificing his life. His father, Bardock, again. But now he realized. He saw the look on Bardock's face for what it was. A challenge. The other Saiyans would only be right if he lost. Raditz's eyes snapped open wide. He gritted his teeth, forcing his way to his feet. He reached deep within, finding reserves he never knew he had. Piccolo scowled at him, unable to understand. You can't win. Raditz shouted, pushing with all his strength, sending Piccolo flying back with a wave of pure force. The demon tumbled through the air, mind reeling, bones shattered. This time, when he hit the floor, he didn't get up. Silence fell. Raditz took a deep breath. It's over. He lurched forward, step by painful step, coming to a halt in front of Piccolo's prone body. Slowly, he raised a hand. I wouldn't make the mistake he did. A battle is not won until you have crushed the life from your enemy. Before he could strike the final blow, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Stop, Goku ordered him. The dangerous look was back in his eyes. What? Kakarot, are you out of your mind? Raditz spluttered. Nobody else is dying today. Goku stood firm. I wouldn't let you kill him. I don't want to have to use force, but if I did, you don't have enough energy left to fight back. Raditz stood there for an agonizingly long time. Finally, he lowered his hand. Damn you, Kakarot. This world, it's made you soft. He killed your friend. Don't you care? Of course I do. But on Earth we have these things called Dragon Balls. We can use them to grant any wish, like bringing the dead back to life. You could have any wish. You could be immortal. You could have unlimited power and you only think of him. Raditz asked, shocked. Seemingly from nowhere, a harsh voice spoke. Any wish, you say. Immortality. Unlimited power. It chuckled, and Goku realized it was coming from Raditz's scouter. I like the sound of that. Raditz gulped. The Vegeta. So, these Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Vegeta's voice sent a chill down Raditz's spine. His hunger for power showed itself through every word. Picture it. The immortal Saiyans, rulers of the universe. Raditz forced himself to smile. It was an exciting prospect, but he still felt uneasy for some reason. Yes, we'd be unstoppable in eternity of combat. Vegeta chuckled. Ah, Raditz, what's this we? You honestly think you deserve immortality? What? You were beaten by a creature with a power under 2000, and you had to rely on your laughably weak brother and one of that planet's pathetic inhabitants to survive. His voice grew angry. You dishonor the Saiyan race. When we arrive on that planet, you and Kakarot will die along with your fellow insects, and then I will reign supreme over all of creation. Enjoy your last year, you utter failure. The connection was cut off. Raditz sunk to his knees, despair filling his mind. How could he betray a fellow Saiyan? He pounded the ground, leaving a crater several feet wide. I won the battle, damn it. I've got to get off this planet. He stood up, only to discover his strength was finally running out, and he collapsed. Goku, standing next to him, caught him before he hit the ground, propping Raditz on his shoulder. Hey Raditz. What's the matter? You sounded upset. Kakarot, we have to leave this planet immediately. Raditz looked up at his brother. The other two Saiyans, they're going to come here. It'll take them about a year, and they're going to kill every living thing on this planet, then use your dragon things to wish themselves mortal. They'll kill us, too. Don't they have any loyalty or honor? Apparently Raditz coughed, a trickle of blood running down his chin from his mouth. Not. Well, whatever we're going to do, you need medical attention. I'll just get Tien's body. And Goku looked around, but couldn't see the body. I can't see it anywhere, and it was right over there. Maybe someone made it vanish. Kami, or someone like that. He shook his head. I'll worry about that later. Bracing himself to fully support Raditz's weight, Goku took off into the air. Nimbus. And that's the whole story, Goku was saying. He was sitting on one of the couches inside Kame House, with his 4-year-old son Gohan on his lap. Sitting opposite him were Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, Launch, and Chiaotzu, who he had met up with on the way back. Raditz was unconscious next to Goku, and Launch, currently in her shy, blue-haired personality, had thoughtfully placed a towel under him to stop him bleeding onto the couch. I can't believe Tien's dead, Chiaotzu sobbed, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Don't worry, little guy, Goku replied. We'll bring him back. But it'll take a while to gather the Dragon Balls. Right now we have to try and think what we're going to about these other two scenes. Krillin snapped his fingers. Maybe we could ask Piccolo to help us. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Come on, think about it. If he's as powerful as you say, he might be our best bet at beating the Saiyans. And why wouldn't he? If Earth is destroyed, he won't get to rule it, right? So it's in everyone's best interest to fight them. Roshi nodded. You might be right. He was interrupted by the hum of an engine outside. A few seconds later, the door opened and a short, somewhat round man carrying a katana walked in. "Beajerb?" Bulma asked. "Hey, long time, no see, so what are you doing here?" "Hey, nice to see you and all that stuff, but Korin said Kami wants to see you, Krillin, and he said to bring that Yamcha guy with you." Beajerb pointed at Krillin, looking slightly bored. Why, Krillin started to ask. "Oh yeah," Beajerb continued, ignoring him, "and I got a message from Tien. He says he's gonna go get special training at the afterlife, or, something, so don't wish him back until the year's up. Oh, and he said he doesn't want Jiaosu to fight the Saiyans." "What?" Jiaosu stood up. "Why not?" Something about really powerful doesn't want you to die. You've already been brought back once, so it won't work again, that kind thing." Beajerb turned to leave, heading out the door and hopping back into his air car. "Well, see, I got something nice in the oven." "Wait." Goku stood up, running out the door. "Beajerb, have you got a spare senzu bean?" Beajerb rummaged through his pockets. "I didn't bring any specially for the occasion, but I usually have one or two around somewhere, ha." He produced a small gray-colored bean, tossing it to Goku. "Is that all I'm good for these days? Delivering messages and census." Grumbling to himself, he drove off into the distance. Goku walked back inside, then crouched next to Raditz, placing the bean in his mouth. He pressed 2 fingers to his brother's throat, making him swallow, and after a couple of seconds Raditz's eyes opened. While he sat up, looking down at his uninjured body. "I'm healed." The humans in the room shrank back a little as he moved, especially those who could sense his enormous kai. "Yup." Goku grinned. "It's a senzu bean. Eat it, and all your wounds are healed." "Neat, huh?" Raditz stood up. "I appreciate your assistance, but I'm going to get to my ship and leave this planet. I'd advise you to come with me, unless you have a death wish." He retrieved a remote control from inside his armor. While this was happening, Launch felt a tickling sensation in her nose. "Oh, here we go," she thought. I'll just remotely activate it and fly it here. Can't find the damn button. I always get them mixed up," Raditz muttered, not hearing the sharp intake of breath. They're right next to the emergency brake and the self-destruct on the other side." His finger hovered over the button. "Chew." Launch's sneeze, a sneeze of truly epic proportions, caused Raditz to flinch slightly, making his finger's trajectory skew slightly to the left as it pressed the button. His eyes widened in shock. "No," he glared at Launch, who had transformed into her blonde, aggressive personality. "You imbecile. Do you even know what you've done?" Raditz yelled at her. "You've made me activate the self-destruct on my ship. Now I can't get off this planet unless your primitive little species has somehow developed interstellar travel, which I doubt." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Launch shouted back, producing a machine gun as if from nowhere. "The big tough alien warrior can't handle a little sneeze, and now it's my fault. Go to hell." She opened fire, and Raditz batted the bullets aside with a sweep of his hand as the other humans cowered behind the couch. "Go ahead. Make me even angrier. That'll work out well for you." Raditz raised a fist, then noticed Goku staring at him. He struggled with himself, finally lowering his hand. "You're not worth the effort," he growled, "but if Kakarot wasn't here, I'd at least make some kind of example. Do not cross me, woman." HMPH. Launch crossed her arms. "I'm not scared of you." She stormed off. "Haha, sorry about that." Goku pulled Raditz aside. "But, I think we need to get back to the matter at hand. If your ship's broken, you think you could use mine?" he asked, scratching his head. "The one we sent you in?" Raditz shook his head. "No, you'd have stayed inside it until the first full moon, then destroyed it when you first transformed." He didn't, of course, know that Goku's adoptive grandfather, Gohan, had found him before this happened, and Goku had been too small to remember clearly. Full moon. Transformed. Goku blinked. "Did I miss something?" "Oh, come on, you can't have forgotten that." Raditz glared at him. "You must know that the Saiyan's full power only shows itself at the full moon." "Wait, your tail. What happened to it?" "It got cut off a long time ago, so people couldn't grab it." Goku looked thoughtful. "But this does sound a little familiar. Describe to me exactly what happens." Raditz sighed. "Fine. If you must know, when a Saiyan looks at a full moon, I won't go into the science of it. They transform into a giant primate-like creature." "A giant monster?" "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Raditz snapped. Goku felt cold, empty, all of a sudden. "Then that's why my grandpa told me never to look at the full moon, and the monster that crushed him to death, it was me." He fell silent, his face drained of all emotion. "Kakarot?" Raditz asked tentatively. His brother was completely unresponsive. "Are you?" "No, it's okay." Goku sniffed a little, blinking several times and managing to keep his eyes from filling with tears. "I'm okay. I just needed a few seconds. Like I said, we've got bigger things to worry about. So we've established you can't get off the planet. So, either you can wait here for these other Saiyans to come along and kill you, or you can spend the year we have preparing to fight them. There are plenty of strong fighters on this world. When they get here, we'll be ready. The only question is, will you help us?" He held out his hand. With only a moment's hesitation, Raditz shook it. It doesn't look like I have any choice, does it? As a true warrior, I can't go down without a fight. Alright then. A huge smile filled Goku's face. He picked Gohan up from the floor, where the boy had been wandering. I'll go drop the kid off at home, then I'll head to Kami's. Krillin, pick up Yamcha and meet us there. It's above Korin Tower, okay? Got it. Krillin jumped up, stretching. It's been a while since I've had a real fight. Goku headed for the door, but before leaving Raditz took off his scouter and placed it on the table in the center of the room. Huh? Where are you leaving that? Bulma asked. Because I've seen it's possible to sense power levels without one, and I'm going to learn how. It seems a lot more convenient than having to rely on a piece of technology. I figured you'd have more use for it than I would. He went to follow Goku. And stopped staring at me. He snapped at launch. He'd emerged from the other room as her shy persona. Nimbus. The younger Saiyan called, jumping on as it arrived. Raditz, leaving the house, floated up next to him. Peculiar, that cloud of yours. Can't you fly under your own power? He asked. Oh, sure, Goku shrugged, but the Nimbus cloud is faster. Shall we go? Lead the way, Raditz said with a hint of sarcasm, and the Saiyans soared off into the horizon. Goku and Raditz continued their flight towards Goku's home on Mount Paozu. Goku's son Gohan, being carried along in his father's arms, finally found the courage to speak, having listened in silence for most of the day. Daddy, is he my uncle? The boy asked. You said he was your brother. Huh? Goku looked down as his son. I guess so. Yeah. Say hi to Uncle Raditz. Gohan gave a nervous smile, and waved. Hi Uncle Raditz. HMPH. Raditz scowled and turned away. By his age, a Saiyan child would have already been sent to conquer some remote planet. You really know how to kill the mood, don't you? Goku muttered, patting Gohan on the head. It's okay, Gohan. Raditz is in a bad mood, cause he got beaten up by Piccolo. Raditz wanted to retort something along the lines of, for the last time, I beat that green freak. But something else was pressing on his mind. Kakarot, you offered to let me use your ship when we were talking back in the island house. Yeah, so? It sounded like you weren't going to leave. Just let me go and leave you here. Why would you stay behind and face the invaders, but let me escape? Because this is my home now. Goku looked at Raditz, his face open and sincere. I couldn't just abandon my friends and family, let alone leave the entire human race to get wiped out. What does it come to, when an amnesiac, tailless, low-class renegade has more honor than the prince of our race? Raditz grumbled, ending the conversation. The minutes crawled by in silence. The mountains loomed in the distance. So you gonna keep calling me Kakarot or what? Well, I'm just glad you had the sense to keep my Gohan out of all that fighting, Kai said, holding her son close to her, but it's just all so hard to believe. I mean, you're from outer space. Are you sure? Look, I wouldn't lie about something like this, Raditz growled, and as you may be able to tell from the state of my armor, I haven't exactly had an easy time today, so I don't feel particularly inclined to argue about it with you. Now, we're going to go meet with this world's fighters at the headquarters of some kind of guardian. Yeah, Kami, Goku interjected. Remember him from the world tournament, Kai. He's the good side of Piccolo. He waved. I'll be back for dinner. He jumped onto the waiting Nimbus cloud, and Raditz followed him into the sky. Stay safe, Kai whispered, suddenly feeling anxious about her husband's safety. Gohan, standing by her feet, waved. Bye, Uncle Raditz, he called. Kai frowned. That alien brother of Goku's had better stay away from her little boy, or there'd be trouble. As they made their way towards Kami's lookout, a thought struck Goku. Hey, Raditz, you gonna get your armor fix up? I will at some point, his brother replied, but first we need to meet with this planet's warriors and determine a plan of action. What's there to plan? Goku asked, going faster now he didn't have to worry about Gohan. We spend this year training in preparation, and when they get here we fight them. Simple. True, but we still need to know who we have, any advantages we can get in terms of the battle's location, and what training facilities this world has. I guess so. Plus, we can make sure everyone's clear on exactly what's going on. It didn't take them long to reach the lookout, to find Yajirobe, Krillin and Yamcha waiting for them. Shortly, Kami walked out to meet them. I have been watching recent events, he said, and it pains me to know that such a terrible evil will so soon be descending on the earth. Are you all aware on the situation? Yamcha nodded. Yeah, Krillin told me on the way here. So, this is Goku's brother. Why does everyone ask that? Raditz snapped. Do I not look like him or something? Hey, no offense. Yamcha flinched back involuntarily at Raditz's glare. Krillin spoke up. Well, what would be helpful right now is if Raditz told us more about these two other scenes. We could really use information on what we're up against. Alright. Raditz stepped forward, standing in front of the others. I'm afraid it's all bad news. Both of the other Saiyans' strength greatly exceeds my own, or even that of the demon I fought today. Piccolo, was it? That is troubling, Kami muttered. In 1 year, we will face twice your strength, and more. Raditz frowned. I don't think I've made the extent of their superiority quite clear yet. One of them, a large brute called Nappa, is, on his own, greater than double my power. Well, so, he's the one to watch out for, huh? Goku asked, trying to picture fighting an opponent more than twice as strong as Raditz, half nervous, half excited. I'm afraid not. You see, the other Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, his power is greater than 10 times my own. What? Krillin started trembling. No way. We're doomed. Yajirobe began to sneak away, feeling that this battle was not for him, but Yamcha caught him by the back of his shirt and held him in place. Hey. Let go, Amy. The samurai whined. Not a chance. Yamcha held firm. You're not getting away that easy, you little coward. Well, the odds are certainly not in our favor, Kami said, leaning heavily on his staff. However, I will do what I can. Krillin, Yamcha, Yajirobe, I offer my training to you. I have nothing left to teach Goku, and I doubt Raditz needs any instruction from one such as I. Indeed. Raditz turned to Goku. I suggest we train together. There are certain aspects of Saiyan physiology which you might not be familiar with, which may aid you in increasing your power. He drove all thoughts of fear from his mind. There was only the coming battle. Sounds good. Let's start straight away tomorrow. You want to stay at my house for the night? No, thank you, Raditz shook his head. I think you should wait and explain the situation to your family today. My presence could aggravate the situation. In any case, that island house we were at earlier, being home to multiple people, would probably have a greater range of clothing I could choose from until my armor is fixed. This logic didn't quite seem to be enough reason for Raditz to choose to stay with a group of complete strangers, but Goku wasn't the questioning type, so he let it go. Okay. Goku shrugged. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Raditz floated a couple of feet into the air. And cackled, meet me tomorrow in the wasteland near where you live. And fly there under your own power. Huh. But the Nimbus is faster, I told you, and flying tires me out. That's the point. You need to become self-reliant. For the same reason, I'm not going to use my scouter, and I aim to learn to sense energy without it. He flew off, vanishing within seconds. Goku turned to Kami. You might want to use your telepathy and get in touch with Kame House, so Raditz doesn't take them entirely by surprise. That would be wise, Kami replied. I shall also contact Piccolo, as I believe has already been said, even he surely would not wish the Earth to be destroyed, and his assistance would be extremely valuable. Yeah, good idea. Goku ran to the edge of the lookout and jumped off, catching himself in midair and flying away towards his home. He flew as long as he could without the Nimbus, until finally running out of energy and calling it. The two Saiyans met at sunrise in the wasteland, the mountains to their left. Raditz was wearing a spare turtle school martial arts uniform, and kept grumbling about how undignified he looked. So, how was Kame House? Goku asked. Raditz scowled, which was fast becoming his signature facial expression. Try and imagine a galactic warrior, conqueror of planets, sitting around the table and eating dinner with a couple of Earthlings. Then double the awkwardness. That bad, huh? Goku gave an innocent grin, as if this was somehow his fault. Sorry about that, then. The old man would tremble every time I walked near him. I'm fairly sure he could sense my energy. He put a hand on his forehead, as if even the memory irritated him. And as for the girl with two personalities, the blonde one kept trying to pick a fight with me, and it took all my willpower not to just tear her head off. The shy one I can't figure out at all. Humans are such strange creatures. It's impossible to tell what they're thinking so much of the time. Yeah, I always thought that too. Goku thought back to his past. I guess that explains why people always thought I was simple. It was just that I'm a Saiyan. No, you're a Saiyan and a simpleton. Raditz crossed his arms. So, shall we commence our training? Goku nodded, stretching his muscles and mentally preparing himself. Let's do this. Training with Raditz was intense beyond belief. All his life, Goku had pushed himself, and been pushed by others, to overcome his limitations and climb to new levels of strength. But this was entirely new. Raditz, unlike most of Goku's allies, was less of a martial artist and more of a soldier. His sink-or-swim attitude meant that if a session left Goku incapacitated, Raditz would carry on training without him, telling him to come back when he'd reattached all his bones. A lot of the brutality came from the fact that Raditz knew, and took advantage of, the Saiyan ability to come back stronger after injury. This trade was used heavily. They take a bag of senzu beans, spar until they were half dead, then eat a bean to heal themselves and start over. After a couple of weeks, Goku started bringing Gohan along to watch. He'd been asking where his daddy and uncle were all day, and Kai agreed to let him go and see, as long as he took his ever-present study books with him. Goku collapsed next to his son after a hard day's training. How you doing, kid? He asked, ruffling the boy's hair. He noticed Gohan staring wide-eyed at the two Saiyans as they fought at incredible speed, their blows echoing throughout the valley. Daddy, will I be big and strong like you when I grow up? Gohan asked. If you work hard and practice often, sure, Goku replied, smiling a little, but remember, your mom doesn't want you to be a fighter. He shrugged. She doesn't want you getting hurt and I can't blame her, it is dangerous. It's not fair. Gohan pouted. Why can't I be smart and strong at the same time? He looked up questioningly. Then you and mommy'll both be happy, right? Goku laughed. Well, that's harder than you might think. Anyway, I should get back to it. Raditz is looking impatient. He jumped up and headed over to his brother. Great kid, he said. He wants to fight too, but his mom won't let him. Awais, Raditz observed, watching Gohan. His Saiyan heritage could make a fine warrior of him, and we need every advantage we can get. Out of the question. Goku folded his arms, standing firm. I'm sure he could grow up to be a great fighter, but he's a 4-year-old child. There's no way he's getting into a life-or-death battle. At least train him a little. Raditz shrugged. Who knows what battles he might have to face as an adult, and besides, when the other Saiyans arrive, the whole world will be at stake. If we lose, he definitely dies. You don't want that for your son, I assume. He raised an eyebrow. Goku sighed. Fine. I'll give him some training. But he's not fighting unless he absolutely has to, you understand? Raditz nodded. Good, Goku continued. And we have to be sure not to let Kai know. He's such a smart kid, he always finishes his homework long before we get home, so each day, we'll start training him once he's done with it. Then everything will seem normal to Kai. You worry about that. Raditz picked up a stone from the ground. I need to test something. He hurled it at Gohan with a flick of his wrist. Raditz, what are you? Goku made to intercept it, but Raditz held him back. Watch, his brother told him. The stone flew in a slight arc straight at Gohan's head. At the last second, he noticed it, and his eyes narrowed. There was a flash of light, and the stone disintegrated. I knew it. Raditz grinned. The child has great power. All we have to do is teach him how to use it. Goku nodded. Gohan's power was almost as high as Raditz's when he'd first arrived on Earth. Maybe this was going to be easier than he thought. About 6 months into their training, Bulma drove over to Kame House, having finished Raditz's new armor. The old armor, she said, had been too broken to fix entirely, so she just incorporated the pieces and the protective technology into this one. He took it with muttered, somewhat forced thanks. It consisted of black leggings and vest, an armored top, and his old boots and gauntlets. Bulma had dispensed with the shoulder and leg plates, declaring them too unwieldy, plus, just about every battle simulation she ran ended with them broken. Now she'd made one suit, she could mass-produce them, so Raditz wore them for training, and once he'd busted up one suit just picked up another. Needless to say, Bulma constantly berated him for his carelessness, but she was basically a good person, and never refused to make any more. For his own part, Raditz knew if he snapped the Earth Woman in two for her constant whining, he wouldn't get any new armor, so he managed to restrain his anger for the time being. As time went on, Goku's flight improved to the point where he let Gohan use the Nimbus, and Raditz's Kai sense developed until it was almost as good as any human fighter's. Gohan, training in one of Goku's old turtle school uniforms from when he'd been a child himself, had come on in leaps and bounds, enjoying being able to join in his father's favorite pastime. He was even starting to rub off on Raditz. He now wouldn't snap at him every time he said anything, only, say, half the time. The child's latent power had surprised both the adults, even for a Saiyan child. It seemed a Saiyan-human crossbreed was a particularly powerful hybrid. They had been about to remove the boy's tail to prevent him from transforming, but received a telepathic message from Kami, who warily informed them that Piccolo had dealt with the situation as soon as Kami had told him of the Saiyan transformation. They were somewhat taken aback next nightfall to discover that their planet no longer had a moon. Again. Piccolo, meanwhile, had agreed to hold off on his efforts to conquer the world until the invading Saiyans were defeated. In his conversations with Kami, he hinted at a new technique he was developing, though he was a little vague on the details. The preparation for the Saiyans' arrival continued all around the world. Krillin and Yamcha, having completed Kami's training, separated, Yamcha heading out into the wild, and Krillin returning to Kame House, both to continue their training. At Capsule Corporation, Bulma was replicating Raditz's scouter, so that the humans unable to sense energy would be able to follow the battle in some way. Finally, the year was almost up. The 7 Dragon Balls were gathered at Kame House, and Shannon summoned forth. No matter how many times they saw the sky darken, and the bursts of light shine into the heavens, it never quite got old. Speak your wish, the dragon rumbled. So this is the dragon, Raditz whispered, in awe. To think I'd written this planet off as a backwater mudbowl when I arrived, but it just keeps on surprising me. He stood with Rashid, Krillin and the shy launch, all gazing up at the hovering dragon. Hey, I don't want to sound rude, but you're not gonna try and intercept the wish, are you? Krillin asked. What? Raditz realized what he was talking about. Oh, you mean to wish for immortality like Vegeta wants to? He shook his head. I thought about it for a while. Nothing lasts forever. If you were immortal, eventually everyone else would die. He frowned. You'd be alone, in an empty universe, forever. Count me out of that one. Besides, he gave a little smile at the thought, I have no particular desire to fight Kakarot over it. He's grown in skill and power far faster than I'd have imagined. With no further discussion, Rashi stepped forwards. Mighty Shenron. Hold on, Krillin put a hand on the old master's shoulder. Why don't we use the wish to destroy the Saiyans, and bring Tien back next year? That wish is impossible, Shenron boomed. The wishes I grant cannot exceed the power of my creator, Kami. The Saiyans are too powerful for me to destroy. Alright then. Rashi nodded. Good idea, Krillin. Shame it didn't work. Shenron. Please restore Genshinhan to life. There was a pause as Shenron's eyes glowed bright red. Your wish has been granted. In a brilliant flash of yellow light, Shenron was gone, and the Dragon Balls soared into the air, scattering across the world. Of course, if he's still got his body in the afterlife, he's got to physically travel back here. Rashi shrugged. He might not actually get here for a while. We're putting a lot of faith into that human, Raditz said. Whatever training he's gone through in the afterlife, it had better have paid off. Don't worry. Launch smiled at Raditz. I'm sure Tien will come through for us. Faith is a wonderful thing, Raditz muttered, heading back inside. It must be nice not to know how bad the odds are. The next morning, at 11:43 a.m., two Saiyan attack pods collided with the Earth. Raditz looked up from his meal, his eyes widening. They're here, he said to the others. They'll head for the highest power level on this planet, and unless I'm mistaken, that would be me. Launch. Get the old man out of here. This island is about to become a battleground. He pulled on his armor, stretching his muscles. So she gets a name, but I'm the old man. Rashi grumbled. Get moving, old-timer. The blonde launch shoved him out the door. She glanced back at Raditz. You better win. She followed Rashi outside, and they sped away in their hovercar. Raditz and Krillin stepped outside, waiting for the Saiyans. Better bring your A-game today, Boldier. He paused. Your Kai sense may be better than mine. Did you feel that? Krillin nodded. Why yeah. He was trembling. They just wiped out thousands of people in an instant. A city, I guess, and I don't think it took them any effort. Hold on, you were right. They're heading this way. Something caught his attention. Hey, what's Goku appeared from behind them, landing next to Raditz. He hadn't bothered with his weighted training clothes. This wasn't the time to play around. You ready for this? He asked, warming up. He noticed Raditz was wearing his arm and leg bands today. Hey, Raditz, those red bands, you haven't worn them since you fought Piccolo. Raditz nodded. It is a Saiyan tradition. When a comrade dies in battle alongside you, someone very close to you, you soak a white cloth with their blood and wear it into battle in remembrance. Do you mind me asking who were they? This one, Raditz pointed to his leg band, is in memory of a brave ally of mine. She died on the last mission I was on before planet Vegeta was destroyed, and had it not happened, then there would have been 5 Saiyans left in the galaxy today. And, he thought, it would have meant not all the remaining Saiyans were male, their race might not have been doomed to extinction. Something which didn't seem to have stopped Kakarot. I'm sorry. So am I. And this one on my arm. He paused. It is in memory of our father Bardock, a great warrior. He died with our planet, but his blood runs in my veins, so I colored this with my own to honor him. Oh? Goku looked thoughtful. He'd never really thought much about his Saiyan father. Let's hope you don't have to add any more today. He realized he didn't know much about the Saiyan race in general. He'd have to ask Raditz after the battle. No more time for talk. Raditz pointed at 2 rapidly growing specks in the sky. Here they come. The 2 Saiyans landed on the beach in front of Goku, Raditz and Krillin, throwing up clouds of dust with the force of their impact. Nappa, a huge warrior with a shaved head and a thin mustache, stood slightly in front of Vegeta, smaller but even more intimidating. Well, Vegeta said with a smile, it's been a long time, Raditz. How's your baby brother? Oh, and I see you've got a little human friend who thinks he can make a difference. The Saiyan brothers and their human companions stood silent. Fine. I'll get down to business. Tell us where the Dragon Balls are, or we'll kill you. Not a chance. Goku stepped forward. People like you don't deserve that kind of power. Alright. Vegeta shrugged. It makes no difference to me. We'll kill you, leave one alive, and beat the answer out of him. How does that sound, Nappa? Not bad. Nappa grinned. The year of space travel's got me itching for some action. His scouter beat. Hey, Vegeta, we got a couple more power levels headed this way. Piccolo soon became visible, landing with the group of Earth's defenders. From the opposite direction, Yamcha appeared. So these are the Saiyans. Piccolo glared at the pair of invaders. Let's get on with it. Secretly, he was seething with anger. He couldn't believe that Goku and his brother had become so powerful. And as for the shorter Saiyan invader. Indeed. Vegeta pressed the button on his scouter. Let's see now, there's a surprise. Kakarot's at 2000 and Raditz is at 4000. What? Nappa did a double take. Raditz can't possibly be as powerful as me. Calm yourself, Nappa. Anyway, the Namekian here's at 1000, and the humans are both over 500. Now, he smirked, why don't we stop playing around and show us your real power? Back up a bit. Piccolo frowned. Namekian. Vegeta snorted. Is it something about this planet that makes visitors lose all memory of their race? The Namekians are mostly peaceful species, but those warriors they do produce are usually high caliber. They are fabled to be able to create enchanted items, some of which match the description of your Dragon Balls. If there's a Namekian here, yes, it all starts to add up. He laughed. Anyway, I know you can conceal your power levels, and besides the Namek was higher than this when he fought Raditz. So, let's see it. Raditz turned to face Vegeta. Alright, but you may be sorry you asked. He released his mental blocks, letting his Kai flow freely. Yeah. A purple aura flared around him. Goku did the same, his pure white aura igniting. The sand around them began to levitate in streams, then dropped as they finished, exhaling in unison. Nappa was visibly pale. Vegeta, are you getting the same reading as me? Yes, indeed. Vegeta, on the other hand, was still smiling. Kakarot at 6,000, Raditz at 12 impressive. I didn't expect that kind of increase in such a short time. I suppose I will have to deal with these two, you take the rest, Nappa. Judging by how much our renegade friends were hiding, I'd estimate the Namek to be about equal to you. Plant the Cybermen, let them deal with the humans so they don't get in the way. Right? Nappa was doing his best to stay calm. He knelt down, pushing 6 holes in the sand, and carefully putting a seed in each from vials he took from inside his armor. Several seconds later, 6 grotesque green creatures, a couple of feet high, burst from the ground, screeching with ear-piercing volume. Cybermen. Nappa pointed at Krillin and Yamcha. Kill the humans. The Cybermen started to advance. Careful, Raditz warned. If they think they've been beaten, they'll try to self-destruct and take you with them. He saw movement out of the corner of his eye, and jumped into the air as Vegeta's fists flashed past his face. Nice reflexes. Vegeta grinned. Let's see how long they keep you alive against a warrior of the highest class. He took off after Raditz, and Goku followed, knowing from what he'd felt of Vegeta's power, that Raditz wouldn't stand much of a chance on his own. The Cybermen stalked towards the humans. Krillin snapped his fingers as an idea entered his mind. Get inside. Their numbers will work against them. Right? Yamcha nodded, and the pair dashed into Kame House, the Cybermen in hot pursuit. The 6 creatures surrounded the house, all jumping in through different windows and doors. With the humans and Cybermen inside the house, and the 3 Saiyans in the air, only Piccolo and Nappa were left facing each other on the beach. So, you want to fight me? Piccolo threw his weighted clothes off, and stood in a combat-ready stance as Nappa charged. Come get me. Nappa threw the first punch, but Piccolo dodged to the side. He leapt over the hulking Saiyan, landing behind him and kicking at his back. Nappa jumped forward to avoid the attack, spinning to face his opponent, and launching a barrage of brutal attacks. Piccolo parried each one, getting into the rhythm of the fight. The combatants separated, pausing for breath and weighing up their opponents. I'll tell you the truth, I'm a little in shock at Goku and his brother surpassing me by so much, he said. You and me both, Nappa muttered. So it's good that I've got a big ball punching bag to take it out on. Nappa glowered at him. You regret crossing the Saiyans. You're all the same. Saying this, saying that. You're like a stuck record. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Both fighters charged in, and the fierce combat resumed. Inside Kame House, Krillin and Yamcha moved cautiously across the living room, waiting for their enemies to appear. Something green blurred into view, and Krillin kicked a leaping Cyberman out of the air. It rolled, jumping to his feet, and hurled itself at him. Behind you? Yamcha yelled as a second leapt at Krillin's back. Yamcha intercepted it, punching it to the floor. The humans stood back to back, facing their opponents. Let's take him out, Yamcha said with a grin, charging to the attack as Krillin did the same. The 4 of them battled back and forth around the room, smashing furniture and opening up gaping holes in the walls. Krillin dodged under a jet of acid which melted the lampstand. Change over, he shouted. Yamcha somersaulted away from his opponent, and they swapped enemies. Krillin focused his energy as he flew towards the disorientated Cyberman. Kamehameha. He thrust his hands forward, the blue energy beam sending the Cyberman flying right through the wall, disintegrating it. Yamcha dodged a flurry of wild attacks, narrowing his eyes. Wolfang Fist. He yelled, launching a whirlwind of powerful blows which slammed into the Cyberman, knocking it through the floor and down into the building's foundations. The 2 warriors breathed heavily as silence fell. Abruptly, the Cyberman Yamcha had beaten jumped back up, screeching hysterically and trying to grab him around the middle. Yamcha sidestepped it, then kicked it away. It flew through the wall, exploding violently in mid-air outside. Good thing Raditz warned us they can self-destruct, or that could have been me. Yamcha wiped sweat from his forehead, then jumped back as the ceiling caved in. 3 Cybermen leapt down through the hole. Here we go again, muttered Krillin, raising his guard. In the sky above the island, Goku and Raditz rushed Vegeta, who vanished, appearing behind Goku and elbowing him in the head. As he tumbled away, Raditz dashed in, but Vegeta blocked all his punches easily, then rammed his knee into Raditz's stomach. You'll have to do better than that, he gloated, kicking Raditz away. The brothers hovered in the air below the prince. Man, he's fast, Goku whined, rubbing his head. I can barely keep up. Indeed. Raditz managed to stand up straight. I had my hopes up when we'd overtaken Piccolo and Nappa, but I forgot just how powerful Vegeta is. Don't worry. Goku prepared to attack again. We can win this, sure, it won't be easy, but we never thought it was going to be. They charged again. Goku disappeared as Raditz stayed on course. He kicked a Vegeta, who idly leaned to the side, slamming an uppercut into Raditz' chin. The brief second he'd spent dealing with Raditz had bought Goku time to get behind him, and he punched at the side of the prince's head. Still distracted by Raditz's attack, Vegeta couldn't dodge in time, and he fell head over heels away from them, rolling backwards and catching himself in the air. He floated up to face them. "That was clever," he said, grinning. "Well, such a low-power attack didn't really hurt much, but I appreciate the effort. You did at least break my scouter." He indicated the smashed device on his face, before hurling it into the sea. "But I've already measured your strength, and it's not nearly enough to defeat me. Of course, I appreciate the effort. It's not every day I actually have to pay attention to win." He rushed forwards, punching both his opponents simultaneously, and sending them flying backwards. "Come on, you can do better than that." Piccolo blocked a punch to his chest, jumping up and backwards. He began to charge energy in one of his hands, but thinking about this, he momentarily lost track of his opponent. Nappa appeared above him, using both fists to hammer him downwards. Piccolo hit the water and rocketed straight down into the seabed. The ripples faded, and the water stilled. The hush fell as Nappa hovered a few feet above the ocean, glancing around. "That's funny," he muttered to himself, his power level just disappeared. "I couldn't have killed him with that attack, so he must be hiding it." Piccolo, having leapt up behind him, kicked the Saiyan brute full force in the back, launching him back towards the island. Nappa hit the ground in a massive cloud of sand, and climbed back to his feet. "You know, that's gonna take forever to get out of my armor," he grumbled, looking up at the hovering Namek. "Alright, come on." Krillin and Yamcha dodged away from the madly attacking Cybermen. 3-on-2 is not good odds, Krillin said, ducking under an attacker. "Hey Yamcha, I think I have a technique that'll take care of these guys, but not if they're coming after us like this. Can you hold them for a bit?" "Leave it to me." Yamcha stepped between Krillin and the Cyberman, a ball of energy rising from his upturned palm. "Spirit Bulgo." The ball flew at the Cybermen, scattering them, then as Yamcha gestured in different directions, it chased them around the room, keeping them busy as Krillin charged energy in both his hands. "Alright." He fired a slow-moving beam which stopped in the middle of the room, then split into 3. Each beam marched towards one of the distracted Cybermen, vaporizing them in midair. I hope the old man has insurance on this place." Krillin looked around at the half-destroyed house. "What would we tell the company?" Yamcha asked. "That little green man from outer space wrecked it." Krillin scratched his head. "Good point." "Okay." Goku tapped Raditz on the shoulder. "We need to make sure we're working together, or we don't have a chance." "Agreed. We're not going to win like this. The only other option would be to stall and wait for your human friend to arrive, but I'm not sure if he'll make a difference here. We can only hope." Goku readied himself. "Until then, we're on our own. We've been training together for a year now. We know each other's moves, our styles. We should be able to link our attacks and catch him off guard." Vegeta appeared behind them, startling them both. "Making plans, eh? It's no use. You know, no matter how much training you do, whatever clever stratagem you have, I represent something you will never surpass. Low-class warriors like yourselves have no chance against an elite." Goku and Raditz both threw close-range punches, and Vegeta caught one in each hand, smiling. "Try harder." The brothers nodded at each other, and attacked. Goku kicked at Vegeta's legs while Raditz swung his elbow at the prince's face. Vegeta caught Goku's foot, but had to leap aside to dodge Raditz's attack, leaving him disorientated. Before he could recover, they appeared in front of him, both punching him in the stomach. He coughed up blood, doubling over, and Raditz kicked him away. Goku appeared behind Vegeta as he hurtled back, but the prince hurled an energy blast, knocking Goku out of his way. Vegeta righted himself, breathing heavily, a vein throbbing angrily on his forehead. "You dare." Piccolo lunged at Nappa, but the Saiyan stepped out of the way, painfully wrenching Piccolo's arm, and twisting it almost to breaking point. The Namek swiveled around, pulling his arm out of the hold, and fired a full-power energy blast at point-blank range. The explosion vaporized the water for half a mile back, practically deafening Piccolo. Ha! He tried to regain his breath, then stared in shock as the smoke cleared. Nappa stood there, almost unharmed, armor chipped in a few places, but essentially unaffected by the attack. One hand was held in front of his face to protect his scouter from damage. "You know, Vegeta said you were about equal to me." Nappa dusted himself off. "And sure, your power is impressive, but I don't think you have the stamina to keep up." "Shut up," Piccolo growled, rushing forwards. Nappa punched him in the chest, stopping his charge, then kicked him into the air, sending him flying clean over the house. "See? No stamina." Krillin and Yamcha looked around, but saw no sign of any Cybermen. "Did we get them all?" Krillin asked cautiously. "I think so." Yamcha headed for the door. "Well, let's go check on the others." "Right." They walked out onto the beach, just in time to see Piccolo flying over their heads. "Well, that can be good, huh?" Krillin's Kai sense warned him slightly too late, and he turned to see the all-too-familiar side of a leaping Cyberman. Yamcha, too, only saw it as it was almost on them, without time to react. However, inches away from them, it was knocked out of the air and flew into the sea. The human fighters turned to see their savior. A small boy with scruffy black hair and a monkey-like tail, wearing an orange martial arts uniform and with a short red staff on his back, stood on the beach next to them. "Leave them alone," he shouted, launching a barrage of energy waves which crashed into the sea, detonating underwater and engulfing the Cybermen. "You Gohan?" Krillin asked, peering at the boy. "Did you?" "Yeah. I remember you." Gohan smiled. "Your dad's friends, aren't you?" "So this is Goku's kid." Yamcha crouched down. "Thanks for the help, little guy. That thing came pretty close to getting us both." Gohan nodded. "My mom said I shouldn't be out fighting, or I might get hurt, but I wanted to see. Is it okay if I stay here?" "I guess," Krillin said, shrugging, "but try to stay out of trouble, okay? Those two Saiyans are way out of our league." Vegeta snarled at Goku and Raditz. "You think you're so clever, eh? You're nothing. Just low class, renegade scum. I am the prince of all Saiyans. I cannot lose to the likes of you." "All evidence to the contrary," Raditz replied, grinning. "This will not stand." Vegeta held his arms out straight to either side, and fire blazed in the palms of his hands. "Remember this technique," Raditz. He swung his arms forwards, throwing a volley of fireballs. Kakarot, dodge. Raditz flew to one side, and Goku sped away in the opposite direction. Vegeta kept up his bombardment as they dodged and twisted out of the way. As soon as they were far enough from each other, he stopped firing and appeared in front of Goku, punching him away, before dashing over to Raditz, faster than their senses could follow and kicking him in the side, his foot raking painfully against Raditz's ribs. "You see?" He shifted to a low stance as his opponents tried to recover. "Now, in case you still don't comprehend the impossibility of your task, allow me to show you the full power of a Saiyan elite." "How do you think they're doing, guys?" Bulma asked nervously, pacing up and down the room. She was in the Capsule Corporation headquarters, where she'd met up with Rashi, Launch, Kai and Ox King. "It's hard to tell," Rashi muttered. He could sense Kai, but the others were all wearing reverse-engineered scouters Bulma had given them. The news crews are still at the landing site and the destroyed city. They haven't traced the Saiyans to Kame House yet, so we can't see what's going on. "Well, I don't think any of them have been killed, so there's something." Bulma fiddled with her scouter. "I mean, I measured everyone's power levels while they were training, so the 6,000 is Goku, and the 12,000 is Raditz. The two smaller ones are Krillin and Yamcha, and the 4 and 18,000 are the Saiyan invaders, cause they came from the direction of the destroyed city." She scratched her head. "So I guess the other 4,000 reading must be Piccolo. I never got the chance to scan him. He was way too hard to track down." "That doesn't explain everything." Launch, still in her blonde aggressive state, frowned. "I mean, just as the battle started, 6 little power levels appeared, and then disappeared. Then another one appeared, and it keeps jumping all over the place. I'm sure everything will be just fine, you guys." The Ox King waved a reassuring hand. "They've never let us down before." Kai bit her lip. "I don't know that one Saiyan is as strong as Goku and Raditz put together." She put her head in her hands. "Oh, Goku come home safe." Nappa hovered above Kame House, waiting for Piccolo to resurface from underwater. Namek, come on, Big Green, I haven't got all day." No response. "Ah well. First, I'll get this out of the way." He pointed one finger at Kame House, and it exploded, pieces of charred wood scattering in all directions and sinking into the ocean. "That's better." He dropped to the ground, feet sinking slightly into the sand. The huge Saiyan noticed Gohan, Yamcha and Krillin cowering on the beach, and gave a cruel smile. "Oh, I'll get to you, just wait right there. But first, I've got to His scouters started beeping frantically. "That must be the Namekian, but that's some crazy power." Piccolo emerged from the sea, 2 fingers held up in front of his forehead, teeth gritted and sweat pouring down his forehead. "All right, Saiyan, let's see you stand up to this." Electric bolts of light started flaring around his fingertips. "I've concentrated all of my energy into a single point." Waves of force rolled out from his body. All schools of fish were flash-fried as the water around them boiled. "Bring it on." Nappa grinned. "I don't think you can sustain such a high-power attack. By the time it hits me, it'll lose most of its energy." "If you think so." Piccolo thrust his arm forward, a beam of yellow, spiraling energy emerging. "Special beam cannon." Nappa realized his mistake too late, as the attack shot straight for him faster than he could avoid it. At the last moment, Vegeta hurled himself down towards Nappa, moving easily at least twice as fast as Piccolo's attack. "Dodge, you imbecile." He kicked his larger comrade out of the way of the blast, and it sped by, knocking a chunk out of Nappa's armor. Vegeta turned to see Goku and Raditz charging at him. "Hurry up and deal with these pests," he snarled, launching himself back into the sky. Nappa turned back to Piccolo. The Namekian was breathing heavily, completely exhausted. "Well," Nappa said, smirking, "you have pretty good energy control. If Vegeta hadn't intervened, I'd have lost my head. Too bad for you." Now, sparks started to build around his body. "My turn." The ground shook as Nappa's power built up within him. Piccolo's reactions were still sharp, tired as he was, and he knew he had to attack before his enemy had finished preparing his attack. Piccolo leapt forward, throwing a punch at Nappa's throat, but the Saiyan caught it in one hand, and with the other he dealt Piccolo a devastating blow to the side of the head. Piccolo staggered back, clutching at his aching skull. Hey Namek. Nappa lifted his head, then threw it forwards, a yellow energy beam bursting out of his mouth. Yeah. Piccolo looked up just in time to see the oncoming attack, and the blast hit him full on. A huge smoke cloud formed, and when it blew away, Piccolo was still standing. At first it appeared he'd survived somehow. Damn you Saiyans, he growled, then stumbled, fell, and lay still. I'll revenge, he fell silent. Nappa wiped his mouth. Hey, not bad. He lasted longer than I expected. Now then, he turned to Yamcha, Krillin and Gohan, still staring at him in shock. Who's next? In the air, Vegeta again faced Raditz and Goku, smiling slightly. My sincerest apologies. I believe before I left I said something about showing you the full extent of my power. HMPH. Raditz didn't see the point. We get it, you're powerful. Well, we're strong too, why don't we show you? He raised his guard. Vegeta grinned. Oh, I'm sure you are. But nowhere near this. He spread his limbs outward, then sent out a huge wave of power. What the Goku shielded himself. All that energy, it just came out of nowhere. Storm clouds gathered, and a hurricane force wind picked up. Tsunami-sized waves flung themselves outwards, and at the center of the maelstrom hovered the Saiyan Prince, flinging around massive amounts of energy like it was nothing. Across the sea, whole buildings collapsed as tremors ran through the earth. Abruptly, Vegeta lowered his hands, and the storm died down. Silence fell. Now, he asked them, do you see what you are up against? Now do you realize that it is impossible to overcome such power? Well, Raditz was visibly shaking. That is, quite impressive. Yeah. Goku had been pushed back by the force of Vegeta's power, and had only just flown back up to him. I really can't believe this guy. Of course. Vegeta clenched his fists. I could destroy this whole planet if I wanted to. And now that you know it's futile to fight me, let me make you an offer. Come with me. Rejoin the Saiyan race. Think of the worlds we can conquer together. The battles we can fight, the glories we can win. Neither of you would serve me much better than Nappa. No way. Goku gestured down at the planet. Raditz already made me the same offer and I've got everything I need right here. What you do is just wrong, no question. I expected that from you, you're an Earthling through and through now. One of the good guys. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. But how about you, Raditz? I was going to kill you for incompetence, but with such a high power level that'd just be a waste now. You only allied with these lesser beings out of necessity. Join me. Together, we can dispose of this renegade trash Kakarot, cleanse and sell this world, and carve out an empire. Raditz seemed to be laughing. Eh? What's funny? The prince growled. You know, Raditz looked up at Vegeta. You almost had me there. I was seriously considering accepting your offer. But his eyes narrowed. That renegade trash you're talking about is my brother. You want me to turn on him like that? He spread his arms out, building energy and igniting his ore. Go to hell. Nappa advanced slowly towards the two human fighters, who stood shielding Gohan. Oh man, Krillin moaned, that guy just killed Piccolo. We're doomed. Not yet, we're not. Yamcha took a step forwards. We took those green guys out, and there were 6 of them. I know we can take this one. Let's try our most powerful techniques right off the bat, don't want to take any chances. Okay. Krillin nodded to Gohan. You might want to stay behind us, kid. He put one hand in the air, palm up, as Yamcha held his hand out in front of his face. Kienzan Ha. Spirit Bulgo. The two attacks arced their way towards Nappa, who grinned. His scouter warned him about Krillin's razor-edged disc of Kai, so he jumped over it, but he grabbed Yamcha's attack between both hands and... Did he just eat my spirit bowl? Yamcha asked, incredulous. Nappa landed in front of them. Hey, not bad. Anything else you want to try before you die? He kicked Krillin in the chest, the short warrior flying away and landing face down in the sand next to Gohan. Yamcha grimaced. Alright, that does it. You can't just toss us around like we're some kind of joke. Wolf Fang Fist. He leapt at Nappa, but the Saiyan caught both of his swinging hands and headbutted him into the ground beside Krillin. Apparently I can. The humans climbed to their feet. I'll somebody get the number of that truck. Yamcha rubbed his head. Alright, we're not finished yet. Right? Krillin looked at Gohan. Hey Gohan, did your dad ever teach you the Kamehameha technique? Gohan nodded anxiously. Alright, think you can try it now? We're both gonna fire, so we want to add all our power together. Right? Gohan turned to face Nappa, and the 3 defenders of the earth cupped their hands by their sides, focusing all their energy into a single point. Kamihami, they all said together. Ooh, this should be fun. Nappa stretched his shoulder muscles. Let's see it. Ha! The 3 blue beams shot at Nappa, meeting just in front of him, and colliding with the Saiyan brute as one. For a moment, the light from their attack blocked out everything. Then, they began to see movement. Nappa was striding forward through their attack, pushing it back. He kept walking, completely unfazed, until he was standing inches away. Then he just stood still until they finally ran out of energy, and their beams faded and died down. Nappa stood towering above them, smoke rising from his ruined armor, his scouters smashed. Hey, I almost felt that one. He grabbed Krillin by the head, lifting him clean into the air. But I'm getting bored now, so I figure it's time to finish this. He effortlessly twisted Krillin's head 180 degrees, snapping his neck like a twig. Still smiling, he dumped the body at Yamcha's feet. You're next, Scarface, but I thought I'd give you a minute to soak it up. Yamcha stood motionless, trying to speak. And no Krillin, why you? He shrank back in fear of Nappa. Gohan, now in front of Yamcha, stared down at Krillin's lifeless body. His shoulders shook, and tears rolled down from his eyes. It wasn't that Krillin had been a great friend, he'd only seen him twice in his life, but Gohan had simply never seen anyone die before. You killed him. It wasn't the most eloquent of battle cries, but coming from a child of 5, it was enough. Gohan charged forward, slamming his shoulder into Nappa's gut. The half-Saiyan child jumped up as Nappa doubled over, wheezing in pain, smashing both fists into Nappa's face. Nappa howled and staggered backwards, and Gohan kicked him straight back into the water. What? The Yamcha stared in disbelief. Gohan. Raditz charged at Vegeta, landing a solid punch to the prince's jaw. As Vegeta spun round, Raditz, still in a rage, grabbed him by his hair and smashed Vegeta's face into his knee. Before he could land another blow, Vegeta spun out of his grasp, raining punches on Raditz and knocking him away. Vegeta stood upright in the air. Well, Raditz, I didn't think you had it in you. As Raditz was about to reply, Goku interrupted. Gohan. What's he doing down there? He flew down towards the island at full speed. I've got to get him out of here, Vegeta intercepted, appearing in front of Goku and kicking him away. Oh, no, you don't. Vegeta laughed a little, noticing Gohan's tail. So, you've got a son on this planet. Well, let's see how well he does against Nappa, shall we? You human friends, too. They hovered there, in a standoff, watching events unfold. But the tension snapped when Krillin died. Goku flew at Vegeta, uncaring of the odds. Krillin. Raditz charged in after his brother, joining the brutal combat. For every blow they struck, Vegeta would give them 2 or 3 each in return. Every time Goku broke away to help his son, the prince blocked his way. Damn you. Goku yelled. Hold on, Gohan. Gohan was breathing heavily, almost unable to believe he had just fought like that. But before he could fully recover, Nappa leapt back onto dry land, shaking water off himself like a dog. Well, the kid's got spirit. He raised one gigantic fist. Maybe a little too much. Gohan trembled in fear. Gohan. No. Goku tried to reach them, but Vegeta knocked him away again, spinning to face Raditz. Nappa's fist swung downwards. Dodenray. An arrow beam of yellow light slammed into the side of Nappa's face, knocking him flat on his back. Everyone turned in the direction the attack had come from. A bald 3-eyed man stood on the beach, one smoking finger held out in front of him. Tien. Goku's face lit up. Tien. It is you. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you. Wow, you must have been hiding your energy real well. None of us even knew you were coming. Tien's stern expression lightened. It's good to see you all too. I'm sorry I took so long to get here. It could have been even longer, but luckily I remembered how long it would take me to get back down Snake Way, and left early. Goku blinked. Snake into what now? Vegeta stared at the newcomer. This can't be the human that died defending Raditz. Proof that the Dragon Balls do work, at least. Nappa pulled himself to his feet. I'll tell you the whole story later, Tien said, nodding to Goku. Why? Nappa rubbed his cheek. I don't know where you came from, but you're gonna regret that. He made a grab at Tien, but swung at thin air, stumbling forward. Hey, what? The Tien now stood behind him. He ignored Nappa, walking over to Yamcha and Gohan. He noticed Krillin's body. Damn it. He clenched his fists. I was still too late. Yamcha indicated the water where Piccolo's body floated. He got Piccolo too. Tien glared at Nappa. Which means the Dragon Balls are useless. And even if they weren't, Krillin's already been wished back, it won't work again. He strode towards the massive Saiyan. You're going to pay for this. Shut up. You're nothing compared to us. Nappa lashed out, but Tien caught his fist in one hand. Well, I can't say much for your speed, he smiled. But you look pretty resilient. Beating you could take a while, so I think I'll speed things up a bit. He shifted to a lower stance, concentrating all his power at once. A flame-red orb blazed into life around him. Kicking. Moving even faster than before, he started hammering away at Nappa, easily countering the blundering counterattacks and raining precision strikes all over Nappa's body. After a few seconds, the Saiyan could take it no more, launching a wave of energy in every direction which staggered Tien back. Tien jumped over Nappa, landing behind him. Alright, I need to finish this cake in times 2. He became a blur and disappeared. Nappa glanced around frantically, and a fraction of a second later, something impacted with his back. There was an audible crack as his spine gave way, and Nappa toppled to the ground, his face twisted in agony. Tien reappeared in front of him, his red aura fading. What was that? Raditz asked in disbelief. He was almost as fast as me for a second there, and for a mere human Tien floated up next to Goku and Raditz. It's a technique King Kai taught me in the other world. The kick in it multiplies my strength, but I have to be careful, or it could damage my body if I use it too much. He said especially to never use it to more than double my power. But that's incredible. Goku laughed. Using that Kaiothinji, you surpassed me. Altogether, we might have a chance of beating Vegeta. Vegeta was speechless. A power high enough to crush Nappa and a mere human, what was he? Tien turned his three-eyed gaze on the prince. Vegeta, right. Hey, Goku, Raditz, why don't you give me a shot at him? He stepped in front of the Saiyan brothers, before turning back for a moment. Oh, and Raditz, good to see you on our side. You don't have to be like them. He focused back on Vegeta. Now, you let me show you the true strength of humanity. Tien was a realist. He'd felt Vegeta's power all the way from Kami's lookout, and he'd seen him toss around Goku and Raditz like they were amateurs. And because of his tri-beam technique, he had experience with pushing his body to the limit, so hopefully he could manage this. Sorry, King Kai, he thought grimly. Kick in ×3. Power exploded around his body, and Tien dashed in, the sudden burst of speed surprising Vegeta. A flurry of punches sent him flying backwards, and Tien spun around behind his opponent. Incredible. Raditz couldn't believe his eyes. He's more powerful than I am. The kick to the stomach sent Vegeta flying, and Tien raced forwards, pressing his advantage. However, Vegeta vanished before Tien's next attack connected. He appeared above Tien, crashing into him with both feet and knocking him away. Tien flipped upright, his aura evaporating. The prince wiped blood from his face. You will pay for that, human. He resumed his stance. Now, if you're done showing off, I've gotten over my surprise, and even with that boost, it'll still be easy to wipe all three of you from this world. He flew at his three enemies, and battle rejoined. Gohan and Yamcha stared up at the high-speed combat. Wow, Yamcha muttered, look at him go. Can we win? Gohan asked, wide-eyed. I don't know. Yamcha squinted, trying to keep up. Whatever that attack of Tien's was, it must have drained him, cause he stopped using it. And even with three of them, that Vegeta guy's picking them apart. They just can't match his speed. At Capsule Corporation, everyone was thoroughly confused. Bulma hesitated. Both of the 4,000 power levels have vanished, so I guess one of the Saiyans is down, but so is Piccolo. That could be a good thing, you know, Launch pointed out. I mean, Piccolo was pretty evil too, he was only fighting for us cause he had to. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, what worries me is I'm not picking up Krillin's power anymore, and suddenly there's this big new one, which has been jumping up and down, sometimes almost as high as that other Saiyan. The Ox King shifted nervously. You don't think Krillin is? I just don't know. Bulma sighed. This far away, if he fell unconscious, or was just really tired, it wouldn't pick him up at all, so it's impossible to tell until the battle is over. Kai folded her arms. Well, I'm just glad I stopped them sending my Gohan out there. Can you imagine my poor little boy fighting aliens at his age? No, it's better if he just keeps up his studies. There are more ways to make the world a better place than fighting, you know. Yeah, I guess, Bulma answered. Not really relevant. Vegeta grabbed hold of Goku's leg and swung him away into Raditz, sending both Saiyans flying away in a tangle of limbs. Tien hung in the air in front of Vegeta, struggling to think past the pain from the beating he'd just taken. Well, that was quite a dramatic entrance, Vegeta told him, but I think it's fair to say you haven't quite lived up to the hype. After what you did to Nappa, I was expecting more of a fight. Well, I guess you are only a human. Tien scowled at him. How is it possible for somebody so strong to exist? Even a cake in ×3 didn't faze him well. I guess there's only one option. He closed his eyes, summoning up his strength, his third eye always remaining open, staring at Vegeta. Goku and Raditz separated, looking over at Tien as steam rose from his body. The ocean started to evaporate beneath him, creating a whirlpool of boiling water. Please, body. He thought. Don't fail me now. Ya cake in ×4. On King Kai's planet, the blue-skinned deity's antenna pricked up. Times what? Goku and Raditz saw only a flash of red as Tien slammed into Vegeta. The human warrior knocked Vegeta back and forth, one way and the other, past them and back again, much faster than their senses could follow. The fighters reappeared mere feet away in front of them, Tien kicking Vegeta away into the air. Tien relaxed, his aura disappearing. Veins stood out all over him. Sweat rolled down his body. He gasped for breath. Take that, you overgrown monkey. Goku steadied his friend. Take it easy, Tien. You did great. Hold that thought. Raditz tapped Goku on the shoulder, pointing to Vegeta, who was just starting to recover from Tien's ferocious assault. He hovered shakily in the air, one eye half closed from a vicious elbow to his forehead. Bruises, cracks in his armor and dripping blood dotted his body. I will not stand for this. He roared. I will not be beaten by you, human. He launched himself into the air, coming to a halt several hundred meters above the earth. Feel free to dodge this attack. If it hits the ground, it'll destroy your whole planet. What? Raditz gasped. Vegeta, are you insane? You'll die with us. That is the difference between us. Vegeta started to glow with purple energy. I am a true Saiyan. I will sacrifice anything for my pride. What do you know of honor? He raised his hands next to his head. Gallic gun. Kakarot. Raditz charged energy in both his hands. Human person. Prepared to deflect his attack. You don't need to tell me. Goku focused his power. Kami-Hami. Tien raised his hands. I don't have much energy left, but I'll give what I have. Tri-beam. The three warriors released their attacks simultaneously. Ha! Vegeta, seeing the oncoming beam, threw his hands forward. Fire. The gigantic purple beam of energy raced down towards the earth, only to be met by the opposing attack, a blend of Raditz, Goku and Tien's attacks red, blue and yellow. The explosion when the two beams collided sent out such massive waves of force the island Kame House it stood on completely sank beneath the waves. Tidal waves of unprecedented scale swept the coasts on all sides of the ocean which the battle was being fought on. News crews, hurrying to track down the aliens, found their helicopters grounded. At Capsule Corporation, all the reverse-engineered scouters being used to track the battle exploded simultaneously, unable to handle the massive energy spike. All over the world, delicate scientific instruments scanning for electromagnetic waves suffered fatal malfunctions, sometimes detonating violently. Goku struggled to keep pushing his Kai forward, but maintaining his Kamehameha was an uphill struggle. Even with all three of them working together, Vegeta's attack was beginning to push its way downwards. They were losing. Raditz grinned. At least I'll die knowing I was right about just how conceited this guy is. Huh? What's that? Goku found it difficult to concentrate on Raditz talking, with all the effort he was putting into his blast, but he tried to focus. Gallic was a great Saiyan hero. He claimed to be descended from the Super Saiyan. I can't believe Vegeta has the nerve to compare himself with such a great warrior. The three fighters started to sink lower in the air, trying to use as little Kai as possible to fly, to put more into the struggle. Super Saiyan. I'll have to tell you that one in the next world. Raditz turned back to face upwards, focusing on staying alive as long as possible. Goku grimaced. There didn't seem to be anything they could do. If they dodged out of the way, the earth would be destroyed. Tien. Goku shouted. Any chance you could try the Kai or whatever? I don't think so. Tien shouted back over the roar of Vegeta's steadily approaching attack. I've already pushed it way past the limit. My body has barely enough energy left to sustain this tri-beam as it is. I don't think I could do even the basic level Kakin. I know this is asking a lot of you, Tien, but you have to try. We'll all die anyway if you don't. I don't know, it's too much. Tien. Do you want Earth to be destroyed or what? Goku's eyes narrowed. He knew it sounded harsh, but it was the only way they could win. Everyone will die. Chiaozu. Do you want that for Chiaozu? Does he deserve that? Tien took a deep breath. All three of his eyes closed to rare sight. He reached deep inside himself, summoning the last of his strength. Saiyan. He yelled up at Vegeta. He didn't know if the prince could hear him, and he didn't care. Even if it kills me, I can't let you win. Yar. The familiar flame-red aura exploded to life around him. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged angrily. We're with you, Tien. Goku reassured him, redoubling his own efforts. Hurry up. Raditz muttered shakily. Kakin. Times 3. There was a furious roar as power flooded out of Tien, pouring up into the combined beam and colliding with Vegeta's at full force. Vegeta was grinning, almost laughing at last. He created a situation these fools couldn't escape from. It was their planet or themselves, and of course they chose to die like heroes. This is the end for all of you. There's nothing you can do now. Nothing left to do. What is the colossal energy wave crashed into Vegeta, flinging him away into the sky, with one final scream of rage. Tien collapsed, almost unconscious, and Goku caught him, holding his friend up in the air. That was awesome. Nice work, Tien. Tien gasped, drawing in ragged breaths as his muscles burned from the strain he put himself through. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Raditz folded his arms, staring up at the sky. But I don't think they killed him. Are you serious? Goku's eyes whitened in shock. After that, nobody could have survived it. Vegeta could. Raditz scanned the sky above him for some sign of their enemy. Never underestimate someone like that. But he may be getting desperate. Vegeta hung in the air miles above, battered and bruised, smoke rising from small burns all over his body. This cannot be happening. I am the prince of my race. I should be able to crush this entire world. And yet these low-class warriors and this earthling resist me. His whole body shook with anger. How can they? How dare they? What right do they have to stand in my way? If I claim this world, they should obey me. He hurled himself off through the air. I will be immortal. I just need to find this world's moon. Several minutes of searching yielded nothing. Where is it? You can't just hide it, damn moon. Raditz spun around as his Kai sense flared up. Here he comes. Goku, still holding up Tien, turned in the direction Raditz was looking. That's him all right. He's not gonna be happy. Hey Tien, I think I'm going to have to fight. Can you fly on your own? Goku looked down at the sea. Otherwise you might have to swim. I'll try. Tien pushed away, holding himself in the air a little shaky, but it was enough. Okay, I can't fight, but I can hang here under my own power and leave you free. Alright. Raditz, you ready? I don't think I've ever been ready to fight someone like Vegeta, Raditz muttered. Vegeta came to a halt in front of them. I bet you're feeling pretty good about this battle right now. And maybe you thought destroying the moon would stop me transforming. Goku took a second to realize what he was talking about. Oh, that was Piccolo. I don't care who it was. The point is he thrusts one hand upwards, producing a pure white ball of light. You haven't stopped me. This technique creates an artificial moon, which means nothing's changed. Once I transform, you're all going to die. Oh, and I wouldn't look too closely at it if I were you, he grinned. Only high-class fighters like myself have learned to control this form, so if you transformed you'd attack friend and foe alike, you wouldn't be helping your friends at all. The ball of light hovered in the air, and Vegeta stared up at it. This battle is over. His transformation will take a few seconds, right? Goku frowned. Raditz had told him all about the Saiyan transformation. We've got to think of something, or he'll kill us all. Vegeta began to grow, reaching double his normal size in under a second. Raditz glanced down at Gohan and Yamcha, staring up at the battle above. He remembered just in time Gohan was part Saiyan, too. Gohan. Don't look up. Keep your head down. Vegeta's made an artificial moon, and you'll transform if you look. Fur began to sprout all over Vegeta's body, and his face lengthened out into his snout. Right? Gohan turned his gaze down to the ocean. Hey Yamcha, I can't look at it, so will you tell me what's going on up there? Yamcha nodded. Sure thing, kid. Tien spoke up. Goku, Raditz, there's something I could try. The other technique King Kai taught me, the spirit bomb. What's that? Goku asked. It uses energy gathered from the entire world, every living thing, even the planet itself, to make an extremely powerful attack. I don't know if it'd stop Vegeta, but it's worth a shot. Then do it. Anything's worth a try if it'll help us win. Raditz grinned. We might have a chance. Tien stretched his hands out upwards, calming his mind. The problem is, I'll need time to gather all the planet's energy, and I don't think we have much. I think he's done. Tien pointed, and the others looked around. Vegeta had finished his transformation, and was looking down at them with an evil grin. Now what will you do, insects? He rumbled. Tien. Raditz stared straight into the artificial moon. You'll have your time. I'll hold Vegeta off. But it's like he said, you won't be able to control yourself. Goku started to panic. How will you know who to attack? The driving thought in my mind for the past year, Raditz said, through gritted teeth which were already lengthening into fangs, has been to beat Vegeta. Hopefully it's a strong enough drive to at least direct my anger when I transform. RGHE, too, began to grow, within 10 seconds, becoming a second gigantic monkey-like beast. Rah. Raditz's eyes narrowed, and he hurled himself at Vegeta. What? Vegeta raised his massive arm to block the first thundering blow. How's that? He does remember. Goku grinned. Tien, how are you doing? It'll take a couple of minutes, but I'm getting there. Tien smiled. I hadn't realized how much energy this planet has. The spirit bomb will take care of Vegeta for sure. Alright, I just have to take care of something. Goku flew down to Gohan and Yamcha. Hey, guys. This is intense. Yamcha was still staring as Vegeta grappled with Raditz. They've turned into giant apes. Well, apes don't have tails, Gohan pointed out. Oh, right. Yamcha rubbed the back of his head. I knew that. Goku put a hand on each of their shoulders. You've both been really brave, thanks for all your help. But it's too dangerous here. I can't let my son get caught up in a battle like this. And Yamcha, I need you to look after Gohan. Will you do that for me? Yamcha laughed. No need to hide it, Goku, this battle is far beyond me. You're just trying to be nice. But sure, I'll watch Gohan. Come on, he said to Gohan, let's get you back home. With any luck, your mom will never know you were gone. Right? Gohan took something off his back, a short red staff. He held it out to his father. Take this, Dad. I found it in your room at home, and it made me feel braver cause it reminded me of you. Goku took it. My old power pole, huh? It grew slightly longer to accommodate its larger wielder. Thanks. Why don't I use it to remind me of you? He whirled the weapon around a bit. It's been a while, huh? Well, let's get going, Yamcha said. He and Gohan took off, heading for land. Goku flew back up to Tien. How's Raditz doing? He asked. Not great. Tien indicated the transformed Saiyans, trading blows which vibrated in the two onlookers' bones. He's putting up a good fight, but Vegeta clearly has the advantage. I expected that, Goku replied. Raditz told me that a Saiyan gets 10 times stronger when they transform, so since Vegeta started out more powerful, he's going to stay that way. Plus, having full control over the form lets Vegeta use his skill more efficiently. He's still able to plan and fight like an intelligent being. I think Raditz knew he'd lose. Tien started to glow faintly with white light as he gathered energy from the planet. He never planned to do anything more than buy me time for the spirit bomb. It's taking much longer to gather than I thought. He grimaced. I spent too much time practicing the Kakin. It helped earlier, when I used it up to ×4, but here it might mean my spirit bomb isn't finished in time, and Vegeta kills us all. Goku turned back to the battle. Come on, Raditz, hold on a little longer. Vegeta sidestepped Raditz's lunge and grabbed the other Saiyan's arm in both monstrous hands. He cruelly twisted it around, feeling the bones underneath snap under the pressure. Raditz howled and broke away, his arm hanging loose. Without warning, he shot a massive energy wave from his mouth which bowled Vegeta over. Raditz leapt after his enemy, but Vegeta caught him in mid-flight with his foot, then hammered both fists into Raditz's chest, ribs cracking with the force of the impact. Vegeta grinned, kicking Raditz down into the sea. After the massive impact of the monster hitting the water, there was nothing. The sea died down, and no movement came from underneath. Vegeta turned to the other two. They would be even easier to kill. Maybe he'd make Kakarot tell him how to find the Dragon Balls before killing him. Maybe not. There were bound to be others on this planet who knew. Damn. Tien moaned. Raditz is down, and I still need a little more time. I don't think I can buy you more than a few seconds. Goku tried to come up with a plan as Vegeta slowly approached. You've caused me a lot of trouble, Earthlings, Vegeta growled. But finally, I'm rid of you. He opened his mouth, and a purple glow came from within as he prepared to fire an energy beam. Oh, that's not good. Goku put himself in front of Tien. Maybe he could shield his friend from the attack. Vegeta roared, throwing his head forwards, but just as the beam was about to leave his mouth, he froze. Silence fell for several seconds, then was broken by a huge splashing sound. Vegeta's severed tail, hitting the water. Oh no, what did you? Vegeta shrunk as quickly as he'd grown, his bestial appearance fading until he'd returned to normal. No. Damn you, who could have? He turned to face his attacker, to see a short figure, hovering in the air, holding his sword. Goku and Tien gaped at the sight. That looks like Yajirobe's sword, but that's not him, Tien muttered. No, it's Goku. Did a double take. Gohan. Gohan stood facing Vegeta, a determined expression on his face. Vegeta looked down at the child with a mixture of confusion and hatred. How did you? Can't? He tripped over his words in shock. My uncle Raditz told me, if you cut a Saiyan's tail off, they can't transform. Gohan replied to Vegeta's half-spoken question. And I couldn't leave him and my dad to fight you on their own. I knew I had to help them. He leapt to Vegeta, swinging the sword, but the prince had got over his disorientation upon losing his tail, and kicked Gohan away. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Yamcha shouted, hovering between Vegeta and Gohan. Get out of my way. Vegeta launched an invisible Kai of energy, launching the two of them backwards. I'm not here to fight children and Earthlings. That's what I had napped before. But, he thought, for the loss of his tail, he'd be back for the half-breed when he was done with the real fighters. Goku appeared behind him. Tien didn't kill him, you know. Vegeta turned to face him. Ah, Kakarot. Back for more, I see. He smiled. And actually, we all killed him. He was lying on the island which, if you remember, sunk into the ocean when I launched my Gallic gun. It's been far too long for him not to have drowned. Though Raditz might still be alive, he hasn't been under long. Goku, reminded of Raditz's predicament, pointed down at the sea. Yamcha. Go get Raditz and pull him back up, or he'll drown. But he's grown so large. Yamcha shrugged. I don't think I could lift him. Then take the sword from Gohan and cut Raditz's tail off. Hurry. Goku yelled. Yamcha did as he was told, diving under the water. Gohan, guard Tien. Goku readied his power pole. I'll take care of Vegeta. He wondered how Gohan had got hold of Yajirobe's sword anyway. He'd have to ask him later. There were more important things to worry about now. The two Saiyans stared each other down. What makes you think you can fight me, Kakarot? Vegeta asked. Tell me where the Dragon Balls are and I might kill you quickly and cleanly. We've been through this. Goku answered. I don't care how powerful you are, I'm not giving up. A thought occurred to him. Although if you want to go home now, feel free. Huh? You want me to run away on the brink of victory? Actually, you've already lost. The Dragon Balls were created by a being called Kami, and he's linked to Piccolo, the Namekian you killed. What? If Piccolo dies, Kami dies. And if Kami dies, the Dragon Balls cease to exist. What? Goku smiled. So you may as well go. There's nothing to fight for anymore. Leave this planet in peace. Nothing, you say. Vegeta clenched his fists. I have my honor to fight for. I can't let myself be humiliated by low-class scum like you and Raditz, much less these humans. Besides, if it's Namekians that can create Dragon Balls, I'll just go to their home planet of Namek when I'm done here, and make myself immortal there. And in the meantime, that makes you and all your friends useless to me. He charged at Goku. Prepare yourself. Vegeta struck the first blow, his fist crashing into Goku's head and knocking him back. Goku power pole extend. Goku shouted, and it grew in length in an instant, the end crashing into Vegeta's face, and causing him to let go, staggering away. Goku followed up with a kick to the side, which Vegeta batted away with an uncoordinated swing of his hand, only just avoiding another hit due to the pain in his face. Damn it, Kakarot, I'll crush you, just like Raditz. Your power as he was interrupted as Goku moved to the attack again, fending off a volley of feet, fists, and strikes with the power pole. You're injured now, Vegeta. Goku answered, gritting his teeth in intense focus. One mistake, and the prince's superior strength would give him the upper hand again. And you're slowing down. Looks like all of us working together is too much for you. And, he added in his mind, well, I probably won't win in the long run, I don't have to. I just need to last long enough for Tien to gather energy for the spirit bomb. Vegeta broke away, flying around behind Goku, the renegade Saiyan turning to face him. The battle resumed, with Vegeta on the offensive now. After a few seconds of perfectly timed strikes and blocks, one of Vegeta's attacks got through Goku's guard, knocking the wind out of him. Vegeta grabbed Goku by the shoulders and started flying straight down towards the ground. Hey Kakarot. Ever wanted to see the ocean floor up close? Only, without all that irritating water to soften the landing, he narrowed his eyes, using the force of his Kai to push all the water for miles around out of his way, leaving the surrounding seafloor empty for several minutes. Damn it. Goku struggled in Vegeta's grip. This is gonna hurt Nimbus. He yelled in desperation. Come on, get here in time. The fighters hurtled towards the floor, but mere meters from impact a golden cloud swooped by, carrying Goku off to the side. Vegeta, surprised by the sudden interference, tumbled head over heels through the air, and Goku took advantage of the distraction, appearing to his left and landing a devastating blow to Vegeta's stomach. The prince bent double, gasping for breath. Goku prepared to deliver the final blow, but discovered too late that Vegeta was only faking incapacitation, as the evil Saiyan stood up straight, blasting Goku at point-blank range, with a quick two-handed energy blast. Goku flew away, eventually slowing himself to a halt. Well, that wasn't very nice, he said, smirking. I seriously hope you're being sarcastic. That would be a whole new level of stupidity, even for you, Vegeta growled. Shall we continue? Goku raised his power pole. Allow me. Vegeta leapt back into battle. Goku ducked straight under his lunge, slinging his pole on his back, and came back up behind Vegeta, who immediately turned to face him, lashing out with both hands. Goku twisted to the side, dodging between the punches, and raised his hands to his face. Solar flare. To his surprise, Vegeta carried on moving through the light, grabbed Goku by his shirt, and headbutted him in the middle of his face. Goku fell away, clutching at his face. You know, Vegeta gloated, it's almost as if I was listening in on a fight when you used that exact attack. And to work out I should close my eyes would require, average intelligence. You wouldn't know anything about that, of course. Goku hadn't quite recovered when Vegeta barreled into him, his fists, feet, elbows and knees finding their targets with cruel precision. Already injured as he was, Goku couldn't stand more than a minute or two under the onslaught, and soon his defenses dropped. Vegeta held up his limp body and rammed home a few more punches for good measure. Then he hurled Goku towards the shore with all his strength. Drowning's too good for you, after the shame you've caused me. I'll finish you later slowly, and one piece at a time. He turned to the other still standing fighters. Tien was hovering with his hands in the air, a brilliant light surrounding his body, and Yamcha and Gohan floated in front of him, facing Vegeta in combat-ready stances. Completely out of the blue, Vegeta felt something like a tingling in his mind. What? Did I? Yes, it must be starting to work. I knew I could replicate their ability to sense energy without a scouter, but I haven't mastered it at all, so for me to sense anything would require. And he stared at Tien, still glowing with energy. An enormous power. They were stalling for time. Damn it all. He shot forward at full speed, rocketing for the three fighters. Yamcha was first to intercept, but Vegeta flung him aside like a rag doll. Gohan was faster than expected. He dodged over Vegeta's first strike, and started furiously attacking. Stop hurting my daddy. He bawled, as Vegeta struggled to fend off a hurricane of tiny fists and feet. Finally, Gohan overreached an attack, and Vegeta slammed his knee into the child's gut, then smacked him out of the way. And now he dashed over to Tien, holding his neck with one hand and crashing the other fist into the human's jaw, again and again, each strike punctuating a word. Never. Never. Never be beaten by a lesser being like you. His anger was reaching its peak, and he snarled like a rabid beast, holding Tien's barely conscious body. What will you do now? You can't launch your attack like that. Tien coughed, blood spraying into Vegeta's face. Just ask yourself, why am I not glowing anymore? Time seemed to stop. Vegeta's face froze in horror, as he heard the movement behind him too late. He spun around, ready to lash out, but stopped in bewilderment, seeing another Tien behind him. This one held a blindingly white ball of energy in one hand, and was flying straight at him. Tien rammed the spirit bomb right into Vegeta's chest, and let go. The detonation blinded Tien, Gohan and Yamcha for a full 10 seconds. When they could see again, Vegeta was gone, and Tien had merged back into one person, somewhat less injured than the one Vegeta had beaten up, but still extremely tired and worn. Did we win? Yamcha asked, hesitating in case Vegeta came back for another round. I think so. Tien smiled. We did it, guys. Now, let's go pick up Goku and head home. Yamcha nodded. Come on, Gohan. Let's tell your dad we won. Right? Gohan flew off towards where Goku had landed, on the shore to the west, touched down and ran up to him. Daddy. Daddy. Goku looked up, his face lighting up when he saw his son. Gohan. you're okay. And Tian and Yamcha, too. He added, noticing the humans following Gohan. I'm so proud of you, son. Father and son embraced, and for a moment, all seemed well. How did you get Yajirov's sword, anyway? He asked. And where is it now? Well, right about when I decided to come back and help, Yajirov came driving up. I guess he wanted to fight too. But as soon as he saw Vegeta as that monster, he turned right back around and left. I made him give me the sword, though, and when Yamcha had Raditz somewhere safe, he left it there with. Ah! Came the guttural cry from over to the right. Everyone looked around. Oh, no way. Yamcha shivered in fear. Over there, up the beach, don't tell me that's. Vegeta survived, Tien said grimly. I knew I should have spent more time practicing the spirit bomb. And of course, it hit him from the side, knocking him in this direction. He trudged over towards Vegeta, who was pulling himself up on his hands and knees. Yamcha followed Tien, telling Gohan, wait here with Goku, no matter what. Gohan nodded silently. The human warriors approached their defeated enemy, as he rolled to a sitting position, retrieving a remote control from inside his armor. Has still intact, guess the armor is good for something after all. He tapped a button, scowling when he saw Tien and Yamcha approaching. Stay back. Stay away from me. His attack pod streaked out of the sky, landing a few feet away, and he started crawling towards it. You've caused enough pain. Tien nodded. Yamcha, I don't have much energy left, can you? I got it. Yamcha raised a hand, a pulsing ball of energy forming in his palm. He prepared to fire it into Vegeta's skull. End of the road, saying. Wait. Goku's voice was shaky, but strong enough to carry along the beach. Don't do it. Yamcha hesitated. You'd better have a damn good reason for this. Please, don't kill him. Goku remained determined. It's not right, not like this. To kill an enemy in battle, to defeat them when there's no other way, is one thing. To shoot them in the back as they flee in defeat, that makes you no better than Vegeta. I am sorry, Goku. Yamcha sniffed, raising his hand again as Vegeta reached the open door of his ship. I hate disagreeing with you, but he's killed so many people, I can't let him escape. Yamcha. Goku yelled. I'm a Saiyan too, remember? And despite that, I'd never kill an innocent person. He might not show it, but Raditz has changed too. If the most vicious race in the universe can show compassion, why can't humans? And who's to say he can't change too? Raditz was just like him when he came to Earth. Tears were rolling down Yamcha's face. He hated himself for arguing with his best friend, but he couldn't let go of his convictions, and his conscience stood on a knife edge. His hand wavered in the air. I don't know. Yamcha, if you killed that man, I will never forgive you. Nobody seemed to know where that had come from. Goku never got angry with his friends. His Saiyan side was showing itself. Yamcha collapsed, the mental strain overwhelming him. Everyone watched in silence as Vegeta pulled himself into his ship, the door closing behind him. You haven't seen the last of me, scum, he hissed through bruised lips and shattered teeth. The ship took off, and as it had almost left the atmosphere, Yamcha released his energy blast just as a warning shot, and partially a stress reliever, but it cut a little close, and grazed the side of Vegeta's ship, sending it spiraling off course as it shot off into space. Everyone relaxed, the threat to Earth finally ended. It's over, Tien sighed. Finally, it's over. Shortly afterwards, Yamcha, after retrieving Raditz from further inland and laying him with the others, went and told the group at Capsule Corporation that the battle was finished, and shuffling his feet whenever he told them of a death, he recounted the events of the day. They flew over in Bulma's spacious hovertruck, immediately charging out to see their friends and family. Kai learned that Gohan had been fighting, and there was much wailing and gnashing of teeth, and much leaping for cover. The injured were taken to the hospital, where the doctors agreed not to ask any questions, and give them privacy when they were talking. I still can't get over both Krillin and Piccolo dying, Goku said the next morning. Everyone was gathered around the hospital beds where Goku and Raditz lay, having taken the worst beatings from Vegeta. It was the second time for Krillin, the poor man, Rashi added. And I'll miss the Dragon Balls, too. Without Piccolo and Kami to sustain them, they're useless, and that means all the people who died when they blew up that city are gone too. Idiots. Raditz's eyes opened for the first time in hours. Am I the only one who was paying attention to Vegeta and Nappa? Piccolo and Kami were members of a race called Namekians. Out came the chorus from the rest of the room, and met with a wall of blank stares. Raditz groaned. Look, somewhere out there is a whole planet of beings with the ability to create Dragon Balls. He would have slapped his forehead in exasperation, but both his arms were heavily bandaged, and in fact it hurt to move just about any part of his body. If you really want to wish them back, just go to planet Namek and use the ones there. But Launch, timid at the moment, scratched her head. How would we get all the way to outer space? I don't know. Raditz shut his eyes again. I've had my bright idea for the day, now I'm going back to sleep, if you don't mind. That's alright, you sleep now. Launch went to pat his shoulder, remembering just in time how painful the contact would be. Well, as it happens, Bulma said with a grin, holding up a remote control, I have an idea about that. Unfortunately, the remote control was a little damaged, and as the news report of the government team investigating Nappa's ship so helpfully showed, as soon as Bulma attempted to activate the ship, it set off the self-destruct, obliterating it. Everyone stared in shocked silence. Cheer up, all. A solution has presented itself. Someone appeared silhouetted in the doorway, a tall man smoking a cigarette and wearing a white lab coat, with blue-gray hair and a large mustache. Dad. What is it? Bulma asked as Dr. Brief entered the room. He smiled. Well, according to Raditz, Goku would have destroyed the ship he arrived on Earth in, correct? Scattered nods. Well, Master Roshi told me a story while you were all staying at Capsule Corporation. Roshi told me an interesting story, told to him by Goku's adoptive grandfather Gohan. Ha. My grandpa. Goku looked over at Roshi and Dr. Brief. What did he tell you? Apparently, Dr. Brief continued, Gohan found Goku while out walking in the woods, and here's the bit Roshi told me almost without thinking, or realizing its significance. He found him in some sort of strange craft. It wasn't until after he'd taken the child home he learned of his nocturnal transformation. Then that means, Tien grinned. Goku's ship is still here. On Earth Gohan must have found him before he ever transformed. We can use that to get to Namek. Indeed. Dr. Brief nodded. However, it's a small ship, it could only fit one of you, two at a stretch I suppose, and anyway, it sat there for years, hatch open, at the mercy of the elements. It's not ready anytime soon. I can solve both problems, repair and expand the thing, but unfortunately it'll take weeks, or even months. And Vegeta will be heading to Namek as soon as he's healed, Goku frowned. If we have to wait for months, he'll beat us there. There has to be a way of getting into space quicker. You need a spaceship, I hear. Came a polite voice from the window. Head swiveled to see Mr. Popo, hovering on his flying carpet just outside the window. I might be able to help. Preparations for the journey to Namek went quickly, once Bulma had confirmed that the ship Mr. Popo had found, Kami's old ship, was still functioning. Bulma was the obvious choice to pilot the ship. Dr. Brief needed to stay on Earth to work on Goku's ship, and besides, no force on Earth could move the good doctor or his wife from their home in Capsule Corporation. Tien and Yamcha, as the two fighters not still incapacitated after a few days, volunteered some powerful warriors would be necessary when heading off into the unknown. Gohan, feeling responsible for ensuring the return to life of all those the Saiyans had killed, also volunteered, and despite firm resistance from Kai, he stubbornly refused to change his mind. Raditz, pretending to be asleep, smiled when he heard Gohan stand up to his mother. Goku was also smiling, but that was because he really was asleep, dreaming about a martial arts tournament with a built-in all-you-can-eat buffet. The day they set out was an emotional one. Bulma wasn't too bothered about saying goodbye to her family. She'd been on long journeys before, but Gohan spent a long time on farewells, first in the hospital, tearful final words with Goku, and a vaguely acknowledging grunt from Raditz, then with his mother as he was about to board Kami's ship. Tien gave a final wave to Chiaotzu as the hatch closed, then the engines thundered to life, and they were off. Alright everyone, strap yourselves and we're here. Yamcha, Gohan and Tien scrambled for their seats as Bulma engaged the visual display. Planet Namek filled the screen, growing larger by the second. The ship shook as it passed through the atmosphere, swooped down over the ground, then touched down, less than gracefully. We made it, Yamcha said, grinning as he leapt out of his seat. Ignoring Bulma's warnings about the atmosphere, the gravity, and so on, they climbed down out of the ship and walked out onto the planet's surface. So this is planet Namek, huh? Tien asked, gazing around at the blue-tinted vegetation and the small islands that dotted the planet, with no major landmasses like Earth's continents. I can't believe I'm actually standing on another planet. Yamcha stood next to Tien, Gohan slightly behind them, and Bulma running to catch up. Well, I guess we'd better start right away. Bulma, you got the radar? Sure thing, she replied, smiling as she activated the small device. Bulma was still wearing a scouter, having taken several spares on the ship. Man, hunting for Dragon Balls, this brings back memories. She pressed the main button on the Dragon radar, and several blinking dots appeared. Hey, it works. Let's see, 4 of them are in one place, the other 3 scattered across the planet. We should. Her scouter beeped, right as the others looked around, warned by their Kai senses. 2 humanoid creatures stood on a rock face above them. Yamcha stared at the newcomers. Those guys are wearing armor like the Saiyans. But Saiyans they're not, don't look Namekian either, Tien added. One had blue skin and small horns on his forehead, the other was purple-skinned and reptilian. Whoever they are, they've got weapons and armor, so let's just hope it's not us they're going to pick a fight with. One of the aliens laughed. You picked the wrong planet to land on, with pathetic power levels like that. Hey, Sui, let's give him a scare. Sounds good, the other replied. He raised his arm-mounted weapon, which fired a blue beam of energy that crashed into their ship, blowing a hole into one side and out the other. Our ship. Bulma shrieked. How are we gonna get home now? Hey. Yamcha flew up towards the aliens. Tien, Gohan, let me handle this. If you say so. Tien nodded. Yamcha scowled at the aliens. That was not smart. Start running or I break you in two. Ah, shut him up. One of the aliens ordered the other. They raised their blasters and fired, the beams detonating violently on impact. Ha! Stupid tourist, should have at least tried to dodge. Yamcha, completely unharmed, appeared inches away from them. Shoot me again. Go on. See what happens. He flexed his muscles, and the aliens turned to run. Moving faster than their eyes could follow, he intercepted them, quick targeted blows, knocking them unconscious. He jumped back down to the others, smiling with self-satisfaction. They'll be out for a day or so. Not bad, huh? Not bad. Not bad. Bulma stomped up to him. Oh, here we go. The ship has a hole in it. We are stuck here. On this planet. With no way home. Why didn't you stop them before that happened, huh, Mr. Big Brave Warrior? They didn't seem like much of a threat at first. They had space guns. And so it went, for quite a while. Goku and Raditz, still recovering, often found themselves on their own for hours at a time, and as boredom set in the younger brother's case, this didn't take long. Goku started asking Raditz about the Saiyan race. What were they like? He asked first. It's hard to imagine a whole planet full of us. Raditz nodded. It was wonderful, while it lasted. A life of battle, of conquest, everything our kind lives for. The only downside, our victories were not ours alone. We served another, the tyrant Frieza. Frieza? Who's that? Goku started paying more attention. What kind of hold did he have on us, to make an entire planet of warriors his servants? The only thing is Saiyan respects power. Raditz frowned. Frieza is the most powerful being in the universe. Remember how Vegeta had to summon up all his energy, and push himself to the limit to produce an attack with enough power to destroy the planet. Frieza could do that with the merest flick of a finger. There is no being alive that can defeat Frieza. Even if all of our armies had risen against him in unison, millions and millions of the galaxy's finest warriors, he could have killed them without any effort. That doesn't sound good. There's someone out there far more powerful than Vegeta. Right? Now you see how he so easily enslaved us. Vegeta was always talking about how he'd keep fighting and get stronger while Frieza sat around doing nothing, and one day Vegeta would become the strongest in the universe, and defeat Frieza once and for all. He chuckled. Personally, I think he's crazy. I've never seen a being with even a tenth of Frieza's power. It's impossible. Don't say that. Goku sat up a little. Anything's possible, you just have to work hard for it. A year ago, I would have said it was impossible for us to get strong enough to fight Vegeta, but we won the battle. He had to run away. You're wrong. Raditz's face darkened. Frieza is completely unlike Vegeta. There is no fighting him. But Vegeta would always insist one day he'd do it. He'd become the Super Saiyan and free us from the tyrant. Of course, since a meteor destroyed our home planet, there aren't many of us left to free less since Nappa died. There's that phrase again. Goku raised an eyebrow. Super Saiyan. What is that? Raditz sighed. Well, according to legend, 1,000 years ago, on the original home planet of the Saiyans, a demigod emerged. The Golden Warrior, who could only control his power in his transformed state. But his anger and his power were too great to control, and he destroyed our home planet and himself. Some Saiyans escaped to the planet Plant, which after we conquered it many centuries later, we named Vegeta after the warrior who led us to victory, the father of the Vegeta you and I fought. Wow, and Vegeta thinks he can become this Super Saiyan. Would he be able to beat Frieza then? It's just an old story. It doesn't mean anything. Good night. Raditz rolled over and pretended to go to sleep. Well, it looks safe, Tien said, indicating the cave in front of them, and we'll need somewhere to sleep tonight, so come on in. Alright. I'll set up the capsule house and another scouter alert, and Bulma went pale. Guys, I think we should get inside right now. The four travelers scrambled into the cave, getting inside just in time to avoid a large group of assorted aliens, which shot past through the air at incredible speed. That can be good, Yamcha muttered, breathing out once they passed. I know what you mean. Tien wiped his forehead. Some of those guys must have been as strong as Vegeta. And that guy in the middle. Gohan was trembling. He was unbelievably strong. He made Vegeta look like nothing. I'm afraid the news just gets worse, Bulma indicated the dragon radar. Those guys have got the 4 Dragon Balls with them. What do we do? There's no way we can beat people like that. She trembled a little. We owe it to all the people the Saiyans killed, but how are we going to make our wish with these people around? We'll find a way. Tien nodded to Yamcha and Gohan. Let's follow them discreetly. Sorry, Bulma, but you can't move fast enough. I'll have a capsule house waiting in here for you guys, Bulma replied, starting to unpack her bag. You come back safe. Will do. Yamcha gave a thumbs up. Let's go, guys. The 3 of them took off, moving in a strange hopping semi-flight to suppress their power. The group they were following seemed to have stopped, there was that at least. Only a few minutes later, the 3 of them were lying in hiding on a ledge overlooking an Namekian village. But judging by the state of Gohan's temper, they weren't going to be in hiding for very long. The Namekians were being uncooperative and refusing to give Frieza their Dragon Ball, and the tyrant, in a typical display of his short temper, was having them killed one by one. Finally, when one of the two fleeing children was vaporized in mid-step, Gohan snapped. They killed him. He hissed, his whole body shaking. Calm down, Gohan. Tien put a hand on the child's shoulder. There's nothing we can do against guys like that. We'll just get ourselves killed too, Yamcha added. I don't care. Gohan leapt to his feet, rocketing down towards the village. I can't take it anymore. Oh, this is going to suck, Yamcha muttered, following him. Tien flew along wordlessly. The monstrous Dodoria, Frieza's number 2 henchman, stood over the Namekian child and, one arm raised to crush the life from his target. Without warning, Gohan crashed into Dodoria, knocking him through the wall behind him. Yamcha kicked Dodoria away as he was about to get up, and Tien stood between them and the bewildered soldiers. Move, he urged. They won't take long to recover. As Yamcha and Gohan took off with the surviving Namekian child, Tien stood his ground to buy them time to escape. Dodoria Frieza chimed in sweetly as Dodoria struggled to his feet. What's wrong with this picture? The pink-skinned brute scratched his head. Is it a trick question? Kill him and get after the others, you buffoon. Right. Dodoria leapt at Tien, who immediately tensed up. Kaken ×2. The red aura flared, and Tien's foot collided with Dodoria's neck, sending waves of force rolling away. But Dodoria just smiled, unaffected, and elbowed Tien in the stomach, doubling him over. Gah! He choked, falling away. Dodoria took off after the others, and Tien caught his breath, giving chase and powering up to Kaken ×4. He's gaining on them even if I can move faster than him. The others can't. He swooped over Dodoria's head, coming down between them and their pursuer. Guys, we can't outrun him. Get behind me and protect the Namek kid. Right? Yamcha stood in a combat-ready stance, Gohan at his side, Den trembling behind them. Tien gritted his teeth as Dodoria came to a halt in front of him. Back for more. Impressive stunt, hiding your power level like that, but in the end it's useless against me. Dodoria grinned maliciously, pounding his fists together in anticipation of the oncoming battle. Oh, this isn't hiding my power. Tien summoned up his strength. It's flat out increasing it. Having experienced using the Kaken in battle, and then getting a few weeks to refine it, I've achieved a greater level of control, hopefully enough to sustain this Kaken ×5. He charged forwards as realization dawned on Dodoria's face. The pair disappeared in a blur of arms and legs, attacking and defending with expert technique and incredible force. Gohan and Yamcha were relegated to mere bystanders by the intensity of the battle. When they separated, Dodoria was battered and bruised, and Tien was almost uninjured, albeit clearly worn out from the effort of using what was becoming his signature technique. He smiled, preparing to deliver the final blows. You act tough, but it seems you can't deliver. He was interrupted as a green streak of light sent him flying down into the water below. Zarbon, the only soldier on Namek with higher standing than Dodoria, hovered next to his comrade, a smirk on his face. Is this the creature who gave you so much trouble, Dodoria? When I saw the speed he took off after you I knew he had enough power that my assistance might be required. I'd have pegged him at 20,000, perhaps a bit higher, given that he almost beat you. I do wish we hadn't lost our scouters, but that old Namek had to go and be a hero. Well, with us together he shouldn't be much of a problem, Dodoria answered, so let's do this quickly. I imagine our glorious leader can't be too happy just watching the Dragon Balls. Zarbon rolled his eyes. And don't I know it. Hey, you. We were fighting. Is that still happening, or what? He scanned the water for signs of Tien. Where'd he get to? The lake under the two soldiers began to boil, then the water flew away in every direction, revealing Tien glowing red with his amplified power. This doesn't look good. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay focused under the immense strain of a 5 times increase. Just have to hope I can beat them before I wear myself out. He shot up at Frieza's minions, heading for Dodoria first. His kick got through his target's guard, smashing into Dodoria's face, but before he could turn to guard, Zarbon landed a dizzying punch to his head, following up by driving his other hand into Tien's stomach. Tien faced Zarbon, blocking the next 3 blows, but Dodoria grabbed him from behind, allowing Zarbon to rain attacks on Tien until he fell still, his aura flickering out. There. Zarbon folded his arms, smiling as Dodoria flung Tien away. That wasn't too difficult. And now to clean up. Yamcha caught Tien before he fell into the water below again, looking up to see Zarbon's hand raise, energy crackling around it as he prepared to fire. Wait. Hold on. Yamcha backed away slowly. You really don't want to shoot me. He gave his best innocent look, something being with Bulma had given him plenty of experience with. Oh, I really think I do. Zarbon grinned maliciously. I think I'll take your leg off first. I do love it when they scream. And then now hold on. Yamcha became frantic. If you let us live, you can have a wish granted, anything you want. The stuff of childish fantasy. And after a leg, maybe an ear, then I'll start removing your fingers. No, really. He turned to the others. Gohan. Namek kid. Back me up on this. It's the Dragon Balls, that's why Frieza's after them. Yeah. They can grant anyone wish. Gohan nodded. Zarbon slowly lowered his hand, lost in thought. That would make sense. That's how he intends to become immortal. Any wish, you say? Yeah. And we know how to activate them, Frieza doesn't. This was pretty much a lie. Activating the Dragon Balls wasn't difficult, at least on Earth. Midoriya tensed up. Zarbon, you can't possibly be thinking of betraying Lord Frieza. Oh, of course not, Midoriya, Zarbon answered, then as his comrade relaxed his guard, casually reached up and snapped his neck. Midoriya's body made a dull wet noise, as it hit the ground from almost a mile up. There. Zarbon turned back to Yamcha, and there was a hunger in his eyes. I will let you all live for now. You will attempt to secure at least one of the Dragon Balls. I will aid Frieza in collecting the other 6. Then, I will create a distraction. I have something fittingly grandiose in mind, and we will meet, and then I will have my wish. I know you won't betray me, because if you do I will kill you. If I can't find you, I will destroy the planet and you on it. So you will hold to this. But they'll work it out, right? Gohan asked. They'll see your friend died, and won't it seem weird that you beat us all on your own? First, Midoriya was no friend of mine. And second, I assure you that my real power would make short work of all of you at once. Now, if you'll excuse me, he soared off, back towards the village. Finally, he thought, I will be free of my curse having to rely on that monstrous form for power. Never again will I need to tarnish my divine beauty. And if all goes to plan, Frieza won't be around to interfere. Yamcha, Gohan, Tien and Den watched Zarbon leave, collectively breathing out as they realized they'd live to see another day. Tien broke the silence first. Thanks, Yamcha, I didn't think we were going to make it through that one. But are we gonna do it? Gohan asked. Should we help him get his wish? It might be worth it, you know. Yamcha shrugged. It may be bad letting someone like that get their wish, but if Frieza gets it instead, that'd be much worse. Plus, getting all 7 for ourselves, now they have 4, would be practically impossible. Excuse me, Den finally found the courage to speak. Are you here to help? To protect my people? I really don't know if we can, against enemies that powerful, Tien replied, but we'd like to. Then I guess I should tell you the dragon grants 3 wishes. Wait, 3? Tien looked over at the small Namekian. That's great. I bet when our friend has gotten whatever it is he wants, he'll spend a while gloating about it, leaving the other 2 wishes for us. If we're clever with our wording, I bet we can fix things on Earth and here on Namek in one go. Come on, let's go tell Bulma, Gohan said, smiling now they finally had a plan, and at least a little hope. Zarbon landed back at the Namekian village, where Frieza and the remainder of his soldiers waited. Lord Frieza. I have eliminated the threat, but I regret to inform you that Midoriya is dead. Is that so? Frieza stroked his chin. And yet you survived, unharmed. Zarbon struggled to keep his voice steady. Yes sir. Only one of them was strong enough to pose a challenge, but he was already tired and worn from fighting Midoriya, and I didn't even need to transform to beat him. He smiled, playing it up. As for the others, their flesh cooked deliciously. Well, no matter. Frieza shrugged nonchalantly. There's more where he came from. Well, not literally on the planet he came from, not since my last visit, anyway. Indeed. Zarbon glanced around. If the Dragon Ball is secure, how should we proceed? Locating the Namekian villages without scouters will be troublesome. Well, get to it then, Frieza ordered, waving a hand vaguely. Zarbon, accompany me back to the ship. The rest of you comb the planet. Find those last 2 Dragon Balls, before I lose my patience with the whole lot of you. Now look, you have a fracture there, and if we can't shave the hair off we can't set the bone. The fracture be damned. Raditz snarled, fending off a shaving razor-wielding doctor. You remove one hair and I remove your face, Earthman. Their struggle was interrupted by a familiar but not always welcome voice. Hey, Goku. Goku's brother. Yajirobe called out, entering the room. How you doing? Oh, I'm okay, but Goku stretched as best he could. I'm gonna be stuck in hospital for another couple months. How are you doing, Raditz? Oh, you know, Raditz grumbled. I'm fine, just locked in Mortal Kombat over here, damn it, leave me alone. He frowned, focusing his Kai and sending the doctor flying across the room. Well, whatever. Yajirobe pulled out a brown leather bag. But here's your ticket out of hospital, if you want. Senzu beans. Goku's face lit up. You're the best, Yajirobe. Yeah, sure. Korin was gonna give Tien some when he went to fight the Saiyans, but you 2 used them all up training, try to save some for everybody else this time. Will do. Taking the bag, Goku popped a bean in his mouth, much to the bemusement of the medical staff, then tossed one to Raditz, who ate it gleefully. You know, Kakarot, Raditz said as they leapt out of bed, shaking their bandages off to reveal fully healed bodies, irritating doctors aside, I'm really starting to like your planet. This beats the healing tanks any day, so what now? Well, there's good news and bad news. Goku pulled on his guy as Raditz fastened his armor. The good news is that my ship is ready to go, and I think I'll be needing it, cause on Namek there are apparently fighters even stronger than Vegeta, after the Dragon Balls too. What? When did you hear this? How come I didn't? They climbed out of the window and took off, as the patients and doctors stared in shock. Goku shrugged. You were asleep. You do sleep a lot when you're healing. So anyway, you going to come to Namek with me? Hold on, you're not serious about going, are you? Capsule Corporation appeared on the horizon. You'll be killed. I'd expect more courage than that from a Saiyan warrior. Goku answered as they touched down just outside the main building. Are you calling me a coward? Raditz gave his trademark scowl. Goku scratched his head. Yeah, you could say that, I guess. Well, I'm sorry for being a realist. Raditz folded his arms. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind? Goku shook his head firmly. No. We owe it to everyone the invaders killed to bring them back, and besides, I'm not leaving my friends stranded in outer space. Raditz followed Goku towards the building, still grumbling. Well, damn it all, Kakarot, I can't very well let you run off to get into life or death battles on your own. Goku's smile grew. You're coming with me. Alright. And don't worry about those fighters there, we can train on the way, with the gravity machine I asked Dr. Brief to build. So that's why we came to Namek, Tien was saying, as Dan listened in silence. Then you are good people. I'm glad, Dan sighed. That there are people out there in the galaxy who aren't like Frieza. He was sipping from a glass of water. Namekians required no food, and the scientist in Bulma was wondering if they photosynthesized like plants. Their green skin could be due to chlorophyll, and the constant sunlight on their planet, which she shook her head, trying to focus on matters at hand. So, Dan, from what I hear, we just need to keep one Dragon Ball hidden, and Frieza can't make his wish. Right? Tien nodded. Do you know where we could find one? Each village has one. Den's eyes flicked back and forth around the room. Except for one. Guru keeps that one safe. Guru? The eldest of our people. He is very wise. Perhaps if we went to see him, he would know what to do. It might be worth a try. Tien stood up. You guys stay here. There's no need for us all to risk going out there. He followed Den out the door, but just as the two of them were about to take flight, Bulma ran up to them. Wait. She shouted. Ha. What is it, Bulma? I was going to tell you when you got back, but then you told me all about what you'd been doing and I forgot. Tell us what. This was from Yamcha, who was leaning out of the door behind Bulma. My dad called. He said Goku and his brother are out of the hospital and are on their way here. We've got backup and a ride home. That's great. Tien grinned. Now all we have to do is stall Frieza and his men until they get here. If we can get our wishes, that's a bonus, but I'll take a stalemate over an immortal enemy. Come on, Den, let's go see Guru. Alright. They lifted off and shot away into the sky. Zarbon. Frieza addressed his henchman bluntly. Yes, Lord Frieza. The two of them were on their way back to Frieza's ship, with their 5 Dragon Balls in tow. Any idea who those 3 you killed were? Zarbon nodded. I didn't want to say this earlier, might have panicked the men, but I interrogated one of the weaker ones before I killed him. And? He said. Zarbon took a deep breath. There was no going back after this. All or nothing. He said he was sent by Cooler. Cooler? Not in uniform, he could have been lying. Frieza considered this. But then again, if they were spies, there would be no reason for them to be in uniform, and if he got wind of my plans somehow, I wouldn't put it past my big brother to interfere. They approached the ship, landing outside and entering the hatch. Very well. Send for the Jinyu force, for backup now I've discovered him, he mares or to a more direct attack. I'm sure the Jinyus can handle whatever rabble my brother throws at us, while I take care of Cooler himself. He smiled. And if the spy was lying after all, the Jinyu squad can at least use their scouters to speed up the search for the last 2 Dragon Balls. As ever, my lord, your plans are flawless. Zarbon bowed, and left Frieza to his plans. Doubts filled his mind as he strode down the corridor, receiving salutes from passing soldiers. Had he acted too rashly? Was he just sealing his own fate? No. No, this had to be done. The galaxy would be better off without at least one of those tyrants, but anyway, this wasn't about the galaxy. It's about me. And for all time I take trying to make my appearance immaculate always, when a battle goes against me, I have to resort to that hideous thing. I can finally be free of the curse of my people. Peering over to the communications console and making sure nobody was around, Zarbon switched it on, inputting the frequency a friend of his had given him. Come in. Come in, this is Zarbon, do you copy? Hello? Salza speaking. A heavily accented voice replied. This had better be important. It is. Zarbon took a moment to compose himself. Salza, old friend, I have urgent news. Frieza is on a planet called Namek, and he has discovered the means to make himself immortal. Immortal? Are you sure? Positive. It sounds far-fetched, but trust me, alright. Why are you telling me this? I will ovate to inform Lord Cooler, who will come to this Namek and take immortality for himself. Oh, I'm aware of that. But Cooler was always more reasonable than Frieza. He doesn't incinerate his followers quite so often. Tell him to hurry, or Frieza could already be immortal when he arrives. As it happens, we are in the area. Lord Cooler was wondering why Frieza took so many troops into this system, and we were already nearby, observing his flight path. I have to go. Zarbon out. Take care. The line went dead, and Zarbon immediately opened up another channel. Come in. Jinyu Force, urgent news from planet Namek. A flickering display on the control panel read 10G at his level. It hadn't taken Goku long to get used to it, and Raditz had grown up with 10 times Earth's gravity on planet Vegeta, so this was normal to him. Impacts rocked the ship as the two Saiyan warriors battled back and forth, moving from attack to defense and back, launching punches and kicks that could level mountain ranges, and shaking the ship to its core. Goku jumped over a low kick from Raditz, somersaulting over his brother's head, and countering with an elbow jab from behind. Raditz caught it, spinning around and throwing Goku away, jumping after him and pressing the attack. They had been training for hours on end, and both were at the limit of their endurance, gasping for air as rivers of sweat dripped down to the floor. "I'm done," Raditz moaned. "I can't take any more. Session over." "Yep," Goku nodded. "I'm exhausted too. The perfect time to step it up a notch." "Wait, what?" Raditz was pulled to the floor as Goku increased the gravity to 20 times Earth's twice planet Vegeta's. "Hey, get up." Goku folded his arms. "This is only twice what you're used to. I'm dealing with Earth's gravity times 20. "You crazy," Raditz muttered, climbing unsteadily to his feet. "Just like Vegeta." "Well, just remember there are fighters even stronger than Vegeta on Namek." Goku resumed his fighting stance. "If you just accept your limits, we'll never surpass them. Overcome what you thought was possible. We've already improved massively over the last year." Raditz grinned. Maybe a little bit of crazy is what we need right now." He lunged at Goku, kicking at his head. Goku blocked with his forearm, 3 punches from his other arm in rapid succession, smashing into Raditz's face. "I can't believe how strong Kakarus Become Sedilla," he thought as he fended off another barrage of attacks. "When I met him, he was barely a quarter of my power, but now he's practically caught up with me. How does he do it?" It took 20 minutes for the brothers to finally run out of energy for real, so leaving the gravity machine on 20G to try and get used to the setting, they crawled over to the bag of senzu beans and ate one each, feeling instantly renewed and stronger than ever. "Well, I think that went well." Goku was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice in their heads. "Hello? Is this Goku and Raditz?" Yes." Goku looked over at Raditz, as if to say, "Are you hearing this too?" Raditz nodded. "Who is this?" Goku continued. "I am King Kai, the one who trained Tien, remember?" "Oh yeah. Thanks for that, by the way." "Sure. And I'm about to tell Tien this, but another friend of yours, little bald guy, made it down Snake Way even faster than Tien did. He wants me to train him too." "Wow, Krillin. That's great." Goku grinned as he spoke, imagining Krillin getting as strong as Tien. "What about Piccolo, the Namekian the Saiyans killed?" Raditz asked. "I'm afraid he was sent straight to hell," King Kai answered. "Kami, on the other hand, heard you were planning on resurrecting him, so instead of going up to heaven, he's been helping King Yima with the paperwork. Nice guy. So, any news from Namek?" "Well, it's probably a good thing we're on our way." Goku wasn't sure which direction to look when talking to King Kai's disembodied voice, so he settled for vaguely upwards. "Apparently, there are fighters there even stronger than Vegeta, and they're looking for the Dragon Balls too." "Huh?" King Kai paused. "More powerful than Vegeta, you say? There aren't many in the galaxy who are. Hold on, let me scan Namek." Another, longer pause followed, and then shortly after came a strangled choking sound. "Goku. Raditz. When you get to Namek, take your friends and leave. Don't try to fight anybody." "Huh? What's the matter?" "If Frieza is on the planet Namek, you mustn't try to fight him. Nobody can defeat Frieza." Raditz nearly jumped out of his skin. "Frieza's there, turned this ship around." He leapt for the controls, but Goku held him back. "I'm not going anywhere near that monster." Goku punched Raditz in the face, with enough force to knock him to the floor. "And you call yourself a Saiyan?" he growled. "What happened to our proud race of warriors?" "You don't understand." Raditz held his head in his hands. "There will be no survivors. Frieza will kill us, and all of your friends, and the entire Namekian race. Frieza, the most terrible being in the universe. I'm sorry, Kakarot, but there's just nothing we can do against him." He looked up too late, as Goku's foot connected with his forehead, knocking him down through the hatch to the lower floor. "Come back up when you grow a spine," Goku told him. My own brother, trying to run from a fight. He set the gravity up to 30G, flooring Raditz again just as he was standing up, and resumed training. Tien landed on the raised plateau, slightly behind Dand. "So this is Guru's place, huh?" He gazed up at the spherical gray building, with the mysterious spikes and bubble-shaped windows common to Namekian architecture. Out of the doorway stepped a tall, broad-shouldered Namek warrior. "Greetings, child. Is the visitor?" "Here to help," Dend replied enthusiastically. "He and his friends saved me from the invaders today." "Very well." The warrior Nail turned to Tien. "If you wish to see Guru, follow me." Dend and Tien walked with him, through the doorway and into the shadow-filled home of Guru. "Lord Guru, this is the visitor." Nail spoke reverently to the huge, ancient Namekian sitting in the throne at the back of the room. "He comes seeking our help in protecting this planet, and his own." Step forward, came a deep voice which seemed to come from every direction at once. Tien walked over to Guru's throne, looking up at the elder and wondering how many years, and how many generations, someone like him must have seen go by. Guru. I'm from Earth. Ha. Tian raised an eyebrow. I felt your mind from afar, Tian Shinhin. Such a strong mind. You and your friends have traveled far. That we have. Tian glanced around. I was told you have a Dragon Ball here, and I wanted to ask for it. Well, I'm sure your guard is very loyal. We can hide it in a place far less obvious than your home, sir. Guru smiled. Your mission, it is a noble one. Nail, bring forth the Dragon Ball. The ever-alert warrior nodded and retreated into the darkness. Stand close, human. There is another gift I can bestow upon you. A gift? Tian asked. What do you mean? I sense great power within you. Guru held out his hand. Let me awaken your true potential, and your coming battles may be easier. When Nail re-entered the main area, carrying the Dragon Ball in both hands, Guru's hand was resting on Tian's forehead, and a shimmering white aura enveloped the human fighter. When it faded, Tian stood completely still, stunned at what he could sense inside himself. This power, it's incredible. I've had it all along. Guru nodded, and Nail handed Tian the Dragon Ball. He accepted it cheerfully. Thanks so much. I won't let you down. Dend answered the unspoken question. I would like to stay here, if Guru allows it. Of course, the eldest Namekian replied. Tian waved farewell, sprinted for the door and took off, soaring through the green-tinted skies. Goku was getting the hang of 30G training, but he was troubled Raditz still hadn't rejoined him. So he jumped down to the lower level of the ship, to find his brother lying on his back, eyes closed. Hey, what's got into you? We haven't got much time until Namek, you know. What's the point? Frieza's going to kill us when we get there, Raditz groaned. I don't know, maybe Vegeta was right about fighting anyone, maybe you were right, too, but then, I guess that'd make two things you're right about. I'm no warrior. Ha. Goku scratched his head. That's ridiculous. You were awesome against Piccolo and Vegeta. No. Raditz rolled over, facing downwards. Do you know, I was always mocked on planet Vegeta. Raditz, the weakling. Raditz, the joke. Bardock's son, the failure. I was supposed to be a warrior of the highest class, it's no wonder our father disowned me. Goku's eyes whitened. And I'd constantly be on missions, just to get away from the ridicule. We planets, of course places like Earth, where I could feel like a god among insects. I delude myself, thinking for just a brief moment that I was special. That I was important. Goku crouched down next to Raditz. So you were on one of these missions when the meteor hit. That's right. Raditz looked up at his brother, fighting to keep his face straight and failing. And then I came to Earth, to find you. You were only so weak because of the gravity you trained under. If you'd grown up on planet Vegeta, you'd probably have been a match for Nappa. You saved my life from Piccolo, and then I just kept proving myself worthless. Don't say that. It's true. Who defeated the invaders? Who really won the battle? Not me, you, Tian, and your son. And I've lost my tail, too, my greatest source of power. And then you earthling in all but name, you show more courage than me, and despite knowing I should be relishing the prospect of battle, I turn coward and try to run. I don't deserve to be called sane, much less warrior. His eyes closed again, and he slumped to the floor. Wow, I was just trying to make you more determined, but I guess it backfired. Goku stood up, staring down at Raditz. The silence lasted a full minute, then Goku sighed, stretching out a hand. Raditz. One eye half opened cautiously. Take my hand. Do you want to be a fighter? What? Goku smiled. Do you want to prove them wrong? You don't have to be weak if you don't want to. Come on, Nappa's already nothing compared to you. Raditz took Goku's hand, standing up slowly. Well, how do you move around in this gravity? The same way I do, everything with hard work and dedication. That's the warrior's way, right? Do you really think we can become powerful enough to defeat Frieza? Anything's possible. Goku shrugged. We won't know until we try. Lord Frieza, the scouts have reported back. The 6th Dragon Ball is in our possession. Zarbon informed Frieza. Those 3 had better have found the 7th, or there wouldn't be much I can do to stop Frieza attaining immortality. Just how long is Cooler going to take? Frieza nodded. Very good. Not long now, if we can just locate the 7th before Cooler makes his move. Dismiss. A soldier ran in, seconds after Zarbon departed. Sir. The Ginyu Force are minutes away. Their signal is approaching fast. Then I shall go and meet them. With their scouters, obtaining the final Dragon Ball will be easy. Frieza headed for the door. Oh, and Flinky, find something useful to do. The 5 Ginyu Force pods collided with the planet's surface, throwing up a satisfying dust cloud. Out climbed the 5 eccentric and colorful elite soldiers: Captain Ginyu, his right-hand man Jais, resident speedster Birder, hulking giant Rikum, and diminutive psychic Guldo. They leapt around like maniacs, forming their special fighting poses Ginyu loved to work so hard on. Frieza rolled his eyes. Yes, very good, Ginyu. Your ballet is, as ever, flawless. But the mission is somewhat urgent, as you know. Cooler is quite possibly on his way here at this very moment. Indeed, my Lord Frieza. Ginyu bowed. Rest assured, we will make short work of the armored squadron your brother loves to parade around. Very good. However, your first objective is to locate the 7th Frieza was cut off by Guldo, who somewhat unexpectedly exploded. Well. Isn't this a nice little gathering? Standing a few hundred meters away stood a short man with spiked black hair that stood up on end. He wore personalized battle armor, and had one finger outstretched, smoke rising from the tip. The Vegeta Captain Ginyu spluttered. How the hell did you get here? And why didn't our scouters pick you up as you approached? A simple trick, but I don't think that's the most pressing matter on your mind right now, am I right? Vegeta smirked. I'm here, fully recovered from my last battle, to offer my services to Frieza in a new capacity as captain of his elite squad. Frieza watched all this silently. You must be joking. Ginyu burst out laughing. You, Minky. Replace me. Still, as funny as your little delusions are, I can't let the death of a team member go unavenged. Prepare to die, at the hands of the finest soldier in Frieza's empire. Ginyu charged forwards. Vegeta simply grinned, catching his punch, and when the captain swung his other fist, Vegeta vanished, appearing behind Ginyu and kicking him away. The other Ginyu stood puzzled. Vegeta was never this strong, Jai muttered. He's standing up to the captain, and he tapped his scouter. What? That's impossible. He's just a Saiyan. Ginyu gritted his teeth, swinging around and launching an elbow strike, which Vegeta ducked under. The prince leaned in, grabbing one of Jinyu's horns in each hand and headbutting him, drawing blood. Ginyu staggered away, clutching his face. Where did you get all this power? Answer me. That's for me to know, and anyone who's still alive in 2 minutes to find out. Lord Frieza. Kill this traitor. Ginyu shouted, but Frieza just chuckled. He's challenged you for leadership of the squad, Ginyu. If you forfeit, Vegeta wins by default. But trial by combat has never been a tradition in this army. It is if I say it is. And I want only the strongest captain leading my troops. If Vegeta beats you, perhaps he'd be a better leader than you would. Frieza waved a hand. Do carry on. Well, Ginyu. Vegeta stood, completely at ease, waiting for his opponent. It's your move. And Ginyu, having got over his shock at being outclassed by Vegeta, began to strategize. I can't beat him in a straight fight, but, of course, to overpower me like that, he must have a very powerful body. Yes, indeed. He laughed again. Perhaps you will be the captain, just not in the way you'd imagined. Opening his mouth wide, Ginyu prepared to fire his body change technique. Vegeta moved faster than Jinyu's eyes could follow, appearing behind him and cutting through the captain's neck with the edge of his hand. Captain Jinyu's severed head rolled along the ground, stopping at Birder's feet. The blue, serpentine soldier recoiled in horror. See, Captain. Yes, that's right. Vegeta pointed at himself as Jinyu's body hit the floor. Captain. Am I correct, Frieza? Frieza nodded. Indeed, well done, Vegeta. I grant you leadership of the Jinna, should it be the Vegeta Force now. Vegeta waved his hand in dismissal. Call it what you like. The galaxy knows and fears the Ginyu Force, so there's no need to cause confusion by changing it. Cunning strategy, by the way, Vegeta. Frieza smirked. Vegeta stared as if Frieza was a cat that had just done long division. A strategy? With that increased power of yours, you could have easily beaten any of the squad, so you killed the 2 members with abilities not reliant on power alone, Jinyu's body change technique, and Guldo's psychic abilities. Impressive for a primate. Vegeta ground his teeth. Thank you, sir. One day, Frieza, one day, very soon. Frieza walked leisurely over to Vegeta and his new subordinates. And by the way, there are 2 questions which spring to mind. How did you increase your power by so much? And I believe Kui was chasing you. What happened to him? Well, as I retreated from my last mission, I was aiming for Frieza Planet 79, but my course was diverted by enemy fire, and I ended up on Frieza Planet 325. This world had 10 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta, and realizing how beneficial this would be to any training I did, I formed a plan, the fruition of which you just saw. Kui arrived a couple of weeks into my training, and he tried to kill me for some perceived treachery or another. Needless to say, it was an extremely short battle. Frieza began to re-enter his ship. Well, just remember that this mission, if successful, will make up for your unsanctioned attack on Earth. Now, go find that last Dragon Ball. As in, now. Tien was leaving Guru's house for the 2nd time. This time, Gohan and Yamcha came with him, having also both received Guru's gift. As they were about to take off, Yamcha looked over to the left, staring into space. You guys feel that? Tien nodded. That energy, it's the guy who made a deal with us. And he's flying away from the rest of them, on his own. I think he's signaling us. Then let's go see him. He might have the Dragon Balls, Gohan suggested. Let's get ours from Bulma. And if it's a trick or something, with all this new power he won't be a problem, right? Right? Yamcha agreed, and they headed off in Zarbon's direction. Zarbon watched the specks in the sky grow into 3 humanoid figures, and smiled as they landed. Ah, I was hoping you'd notice me coming out here. He was carrying a Dragon Ball in each hand. Where are the other 4? Tien asked. Yamcha had their one. Back at Frieza's ship. I can't carry them all in one go. I'll go and sneak them out like I did these, but first I wanted to make sure you were here with the 7th and ready when we have them. Hey, Yamcha whispered to Tien. Do we need to go through with the deal? Why not let him get the Dragon Balls, then beat him up and take the wishes for ourselves? We should be able to beat him now. Tien sighed. It's fine, Yamcha. 2 wishes will be plenty, and as long as he doesn't wish to kill us all or something like that, there's no problem. Alright so, Zarbon, if you must know. Right, Zarbon. Yamcha shrugged. Time is of the essence and all, so if you could. Of course. Zarbon turned to leave, but then the others all started staring at a point in the sky. Where you all know another group of figures was heading their way, and in less than a minute the 4 soldiers of Frieza, Vegeta, Rikum, Jais and Burter had reached them, touching down gracefully. The 3 former underlings of Jinyu performed another over-the-top pose, at which Vegeta and Zarbon groaned while the humans stared in confusion. You morons. Vegeta growled at them. Stop that before I kill you all where you stand. You're not working for Jinyu anymore. Zarbon tried to make sense of the situation. Vegeta and the Jinyu force. Yes, the squad is under new management. Vegeta stepped forwards. And when our scouters detected you all on your own, Zarbon, who'd have thought we'd find a full-scale case of treachery. Not that I needed a scouter myself. Treachery? Zarbon blustered. No, I'm not. Caught red-handed with 3 Dragon Balls and a bunch of Earthlings. Vegeta pointed at Zarbon and the Earthlings, smiling cruelly. Jinyu Force attack. The Jinyu Force charged into battle, Jai swinging for Tien, who blocked his first punch. Burter ran right between Gohan and Yamcha, bowling them over, and Rikum leapt at Zarbon, who gritted his teeth. Concentrating hard, he activated his transformation, his muscles bulging out as his skin became hard and scaly and his face monstrous and reptilian. Zarbon launched a vicious elbow strike at Rikum's face, but the giant soldier took it without flinching, kicking Zarbon into the air and sending him flying away. Jais kept up the pressure on Tien, throwing a series of rapid punches and kicks. Tien retreated, blocking and dodging with expert precision. Jais overbalanced, staggering past Tien, who hammered him away with both fists, sending the red-skinned warrior skidding along the floor in a cloud of dust. Tien ran the other way, towards Vegeta. Jais jumped to his feet, pursuing. Tien ground to a halt, Vegeta in front, Jais behind. Vegeta was already preparing for battle. Wherever I go for Tien thought, the other will attack me from behind. Burter stopped on the other side of his opponents, as they climbed to their feet. Wow, this guy's fast, Yamcha moaned. That's right. Burter grinned. I'm the fastest being in the universe. Haha, no. Yamcha shook his head. What? Well, Vegeta over there has a much larger Kai than you, and Tien's about equal to you now, and he can increase his energy with the Kaken technique. A greater Kai boosts your speed, there's no way you can be as fast as them with that kind of power. Shut up. Burter spluttered. Prepare to die. Oh, here we go, Yamcha grimaced. Gohan, watch yourself. He pushed the kid out of the way as Burter came around for another high-speed rush, knocking Yamcha to the floor. Gohan spun around, firing an energy beam at Burter's speeding form. Burter darted to the side, Gohan's blast detonating on a cliff behind him as he continued his charge, smashing into Gohan and launching him into the air. Zarbon landed on his feet, spinning to face his motionless opponent. Rikum grinned. So, Zarbon, you think you're really something, huh? Frieza's right-hand man. He began to walk slowly towards Zarbon. Well, I was serving long before you were and you're just small fry to me. HRR, Zarbon growled. We'll see. He jumped forwards, charging an energy bolt between his hands. Rikum's fist swung at him, and Zarbon twisted to the side, catching Rikum's arm and vaulting over it. Bringing his arm back around, Zarbon shoved the charged energy into Rikum's face, detonating it and staggering the towering fighter back. But Rikum just righted himself, resuming his grin albeit minus a few teeth. Nice try, but... Zarbon kicked at Rikum, who blocked with his forearm, his other fist crashing into Zarbon's face and sending him tumbling backwards. Tien glanced back and forth, and was about to make his choice when an energy blast took Jais off his feet. Tien and Vegeta swung around to see a tall Namekian warrior in a black jacket, standing with one smoking hand extended. Nail. Tien grinned. You're here to help us. That's great. Nail smiled. Guru sensed the Saiyan's arrival, and sent me to warn you. He shot a glance at Vegeta. It seems I'm too late, but I can still help out here. Thanks. Tien turned away from Nail. I've got Vegeta, can you handle the red one? If you say so. Nail shot off towards Jais, who was just standing up. Vegeta nodded to the Earth's most powerful human. Time for round 2, Earthman. Tien frowned, feeling his Kai rising. Ha kick in ×5. The ×5 increase was much easier now that Guru had unlocked his power. He kicked at Vegeta, who vanished, appearing behind him. Tien turned as fast as he could to block Vegeta's first strike, but it was a feint, and the real punch got past his guard, knocking him back. Wiping blood from his nose, Tien raised his guard again as Vegeta pressed his advantage. So, you work for Frieza. Figures. Tien ducked under another swing from the Saiyan's arm, launching a quick counter-attack that Vegeta batted away. Ha! Not for long, I won't. The prince ducked under another swing, then launched a barrage of punches that Tien struggled to dodge. He jumped above Vegeta, flying towards him with both feet extended, and Vegeta grabbed a leg in each hand, throwing Tien to the ground. He jumped up and away, firing an energy wave volley which impacted Tien as he tried to stand, flooring him again. Vegeta fired one final, larger blast, but Tien shimmered, and the beam went right through his afterimage. Vegeta turned to see Tien flying at him from the side, and the battle resumed, close-range punches flying at high speed, each flawlessly blocked, countered and returned. Vegeta ran up to Gohan's prone body, preparing to kick him while he was down, but stopped short when he heard the cry. Spirit Ball. Vegeta saw Yamcha's energy sphere just in time, jumping away to avoid it, but to his surprise, it turned with Yamcha's directions and followed him. Yamcha gestured left and right as Vegeta fled the attack, and while it couldn't keep up with him, it was fast enough that he couldn't stop running. Banking left, Vegeta made straight for Yamcha. If I take you out, you can't maintain that attack. Yamcha left the spirit ball just enough energy to continue in a straight line, then stopped controlling it, and placed his hands together at his side. Kamehameha. A bright blue beam of energy shot out towards his oncoming opponent. Vegeta grinned as his scouter beeped. Is that all? That kind of power isn't even a challenge. He skidded to a halt, backhanding the beam away. Actually, I just wanted to slow you down. Yamcha gloated. Ha. Vegeta remained oblivious until the spirit ball hit him in the back, knocking him over. Jaice opened with a quick uppercut which Nail sidestepped, smashing into Jaice's side with his elbow. Jaice jumped away, grimacing in pain, but managed to block Nail's next punch, kicking up into the Namekian's face, and following up with a knee to the stomach. How'd you like that, Greenie? Nail somersaulted away, remaining silent. They faced off for a few seconds, then without warning, Nail darted forwards, making to punch Jaice, but at the last moment opening his hand and blasting out a massive energy wave. Jaice was flung away, landing on his back as Nail leapt towards him. Zarbon charged back into the fray, grimly determined to survive the battle. You're powerful, I'll give you that, but there's no way I'm giving up this soon. Nothing will stand between me and my wish. He fired a two-handed energy blast into the ground, propelling himself up and out of the way of Ricum's wild attack. He landed behind Ricum, who spun around and gripped Zarbon's shoulders, trying to crush the bone under his hands. Zarbon grunted with pain, but smiled. Hey, did you forget about that blast just now? You think it was just a dodge? He raised one hand into the air, and on cue his energy beam burst out of the ground under Ricum's feet, engulfing him. Zarbon rolled away as the hull was released, struggling to his feet as Ricum strode out of the explosion, armor smashed and torn, but with only minor burns to his body, and of course still grinning. Hey, you're more fun than I expected. Damn. Zarbon clenched his fists. Can nothing kill this brute? Vegeta mistimed a block, and Tien landed a solid punch to his face. Tien followed up with a kick to Vegeta's abdomen, but his next punch swung through empty air. Vegeta darted around, kicking him in the small of the back, and grabbing both Tien's wrists, pushing against him, as Tien tried to push through Vegeta's hold and punch him again. Damn you Earthling, Vegeta hissed. I am from a race of the galaxy's finest warriors, not only that, I am the prince, the highest of the elites. Where are you finding the strength to oppose me? If you must know, Tien grunted, his blood-red aura flaring around him, I do a lot of sit-ups and push-ups and drink plenty of juice. Juice? Juice? Vegeta's eyes narrowed. To hell with your juice. You can't sustain this technique forever, whereas this is my natural strength. If we keep this up, you'll quickly be worn down. Think so? Tien grinned. If you weren't so focused on boasting about your power, you'd have noticed me, slowly positioning my hands like this while pushing against Vegeta. He'd moved his hands into forming a triangle with his fingers. Wait. Tri-beam, ha. A burst of yellow light exploded outwards, hurling Vegeta away. Tien knew he only had a few seconds to act before Vegeta got back up. Jaice and Dale were trading blows, Vegeta was back on his feet, and was dodging Yamcha and Gohan's attacks with ease, and Ricum was slowly advancing towards Zarbon, brushing his energy blasts off like they were nothing. Tien flickered and vanished, relaxing his Kakin down to a 3x boost he'd need to save energy for Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand to punch Yamcha again. His already scarred face was bloodied from the beating he'd received when Tien appeared in front of him, kicking him in the chin. Vegeta's head snapped back with a vicious crack, and he toppled backwards, falling to the floor. Whoa, I think you killed him. Yamcha exclaimed. But, thanks. Tien put the guilt aside. He didn't have time now. I guess I don't know how to control my new power yet. Got to go. Ricum had his hands around Zarbon's neck, and was squeezing the life from their unlikely ally. Tien flew over at full speed, slamming his forearm into Ricum's ribs, feeling the bones buckle and give way. Ricum wheezed, dropped Zarbon and collapsed. Tien sped off, seeing Vegeta start to recover and knowing he was almost out of time. Nail dodged a punch from Jaice and kicked him into the air. Tien appeared next to Jaice as he flew upwards, hitting the last Ginyu Force member's shoulder with the edge of his hand, shattering his arm, and causing him to pass out from the shock. Tien landed in front of Vegeta, his aura flaring up again as he powered up to Kakin times 5. Well, here we are again. Just stop breathing already. Vegeta roared, hurling himself at Tien and staggering the three-eyed human back with a furious combination of vicious attacks. Tien jumped away, preparing to launch his counterattack when he felt a large power level approaching. He could see Vegeta and the others arrayed behind him, including Zarbon, who was wearing the scouter he'd taken from Jaice's body, had noticed it too. But could that be he let the Kakin fade out, preferring to conserve his energy? The technique was still very draining, even with his new strength. I think I know, Vegeta grimaced. 3 powers, each greater than Captain Ginyu's Cooler's armored squadron. Here's what? Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Gohan didn't have anything to add, but inside was trembling at the thought of yet more strong enemies. What? First the Ginyu Force and now this Zarbon groaned. They were supposed to fight each other, not all get in my way. So that was the grand plan. Vegeta smiled. Set Frieza and his brother against each other. Not bad. Of course, my plan is far worthier of a true warrior. He indicated his assembled enemies. I was counting on whoever I came across on this planet to give me a good challenge, and so far you haven't disappointed, though I just wish it didn't have to be an Earthling. His disgust was clear in his voice, his prejudice against humans, mainly due to his failed assault on their home planet. But I've already pushed my strength well beyond what we thought was the limit for Saiyans. If I can come back from the brink of death just once more, I'll become powerful enough to tear Frieza into pieces. I shall be the legend, the Super Saiyan. He grinned, imagining himself destroying the tyrant Frieza and his brother too, he supposed, while he was at it. All I have to do is fight and recover from a hard battle before Frieza becomes immortal. And with your motley crew, he indicated Tien, Yamcha, Gohan, Nail and Zarbon, and the armored squadron together in one place. That shouldn't be too. An energy beam cut him off, detonating in his face and knocking the Saiyan prince to the ground. The armored squadron descended, their leader the blue-skinned, blonde-haired Salza, decked out in his brightly colored body armor, smirking as Vegeta fell. The moron, all he ever does is talk. The 3 soldiers of Cooler advanced. Who's next? Salza smiled as he surveyed the battlefield. The Ginyu Force had been taken apart by Tien. His fight with Vegeta had broken off when Salza and the armored squadron intervened, taking the Saiyan prince down with a surprise attack. Well, the heavily accented soldier said, warming up. Time to clean up. Zarbon, stay back and you will not be armed. Tien readied himself. All 3 of the squadron were much stronger than he was, and he didn't know to what extent he'd have to power up to beat them. Stay back, guys, this is beyond you, he warned Yamcha and Gohan. He didn't worry about Zarbon. Frieza's top soldier may have been a big deal a short while ago, but he'd make virtually no difference to this battle. Silence fell as Tien weighed up his opponents. Then, initiating the Kakin, he darted off to the right. Get after him. Salza yelled, racing to intercept with his comrades close behind. Tien skidded to a halt as Salza and the squad's mandatory large brute, this one called Dur, cut him off. The 3rd soldier, Knees the shortest of the group, stopped behind him, trying to prevent him from retreating. Tien jumped into the air, but Dur got there ahead of him, and Tien kicked off a wall of his own kai he hastily threw up, catapulting away from his enemies. Knees appeared under him, grabbing hold of one of the fighter's legs, and hurling him to the floor. Tien grunted, the hard ground grazing his limbs, and looked up in time to see all 3 soldiers hurtling down towards him. He leapt away, somersaulting backwards as their combined attack crashed into the ground, forming a substantial crater. Tien gritted his teeth, raising his guard as the armored squadron prepared for another attack. If I was at full power, this would be easier, but using the Kakin times 5 against Vegeta, plus the beating he gave me, is really making it difficult to fight at my full potential. Alright, come on. He shouted. Haha, quite eager to die, isn't he? Knees asked the others. Dur nodded, chuckling. Salza grinned. Let's stop playing around and fight seriously then, shall we? Tien grimaced. They were just testing my strength, he calmed his mind, trying to achieve total focus. Kakin times 4. Within seconds, the armored squadron was upon him, raining down lightning-fast blows that he barely blocked. He dodged past Salza's kick, but Dur got around behind him, smashing an elbow into the small of his back. He rolled away, gasping for air, rising and turning to charge straight back into the fight. I can't let them keep the offensive. The 3 soldiers split up, avoiding his attack, and charged him from 3 angles. Tien realized this was the perfect opening. They wouldn't expect a counterattack. Multiform. At the cry, he split into 3 copies, all using the Kakin times 4 to be slightly more powerful than the original Tien, each of which landed a solid blow to their designated opponent. The squadron fell to the floor, and Tien rejoined into one being. The soldiers sprang to their feet, only slightly injured. Damn him. Salza muttered. This should have been over in seconds. He fired an energy beam, which Tien jumped over, ducking under another from Dur. He landed on his feet, spinning to face them again. I'm getting nowhere fast, and I can't use the Kakin forever. Salza started walking towards him, charging an energy blast in each hand and frowning in frustration. You caused us enough trouble. He raised his hands to fire, when a blur of movement sent him flying, landing in a heap a couple 100 yards away. He struggled to stand up, glancing wildly around. Who do you think? Vegeta stood behind him, a nasty burn on the left side of his body, but he showed no outward signs of pain. Earthling, do what you will. The blue one shot me from behind, so I'm going to kill him. When these three are done with, I'll be back for you, so don't think I'm changing sides or anything, got it? Right? Tien nodded, relieved that his two most powerful enemies were going to be fighting each other. He looked back to Knees and Dur. Now, where were we? A powerful kick launched Salsa into the air again, and this time he was knocked right through a plateau, the rubble collapsing around him. Vegeta gestured the universal come and get me sign, and an enraged Salsa flew straight at him. He started punching wildly, and Vegeta deflected each one with ease. Come on, Salsa, where's the might of the strongest soldiers in the universe? He jumped away, dodging another punch. Or you all talk. Go to hell. Salsa screamed, leaping after him. He continued his frenzied, unsuccessful attack, Vegeta no longer even needing to block, simply shifting from side to side to avoid each strike, his arms folded and a nonchalant expression on his face. I'll see you there when I do, he boasted. Salsa grimaced, summoning his power and forming a flickering energy blade around his hand. This technique will cut you in two, no matter if you are stronger than me. He yelled, but Vegeta caught Salsa's hand mid-swing. Grunting with the effort, Vegeta twisted it around, snapping Salsa's wrist. The blue-skinned warrior howled in pain, and Vegeta pressed his advantage, hammering blows into Salsa's chest and stomach, then scything his hand right through Salsa's armored shoulder plate, and knocking him to the ground, deliberately attacking the most armored target, just to show off his strength, and though he wouldn't admit it, his hand was aching from the last blow. Salsa groaned, trying to get away, but Vegeta swept his arm around, incinerating Salsa with a blaze of energy. Tien caught Knees' first attack, which the brown alien followed up with a series of fast strikes that drove Tien back. He jumped over a low kick, but Dur was running up behind him. Blocking one more punch, Tien backflipped over Dur's head, landing facing his two opponents. Knees and Dur continued their relentless offensive, and Tien dodged and twisted, ducking under Dur's sweeping fist, and rolling away from Knees' downward elbow strike. He jumped up and away, rebounding off a nearby tree, and leaping away just in time as Dur's kick knocked the tree clean out of the ground. They charged again, and Knees' next punch ripped off one of Tien's wristbands, missing him by the tiniest fraction. He blocked another 3 punches from Knees, then grabbed him by the head and swung around, crashing into Dur with both feet. Dur was sent flying away, crashing to the ground, as Knees' renewed attack on Tien forced him to back away, dodging the onslaught. Wow, you guys are relentless, Tien said, sidestepping another kick. He saw an opening and punched Knees in the jaw, following up with a kick that bent Knees' knee, making him stumble. Tien brought his fist down on the back of Knees' head as he staggered, jumping into the air as his opponent fell. Knees tried to get up, but Tien, sweating as the kick in ×4 began to take its toll, came around for another attack, kicking Knees away. A loud crunch heralded bones giving way under Tien's foot. Dur was just standing up when Knees' flying form collided with him, sending them both tumbling to the ground again. Dur looked up to see Tien, red orb blazing around him as he held out his hands in front of him, hovering overhead. Tri-beam. The burst of yellow light enveloped the two soldiers, the impact making them black out instantly. Tien floated slowly down to the ground, panting in exertion. Whoa, I don't think I have anything left. After that he looked up, grimacing to see Vegeta walking towards him, methodically incinerating the Ginyu Force and armored squadron members who remained alive but unconscious. That took you long enough. Vegeta flexed his arms, preparing for battle. Now, I have another score to settle. And judging by the state of you, it won't take long. Wei Tian held up a hand. Let me fight you at full potential. Don't you want a challenge? I'd give that honor to another Saiyan, Vegeta answered, his anger showing clearly on his face, and maybe to an opponent as mighty as Frieza. But you, Earthling who tries to climb above his station as a lower life form. You don't deserve the 30 seconds it'll take me to kill you. He was about to launch into another degrading sentence, when something caught his attention. Within a second, Tien noticed it too. Hey, you feel that? Yamcha asked. Another high power just arrived on the planet. HMPH. Vegeta snorted. What is this, a tourist attraction? How come everyone and their mother is coming to this planet? Well, whoever they are, they're strong. Tien looked in the direction of the approaching power. And they're heading right for us fast. Gohan's eyes widened as he saw the approaching figures in the sky. Look, it's my daddy. And Uncle Raditz. Vegeta gaped. What? Kakarot. That can't be him. It's incredibly strong. The only power in that league I've ever felt was Frieza. Tien felt a strange mix of relief and jealousy. You've done it again, Goku. You've truly surpassed me. I guess I'll just have to train even harder next time. Goku and Raditz, fresh from their training in 100 times Earth's gravity, arrived to find the battlefield a scene of total devastation. Half-burned corpses lay scattered around. Tien, Yamcha and Gohan stood, injured and exhausted, in a group with the green alien warriors Zarbon had, by this time, reversed his transformation. He hated his monster form with a passion. And at the center stood Vegeta, glaring at the newly arrived brothers. He tried to smile, his grin shaking a little. As so, you've improved. Good. You'll give me a challenge. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. It won't do you any good, you know. I have undergone the most intense training you can imagine, and since then I've been fighting almost non-stop. I'm finally becoming the legend, the Super Saiyan. He laughed, reminding himself of the old stories, and driving out his fears that they might have surpassed him. Never. Never. Raditz folded his arms. Well, that's nice. But crazy old stories aside, we've been training too. And you wouldn't believe the kind of potential Kakarot has. He's long since overtaken me. In fact, I don't think you'd have a chance if you tried to fight him, so why don't we put aside our rivalry, just for now, and together, defeat Frieza once and for all. He held out a hand, and Goku smiled. Come on, Vegeta. Don't you want to be free of Frieza? Hr Vegeta shook with rage. How dare you? You think I, the greatest of a race of fine warriors, need help from your kind? I shall defeat Frieza alone. You two are just a pair of renegades to be exterminated, and I cannot allow you to interfere with my destiny. He roared a battle cry, leaping at the pair of them as his blue aura burned into life. Prepare yourself for the might of a super. His voice cut off in a surprised choking sound, as Goku stepped between him and Raditz, catching his fist with ease. Get out of the way, Vegeta. Goku narrowed his eyes. If you won't help us, then leave. Vegeta swung his other hand, and Goku vanished, now standing behind him. Vegeta, now trembling, swung around, letting fly a two-handed energy wave at point-blank range, but when it cleared, Goku was unharmed. The young Saiyan's expression lightened. But hey, you've improved a lot, well done. Stop mocking me. Vegeta flew at Goku in a rage, launching into a frenzy of high-speed attacks, but Goku calmly avoided each one, as if Vegeta was moving in slow motion. Calm down, Vegeta. You're not getting anywhere. A vein stood out on the prince's forehead. Flecks of foam hissed from his mouth. I'll kill you. He rushed again, and this time Goku reacted, ducking under his attack and slamming a punch into Vegeta's stomach. Stepping back and away as Vegeta gasped for air, Goku rammed his elbow into Vegeta's face, knocking him to the floor. The two simple strikes were devastatingly effective. Give up. You're not going to beat me like this. Normally, Goku would have paid more attention, relishing a rematch with Vegeta, but Frieza kept weighing on his mind. He could already feel the tyrant's power, all the way from across the planet. When Vegeta had regained his breath and the world wasn't spinning so much, he raised his head, a new look in his eyes. I was wrong. Look at you, Kakarot. You must be as powerful as Frieza. He smiled. It's you, he coughed, bringing up blood. You're the Super Saiyan. He climbed to his feet, struggling to stay upright. How we did our best, Raditz, and we came so far, but it was your long-lost little brother after all, and in case you need any incentive to fight Frieza, did Raditz ever tell you what happened to planet Vegeta? Goku nodded. It was destroyed in a meteor impact. No? Vegeta shook his head, wavering a little as he almost lost the strength to stand. It was Frieza. Ha! Both brothers looked shocked. He destroyed us because he was afraid that one day, a Super Saiyan would arise and slay him. You must do it, Kakarot. He ignited his aura, lifting slowly into the air. You must defeat Frieza. He soared off, his flight path slightly shaky. I've got to get off this planet. If those titans clash, the hull of Namek could be destroyed. Should we just let him get away? Raditz asked. Goku shrugged. He's no threat now, and I don't think it'd be right without giving him a chance to train some more. It was so easy, but anyway, he turned to his friends. Hey, guys. How's it going? Better now you're here, Yamcha answered. Daddy? Daddy? Gohan raced up to his father, who picked him up and held him tightly. You're here. I knew you'd come. Goku smiled. You've been very brave. Well done, son. He turned to face Zarbon. So, he's the Piccolo lookalike, and the, other green guy. I am Nail Namek's most powerful warrior, if that is not too great a boast. Nail bowed. I suppose introductions are in order. My name is Zarbon, a former soldier of Frieza, Zarbon replied. I formed an alliance with these Earthlings, and saved their lives in exchange for one of the dragon's 3 wishes. Oh, 3? Goku scratched his head. I guess we'll have to be careful then. So, we've got a few Dragon Balls, I see. Yup. Tien indicated to the left. The rest are at Frieza's ship, over there. But Frieza himself is there too. That's no problem. Goku cracked his knuckles. Whether or not I'm this Super Saiyan like Vegeta says, Frieza has to pay for everything he's done. Fighting him was always the plan. Come on. He took off, and the others followed him. So, I reckon we should give Zarbon the first wish. I'm pretty sure it's a relatively small thing anyway, Tien was saying on the way there. That's right. Zarbon replied. I want to have all of my power available with my normal appearance, without having to assume that hideous form. Alright then, Raditz closed his eyes. Not that I care, mind you. I'm just here to make sure Kakarot doesn't do anything stupid. I can't imagine I'll be of much use, though, he said, sighing. I could take the Ginyu Force now, but not Vegeta or Frieza. It wouldn't be my battle, in the end. Tien nodded. Raditz had indeed gotten a lot stronger, though nowhere near as much as Goku, but Tien reckoned he could use the Kakin to overcome him, for a short period of time anyway. Okay. Goku, what do you think? I say first wish is to bring Piccolo and Kami back. Yeah, I guess. Goku looked back at Tien. I'm not sure about having Piccolo around again, but we can't have one without the other, and having Dragon Balls on Earth sure is handy. Then I guess that leaves the third wish for the people the Saiyans killed. Maybe then we can use the wish on Earth to restore the Namek people. I can't wait to see Krillin again. I wonder how he's doing on King Kai's planet. Speaking of whom, a familiar voice spoke in their minds, taking most of them by surprise. Remember what I told you not to do? The one thing I warned you against? I'll give you a clue. It starts with fighting and ends with Frieza. You brain-dead imbecile. You will die. King Kai ranted. Aw, come on King Kai, Goku replied nonchalantly. Didn't you hear Vegeta? I'm a Super Saiyan now. He clearly wasn't taking the situation seriously. King Kai's voice receded into incoherent splutters. Zarbon was about to comment on the strangeness of hearing a disembodied voice in his head, when another thought occurred to him, completely blocking out everything else. Wait, I know now. I thought I recognized you. He flew up to Goku. Yes, you look almost exactly like him. Who? Goku asked. I was watching when Frieza destroyed your planet. There was one Saiyan who looked just like you who flew right up to Frieza and opposed him to the end. Frieza stared into his eyes as he killed him, along with the rest of his race. This warrior Raditz abused. What did he look like? Besides Kakarot. Zarbon tried to remember. Well, if you must know, he wore, I think, was it green armor? And the scars on his face were quite memorable. Bardock, Raditz whispered. So father fought to the last. Huh? Our dad. Goku blinked. He must have been really brave. He frowned, speeding up. And Frieza killed him personally. That monster. Frieza was, at the moment, infuriated. Scouts. Report. Scouts are missing, sir. Then somebody had better bloody well report before I lose my temper. The tyrant yelled, vaporizing a random passing soldier. Flinky hazarded. We've lost contact with Vegeta and the Ginyu Force, but we've picked up readings that match Cooler's armored squadron. They've disappeared, too, but some new signals have arrived. And then what? We're not sure, sir, the technician admitted. One of the readings was so high it broke the scale. Sir. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and the entire ship exploded. A single diminutive figure stalked from the wreckage. Worth it. There were plenty of other ships on this planet. Frieza turned his head, hearing feet touch the ground. A pink-skinned humanoid stood facing him, with wild scruffy hair, and wearing a bright orange martial arts uniform. And who are you supposed to be? Frieza asked irritably, not in the mood for any more trouble today. He was expecting Cooler soon. The Saiyan from Earth walked towards his enemy, weighing him up and preparing for battle. Frieza. Yes, that's me. Now go away. Today I'm liable to utterly destroy you and wipe all trace of your existence from history. Frieza turned to face the stranger. He supposed he'd have to teach this one some manners. Frieza disappeared, coming around from behind Goku. He lashed out with one arm, and Goku caught it, holding back Frieza's attack without flinching. But that's not supposed to happen, Frieza stammered. Frieza jumped away from his unexpected opponent, glaring as Goku straightened up, waiting for another attack. Goku realized something. You don't even know who I am, do you? You don't recognize me? Nothing comes to mind, Frieza replied offhandedly. He really didn't have time for this, but he was curious that a warrior so powerful who wasn't of his race could exist. Well, he'd still be done with this in short order, even if it did require him to transform. Goku frowned. Well, I'm the son of a Saiyan you killed. His name was Bardock, not that you'd care. A Saiyan, eh? Frieza nodded. Well, it makes sense you'd be powerful, but so much it'd be a shame to destroy that. Why don't you work for me? Vegeta, Ginyu, they can be replaced, especially by one as capable as you. Otherwise, I hope you know a good funeral director. No thanks. Goku prepared for battle. I'm happy as I am. There's nothing someone like you can offer me. Very well. Frieza raised a hand, almost instantaneously firing a bright purple energy beam from his index finger. However, Goku sidestepped, the blast hissing harmlessly past his head. Nice try, he said. So are you just going to keep doing that, or are we actually going to fight? Frieza sighed. You Saiyans, all you want to do is fight. Raditz, Tien, Yamcha, Gohan, Zarbon and Nails stood on a rocky outcrop half a mile away, watching the godlike beings face off. So, you clear on the plan? Raditz asked. Tien nodded. If Goku goes down, you and I charge Frieza while the others provide covering fire. Altogether, we might have a chance, but we'll at the very least buy Goku time to recover. Good. Remember it well. Raditz stared straight ahead. I hope Vegeta's right that Kakarot is the Super Saiyan. If he can defeat Frieza, we can finally be free, not just us, the whole galaxy. Raditz shook with anticipation. Come on, little brother, it's all down to you now. I suppose you're here out of some sort of misplaced sense of revenge, Frieza said with an arrogant smile. You won't achieve anything. I'm the most feared being in the universe, you know, and with good reason. I don't care who you are. Goku shouted back, leaping forwards at Frieza. You're just another obstacle to overcome. Hi. Frieza spun away, and Goku's first punch swung on empty air. The Frost Demon struck back, and Goku batted his arm away, jumping into the air and swinging a kick at Frieza's head. Frieza leapt out of the way, rebounding off the ground behind him, and springing back at his Saiyan nemesis. He spread his hands and fired a small energy beam out of each finger as he advanced, and Goku twisted and spun in the air to avoid all 10. One beam grazed his shoulder, and he grunted in pain, just as Frieza took advantage of the distraction, appearing in mid-air behind Goku. Frieza kicked him in the stomach, slipping past his defenses and catapulting him into the water below. Frieza looked left and right, narrowing his eyes. Where are you, monkey? Ah. An orange and black blur shot up towards Frieza, swinging both arms at him. Frieza dodged away, touching down on a mesa behind him. Goku hung in the air, dripping wet and a little scratched up, but relatively unharmed. Whoa, he said to himself, this guy's really something. Even after my training at 100 times gravity, he's matching my every move. Damn him, Frieza thought. How did a Saiyan become my equal? Well, my first form's equal, but nevertheless it is a disturbing thought. I suppose I was right to wipe them out. Vegeta will have to be next, if he is still alive. 10 silent seconds passed, and then without warning Frieza waved a hand, and the air around Goku exploded. The sudden violent detonation of Kai shook the ground for miles around, forming a huge cloud of smoke. Chunks of rock tumbled to the ground, thrown up by the shockwave. The smoke cleared, revealing Goku, his clothes a little tattered. A shimmering protective bubble of energy formed around him. He breathed out slowly, lowering his arms from in front of his face. Not bad. Then, he rushed to Frieza. Just as he reached his enemy, Frieza lashed out with his tail, but it cut through an afterimage. Goku appeared behind a shocked Frieza, and punched him clean through a nearby mountain. The mountain crumbled and collapsed, and Frieza climbed to his feet. His skin was marked with dirt, but he didn't appear hurt at all. Huh. That was clever, it won't save you, of course. Goku appeared behind him again, but this time Frieza was ready. Goku threw a quick punch, but Frieza blocked with his forearm, reaching out with his mind, and grabbing hold of the rubble around the two fighters. Rocks and boulders rose from the ground, launching themselves at Goku. The Saiyan hero jumped and flipped away, dodging and ducking the onslaught of flying rock. Psychic power, too. Man, Frieza's full of surprises. He somersaulted over a boulder, punched another into fragments, then formed a wall with his Kai, smashing the rest into dust as they flew at him. You done? He called to Frieza, who grinned. So, you don't like my telekinesis? He flew over, landing about 100 meters away from Goku, perched on a small cliff. Then maybe we should fight the old-fashioned way, if that makes you more comfortable. That sure is generous of you, Goku replied, bracing himself as he looked up at his powerful opponent. Haha, yes, I'm really a nice guy, just misunderstood. He held up his right hand. I know. I wouldn't use this hand to fight you, only my left. Now how about that for a deal? Go ahead, it's your choice. Goku stretched his muscles, warming up. If you want to hold yourself back, I won't stop you. Very well. Frieza held his right hand behind his back. If I use both, it would seem like I actually had to try to beat you. Do what you want. Let's go. Goku charged, his aura pulsing to life in bright white flares of energy. He threw the first punch, but Frieza retreated, avoiding it, and struck back with his left hand. Goku ducked under it, sweeping under Frieza's legs to try and trip him up, but Frieza jumped over his attack, kicking off of Goku's face with both feet. Goku fell back, pain rushing to his face, but he pushed his Kai to the maximum, righting himself. Rushing back into the fight, he fainted low and Frieza fell for it. Grabbing Frieza's head in both hands, Goku rammed his knee into the tyrant's face. Frieza hissed, his own blue aura flaring up as he thrashed around blindly. Goku jumped back to avoid his flailing opponent, but Frieza soon returned to his senses, and the battle. They traded blows with rapid precision, Frieza now using both hands, having perhaps a slight edge in sheer power and speed, Goku in technique and skill. Eventually, Frieza messed up a block, and Goku's fist hit home, driving into Frieza's stomach. Frieza gasped, but quickly countered, knocking Goku to the ground with a sweep of his tail. Goku grimaced as he rolled away from Frieza's follow-up. He wasn't used to fighting enemies with tails they could use in battle. He'd occasionally done the same when he was a child, but he could see Frieza's tail was far stronger and more useful. He sprang to his feet, and Frieza overbalanced trying to hit him. Goku landed behind Frieza, landing a kick to the small of Frieza's back. He tried to follow up, but Frieza yelled in rage, his aura exploding outwards and bowling Goku over. They stood facing each other again, Frieza glaring in disbelief at how long this bloody monkey was taking to die, and Goku amazed and excited that he'd found such a challenging opponent. However, Frieza suddenly calmed down. Well, I see I shall have to get serious in you. Ha. Goku knew this couldn't bode well. But I was already going all out. Well, then. Frieza chuckled as he spoke. I guess you're about to learn why I am feared throughout the galaxy, and you are not. An eerie light began to emanate outwards from Frieza. His body shook with power as cracks began to appear in his armor. Yeah. His whole armored top shattered as his muscles bulged outwards, but he wasn't done yet. His limbs began to thicken, and the bluish light that crackled up and down his changing form became red. Ah. Frieza's cry intensified as he tried to achieve total concentration on his transformation. He shot upwards, his height doubling, tripling and still increasing as he built up, each limb the size of his previous form's whole body. His horns curved upwards, like those of a bull. The red light gave one final angry pulse, and faded. Goku stared up at Frieza's towering second form, shivering as he realized the task that lay ahead of him. Anyone can see that he's gotten physically stronger, but his Kai's increased to maybe doubled. Well, monkey, how do you like me now? Frieza asked, giving a mocking bow. Goku breathed deeply. Come on, Goku, don't give up. This isn't impossible, it's just a challenge, like I said. Yeah, a challenge. He took a step forward, but Frieza moved faster than he could follow, instantly appearing in front of Goku and kicking him into the air. Goku recovered, spinning to face Frieza, but the monster was gone, now in the air behind him, and as Goku tried to react, Frieza hammered him to the ground with both fists. Goku struggled to push himself up. I can't keep up. And the force of those blows, Frieza landed hard on his back, driving Goku into the ground with his feet. Frieza hopped away, standing a couple of feet from his downed opponent. Goku gasped for air, pulling himself to a crouch, then jumped up and away. Frieza followed him with his eyes. What will he try now? Kamehameha. Goku let fly his charged energy beam, Frieza standing straight in his path, not bothering to dodge. At the last moment, he swung both hands, knocking the beam out of his path and launching it into the atmosphere. Frieza smiled slowly. Well now, don't tell me that's your best. Come on. I can't give up. Goku told himself, charging again. Vegeta was right, I have to be the Super Saiyan. I have to beat Frieza. Frieza dodged his lunge with ease, knocking Goku away with his tail. Super Saiyan. Have you been listening to Vegeta's stories? There's no such thing. He inclined his head slightly, looking down at Goku, who was picking himself up again. You see, the difference between us, Frieza said, is that you achieve a power level of about 500,000, and are so impressed you decide it's the fulfillment of some ancient prophecy. I, possessing the same power in my first form, merely think, why does this body have to be so weak? This form, you might be interested in hearing, has a measured power level of over 1,000,000. So, have fun. He spread his arms. You haven't given up yet, have you? Yeah. Goku hurled himself back into the fray. I guess not, Frieza added. He took Goku's next punch directly to his face without flinching. But you should at least consider it. This is getting old. He spun around in the air, delivering a roundhouse kick to Goku's side that made him cry out as he tumbled away again. Frieza pursued him, knocking him further up into the air, and then back down to the ground in a cloud of dust. Goku rolled over onto his back, struggling to stay conscious. Frieza raised an eyebrow. Still not dead. I'm impressed. Alright, stick to the plan. Raditz lowered himself into a combat stance. Attack on my daddy. Signal. Raditz finished in confusion as Gohan rocketed past him. Gohan. Come back, don't attack on your own. Gohan came from behind, taking Frieza completely by surprise as his foot buried itself in Frieza's face, throwing him backwards. Gohan carried on madly attacking, hitting home a continued series of powerful blows, then shoving an energy ball into Frieza's chest, and blasting him into the ground. Gohan raced down towards Frieza, trying to keep attacking, but Frieza finally reacted, grabbing Gohan's head in one hand and hurling him away. Gohan bumped and skidded painfully along the ground as Frieza stood, dusting himself off. Where did that child come from? He asked himself. And how was he so powerful for that brief moment? He advanced on Gohan, raising a hand to cut him in two. Ah well. I'll just kill him, and then I won't have to worry about it anymore. Hold it. Raditz and Tien flew at him, Tien pushing the Kakin attack all the way up to the 5 times increase. Frieza saw the attack coming this time, and turned to face them, grinning. He decided he didn't like the look of Tien's burning red aura, so he launched a quick energy beam that took Tien out of the sky, but Raditz carried on his charge. Frieza recognized this attacker. Raditz. What are you doing? We're not your slaves anymore, Frieza. Raditz punched, kicked, punched again, but hit nothing. Despite his size, Frieza's speed was unbelievable. Raditz kept attacking without hitting, and then Frieza vanished. He appeared behind Raditz, and was about to counterattack when an energy beam struck his back. It caused more irritation than damage, and he turned to see Yamcha, Nail and Zarbon standing behind him, preparing to fire. Zarbon, too? I'm surrounded by traitors today. They all launched their attacks, but this time Frieza anticipated them, dodging past them all. He landed in front of the small group and with a casual motion, took Yamcha's head off with one hand. He tossed the dead fighter aside and turned back to Raditz. While still feeling confident, he prepared to fire an energy blast at the rebel Saiyan when Tien rose from the ground, flaring up his aura. Frieza. That was one of my best friends you just killed. Tien narrowed his eyes. You won't get away with it. I think I will, actually. Frieza waved a hand dismissively. You're certainly not in a position to stop me. We'll see about that. Tien's Kai skyrocketed. Hiya. Kaken times 10. The explosion of power flattened the ground around him, sending tidal waves rushing outwards from him. Frieza. He charged up at the demonic ruler, his fist crashing straight into Frieza's face. They hung there for a second, and it seemed that Tien might stand a chance, but then Frieza straightened up, his head pushing Tien's fist back. Frieza scowled. Well, you're almost as strong as that Saiyan who took on my first form. If it was any other day, I might play with you a little, but I'm expecting my brother to get here soon, so he batted Tien away, but the world's strongest human stopped his flight with an effort, summoning up all his energy. I won't lose. Tri-beam. The burst of yellow light enveloped Frieza, and Tien kept pushing, pouring all his power into the attack. Then a point of purple light appeared amid the yellow, and expanded as Frieza pushed his Kai out in all directions, shattering Tien's attack and emerging unscathed. He rushed at Tien, just as the warrior's cake and aura faded, and began to beat him bloody, fists, feet and tail raining down on Tien's unprotected body. After only 5 seconds of this, Tien fell to the ground, blacking out. Frieza surveyed the battlefield. Well, no more challengers. Then it's time to clean up. Once again, he vanished. Raditz, Nail and Zarbon, the fighters still standing, glanced around nervously. I can feel his energy somewhere, Nail muttered. But he's moving too fast for me to pinpoint it. I knew this was a bad idea, going against Frieza. Zarbon scowled. I let myself be tempted, and now he's going to kill us all. Well, Raditz began, but he was interrupted as Frieza appeared in the air next to him, stabbing right through the Saiyan's body with his right horn. Frieza laughed as blood gushed from the wound, and Raditz screamed hoarsely, struggling to free himself from the impalement. Oops, how clumsy of me. I guess I don't know my own strength. Frieza shook left and right, his horn twisting in Raditz's stomach, piercing organs and cracking bones. He angled his head, sliding Raditz off and dropping his shaking form to the ground. Now, do you see? I am the strongest in the universe. There is no being that can match my purple and white blur soared past, slamming into Frieza and carrying him off into the distance. Nail's eyes widened. What was that? Cooler. Zarbon realized. Frieza's brother. He had to get here eventually. He looked around at their dead and injured companions, of which Gohan and Tien were picking themselves up. We need to treat the injured, Tien said, and fast. Do you have any senzu beans on your ship, Goku? Sorry. Goku half sat up. There were barely enough to get us through our training. I don't think Korin's used to having to provide for 2 battle-hungry scenes. Damn. Tien looked around. Well, any bright ideas, guys? I think I know, Nail replied. The Namekian child your friend saved, he was staying with Guru, and he had his power unlocked too. Only, it wasn't battle ability, like your friend's. He gained healing powers. Convenient. Tien considered this. It'll be hard bringing everyone over there, so can you go get him and bring him here? Meanwhile, I'll go pick up Bulma. She's been on her own for a while, and probably wants to know what's going on. Well, it's been a long time, brother. Frieza was saying as he began to transform into his third form. Spikes erupted from his back, his shoulder blades shot out to the side, and his head extended backwards. His brother Cooler was already in the 4th and final form of their race, smaller than the 2nd and 3rd, sleek and almost metallic-looking. It has, Cooler said. So, who were you fighting just now? Oh, assorted renegades and pests. Frieza shrugged. They killed all my soldiers, you know. It must have been them that wiped out my armored squadron too, then. Cooler stroked his chin. I mean, it couldn't possibly been your little rabble of an army. Cute. Now, just one moment. Frieza began his final transformation. Yeah. His third form shattered, and an explosion rocked the planet as his true form was revealed beneath it. Frieza was mainly white, with touches of purple, whereas Cooler's natural colors were the opposite. It was awfully generous of you to let me transform, Cooler. If I'm going to prove my superiority over you, baby brother, it's going to be over you at full power. I will have proved to myself that I've truly overcome you. A mistake you'll soon regret. Frieza prepared himself, raising his guard. Remember our last battle? Things are different now. Cooler settled into a ready stance. Do you know, the phrase winner takes all could have been invented for this moment. Immortality, control over the entire galaxy, and the added bonus of wiping out the little group of pests that killed our troops. Let's go. The brothers clashed, their battle rocking the planet. The awe-inspiring battle between Frieza and Cooler took a brief pause. The combatants alighted on cliff faces opposite each other, fighting for breath. Careful, brother of mine, Cooler warned his younger sibling, you're causing considerable damage to the planet. If you destroy the Dragon Balls, neither of us gets immortality. That's hardly your concern anymore. Frieza smiled slightly. I think we both know who's going to come out on top. Cooler was considerably more damaged and battle-worn than Frieza, although the younger Frost Demon was far from unscathed himself. You think so? Cooler straightened up, stretching his legs. I think you'll find I have a few surprises in store for you. I've learned to keep things close to my chest as the weaker child. Father always ignored me when you were around. Well, without strength, what are you? Frieza replied. How can you expect to be an efficient leader without the power to keep your subjects in check? And power is what I have more than you know. What's this? Cooler raised an eyebrow. Been holding back, Frieza. How very like you. Something like that. Frieza hunched over slightly, his previously thin body bulking out as his muscles bunched and multiplied under his skin. His cold blue aura burst into life. Prepare to face the mighty Frieza at full power, he declared. Cooler was visibly taken aback, fear evident on his face. Frieza's aura grew, engulfing the land around him and grinding rock into dust. Small sparks of energy flew off in random directions, detonating on contact with ground or water. Any that happened to fly in Cooler's direction, he ignored, being powerful enough to simply shrug off the minor explosions. Frieza hissed, gritting his teeth to avoid screaming, as his power rocked his body, pouring out in a wave of force, and flattening the surrounding area. Steam rose from his back, lifting into the sky and blocking out the sunlight. The ground shook, and arcs of electricity enveloped Frieza's body. Yo! A burst of white light signaled he was fully powered up. Frieza stretched his limbs a little. His muscular state at 100% was always difficult to get used to, then turned to Cooler and grinned. Well, how do you like me now? I was already above you, but now there's just no contest. To Frieza's surprise, his brother was laughing. Haha. That's excellent. You had me worried for a second there. A strange glint appeared in Cooler's eyes. Is that all? What? Frieza glared at Cooler, uncomprehending. Well, the elder explained, remember when I said I had a few surprises? For a minute there, you had me thinking you were about to do this. Chunks of rock broke off from the ground and levitated around Cooler as he began his transformation. This wasn't a slow release of stored power like Frieza, it was tapping a sudden flood of energy, which simply hadn't been there before. You raw. Cooler's shoulders sprouted armored plates, and he grew several feet taller in an instant. He thickened out to match his new height, but his muscles were toned and proportionate, not bulging and unnatural like Frieza's 100% state. A spiked crest jutted out from the top of his head, and his voice deepened to a guttural growl. Ha! He continued to grow, more bony spikes emerging from his forearms. His teeth lengthened into fangs, and then an armored mask slid over his lower face, leaving his now glowing red eyes the only exposed part of his head under all the armor plating. So, what do you think, Frieza? Cooler now dwarfed his brother, towering above the other galactic ruler. The transformation had also healed all his previous wounds from the battle with Frieza. How Frieza tried to form coherent words, and failed. It's a fifth form I unlocked. Unlike you, I actually had someone I could aspire to beat. Our father is too far above us, and nobody else in the universe can possibly challenge our kind. But you were an achievable goal to overcome. And that desire to become stronger fueled my transformation. There are forms above our true original form, Frieza thought. But I'm far superior to Cooler. I should have been the one to discover it. He mused, before returning his attention to Cooler. Well, what of it? I'm still more naturally talented. Transform all you like, I'm simply stronger than you. If you think so. Cooler spread his arms. Come and get me. Frieza, blind to the odds without his scouter, his belief that his power was unchallenged with the exception of his father and the entire universe unshakable, charged into the jaws of death. Can you feel that? Tien was staring into the distance as the brothers clashed on the other side of the planet. The warrior could sense their Kai, but it was so huge it was beyond his level of comprehension. However, since Goku and Raditz had been healed by the Namekian child end, they'd also passed beyond that level. He just hoped, if it came to it, the Saiyan brothers would be able to defeat whichever Frost Demon emerged the victor. Yeah, no kidding, that's some serious power. It's all they can do not to destroy the planet as they fight, Goku replied. I feel unbelievably powerful myself all of a sudden, since I was healed, but I honestly don't know if it will be enough. Their group, consisting of Goku, Raditz, Gohan, Tien, Bulma, Zarbon, Nail and Dend, was gathered in a loose circle near the wreckage of Frieza's spaceship. Funny, even I can feel the battle this time, Bulma, the only non-Kai sensitive among them, noted. The whole planet's shaking, and I'm struggling not to fall down. So, is everyone healed? Tien nodded. I was the last. Let's summon the dragon while those two are occupied. On Nail's command phrase, in the Namekian language, the 7 assembled Dragon Balls glowed with a brilliant yellow light, and the great dragon Porunga burst forth. It had a roughly humanoid upper body, and was much larger than Earth's dragon. Spikes sprouted from its back, and antennae hung from its brow. Well, now that's a dragon and a half, Goku muttered. Alright. Zarbon, you've been a great help, and I think 2 wishes will be plenty for what we need, so you can have the first wish. Zarbon's face lit up. You mean it? He stepped forward hesitantly. I guess I'm so used to the world of backstabbing and power grabbing, it almost feels strange to be trusted. I could get used to it. You have summoned me, Purunga bellowed, its words magically understandable to all present, no matter what their native language. Now speak your wishes, for my patience is not infinite. Oh, mighty Purunga, Den supplied. Yes, right Purunga. Grant me freedom from my hideous transformation. I want to be far more powerful as I am, without ever needing to become that creature in battle again. Zarbon gazed up at the dragon. Immortality. He'd rather live his life to the full, and enjoy it. Nail translated his request into Namekian. Purunga's eyes pulsed red, and the same light enveloped Zarbon, filling him with a feeling of sudden vitality. Your wish has been granted. Now, what is your second wish? I guess we should wish back everyone, the Saiyans, Keltian said. I'm afraid that won't work. Nail shook his head. Purunga can only restore 1 life per wish. Alright. Tian looked up at Purunga, and Nail continued to translate. Dragon. Please restore the being that is Kami and Piccolo to life. They're really 2 halves of 1 entity, so it's 1 life. Again, the eyes glowed, and again, Purunga spoke. Your wish has been granted. Oh, I see. Goku smiled. Good thinking. Tien Shenron can restore groups of people with 1 wish, so we can use Earth's Dragon Balls for the rest now Kami's alive. Great idea. Speak your final wish, so that I may leave, Purunga boomed. Alright, keep your hair on. Raditz pushed his way to the front of the group. How about if we wished everyone on this planet to Earth, including the remaining Nameks? There can't be more than 100 left alive, so there wouldn't be a problem of space, and it'd be much easier to plan for the future, if we didn't have to worry about Frieza and Cooler, having the battle to end all battles on our doorstep. The shaking ground was a constant reminder of the ever-present danger. Sounds good. Goku nodded. Go ahead. Purunga. Raditz called up to the gargantuan floating figure. I ask you to move everyone on planet Namek to the planet Earth except Frieza and Cooler. There was a brief pause, but just as the dragon's eyes lit up again, the light was snuffed out. A second later, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls crashed to the ground, transformed into lifeless stones. What happened? Raditz looked around frantically. What went wrong? Well, it didn't work, I guess, Goku answered calmly. I can see that, you buffoon. What I want to know is why. Nail's face fell. I think I know. Guru, the grand elder of our people, he must have passed on. He was old, sick and weak. It was only with the greatest reluctance I accepted his decision to send me to help you in the first place. The effects of the battle between Frieza and Cooler were too violent for him to withstand. Nail fell silent, and Den sobbed quietly. Guru had been a father figure to practically the entire Namek race. And with this battle going on, we can't use one of the ships scattered around the planet, Raditz added. Can you imagine taking off in the middle of this, let alone trying to leave atmosphere? Alma nodded in agreement. The physical effects are bad enough, but the amount of energy those 2 must be putting out would play hell with the electronic systems. It'd be impossible. I don't know, it can't be that hard, can it? Goku asked. Alma scowled. Okay, you ever hear how it's hard to fly a plane through a hurricane? Well, now imagine it's 2 hurricanes, each with enough force to rip a planet apart, trying to kill each other, and since you're in a space vessel, not in an atmosphere plane, you're trying to avoid the slightest bit of damage to the vehicle. Because any damage would mean you could expose everyone inside to the lethal vacuum of space. Though that is pretty difficult, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Goku did some push-ups to pass the time. But I feel stronger than ever right now. Whatever comes up, I'm sure we'll be fine. Kakarot, what is it about you? How do you just keep improving like this? Raditz wondered. You were stranded, with no memory of your kind, on an alien world, but rose to the top, becoming its greatest hero. You learned about the Saiyan race, and needed to fight Vegeta, and increased your power level. More than 10-fold greater challenges appeared on Namek, and you rose to meet them, and now Frieza and his brother have shown their true power, and again you've broken down all your barriers to match them. Maybe that's why Vegeta thinks you're the one. You have the ability to meet any challenge, face any enemy. I think I'm starting to believe. It's you, the Super Saiyan. The one who will avenge our lost race. He was roused from his internal monologue by something, or rather, a lack of something. Hey, the shaking stopped. And one of the huge power levels disappeared. Gohan looked over at the horizon where the battle had been taking place. Are they done? Goku nodded. One of them is dead. I can't tell which. Both of their powers are so huge. He mentally prepared himself. The other's bound to come for the Dragon Balls and for us. I'll fight him. Raditz, you with me? Raditz shook his head. I may have gotten a lot stronger, but if they're anywhere near your level, I'd just get in the way. You have to win, Kakarot. I hope it's Frieza, then you can redeem the honor of the Saiyans. You still don't get it, do you? Goku's voice had taken on the serious quality it occasionally had when he felt what he was talking about was important enough to stop joking around. I don't care about the honor of the Saiyans. What? Raditz blinked, trying to tell himself he'd really heard that. So why was his brother so determined? It doesn't matter which of them, even if it was both, I had to fight. Their kind shouldn't have the kind of power they do. Goku's face was set in determination. They judge everyone, and care about nobody. Just tap your scouter, and there's a whole living, breathing person, reduced to a number. He gritted his teeth. Cooler's just the same as Frieza. He'd have killed the Saiyans just as easily. I'm sure he's wiped out plenty of species, warriors and innocents alike, himself. How do you know? Tien asked. I mean, I assumed Cooler would be bad, but you've never met him. He was lured here by the promise of immortality, like it'll fix all his problems. He's a product of the same soulless society that created Frieza. He attacked without warning, shooting first and never stopping to ask questions. He's exactly like his brother, trust me. Frieza or Cooler, I'll fight them. And I will beat them. Until there's no fight left in them. No more venom or hatred that makes people who could have been just like us casually wipe out billions of lives. It has to stop here. Frieza lay in the dirt, broken and bleeding. Cooler stood over him, resting one foot on a rock, wiping his brow, more a symbolic gesture of the effort, mortally wounding his brother had taken, as his highly efficient fifth form did not in fact sweat. Well, I'd say we've learned a few things today, he taunted. Cooler helped me. Frieza pressed one hand to a gash in his stomach to try and slow the blood loss, shakily reaching his other hand up towards Cooler. What's this? Help you? Cooler smiled behind his mask. I've just spent the last hour or so trying to kill you, so that would be a little counterproductive, you have to admit. Please, Frieza gasped. Mercy. Mercy? Cooler's eyes widened. Mercy. Oh, that's rich, coming from you. Mercy, indeed. How about, no? Cooler reached down and, with a sharp twist of his arm, he tore Frieza's head from his shoulders. Enjoy sucking vacuum for the few hours it'll take your brain to shut down. Cooler called, tossing the defeated ruler's head into the atmosphere. Cooler was easily strong enough for it to break through the atmosphere, and Frieza's skin was tough enough to survive intact as Cooler intended. Their race's ability to survive fatal injuries would allow him to drift alive for a while, before slowly dying. Laughing to himself, Cooler incinerated the remains of Frieza's body, regressing to his more natural fourth form. Here he comes, everyone, get behind me. Goku raised his guard. He squinted into the distance, seeing an approaching purple and white shape. I just realized, I don't know what Cooler looks like or Frieza at full power, for that matter. The figure landed several dozen meters away, dusting itself off. I've never seen Frieza's true form either, Zarbon added. But that one I recognize, it's Cooler. He's killed Frieza, and now he's come to clean up. I hope this goes well. I finally got a life free from my transformation, but I might not live to enjoy it. Cooler studied the group assembled before him. Zarbon, one of the few surviving Saiyans, a pair of Namekians and a couple of assorted humanoids. Well, this is a merry little gathering. Why don't we start with the proper introductions? I am Lord Cooler, and as of today Supreme Ruler of the Galaxy. His face rose in a half smile. How do you do? Don't worry about the others. My name is Son Goku. I'm a Saiyan, from Earth. You want to wish to make yourself immortal, right? But of course. Another Saiyan, and what's this Earth? That on its own tells me all I need to know. It doesn't matter anyway, the Dragon Balls are gone. You'll never get your wish. Cooler's eyes widened. You lie. You're hiding them somewhere, so I'll just have to remove you and your friends from the picture, then I'll be at leisure to search the planet for them. Goku shifted to a more defensive stance. Believe what you want, but make a move to hurt any of them and I will stop you. You mean you'll try? Cooler smiled, then vanished. Goku frowned, and disappeared too. Shockwaves rocked the whole area as they clashed, faster than the others' senses could follow. Cooler appeared right in front of them, raising a hand to strike Raditz, but Goku jumped between them, blocking Cooler's punch, and they leapt off again. Goku jumped backwards, backflipping away, rebounding off a boulder and crashing into Cooler's stomach with both feet. Cooler slid back, not showing any outward sign of pain. He countered with his elbow, and Goku was sent spinning away, righting himself with a quick burst of Kai. How do you have such speed? Cooler wondered aloud. Nobody outside my family has ever shown such talent for fighting. I'd have expected that blow to kill a lesser being like you. What are you going to try and recruit me or something? No, actually. Cooler idly flicked his tail back and forth. You've openly fought against my family, and an affront like that cannot be ignored. I do wish you hadn't, as your ability would make you an excellent servant. Ah, well, he ran at Goku. I suppose, since you're making it difficult for me to get to the others, I'll just have to destroy you first. They battled back and forth, the fight moving over the ocean, and continuing suspended in mid-air above the water. You know, I think I preferred fighting Frieza, Goku said, blocking a quick jab from Cooler. He offered to fight me with only one hand. That's just like him. Cooler dodged Goku's kick. He always did like to play games. He used the opening Goku's attack had made to slip past the Saiyan's defenses, and land a punch to Goku's shoulder. Goku ducked away, moving to the defensive and knocking away Cooler's next few attacks. Not bad, Cooler. He deliberately let Cooler's foot get under his guard, catching it before it made contact, and using the leverage to throw Cooler into the air. Goku pursued his opponent, vanishing and appearing in the air above Cooler as he shot upwards. Goku narrowed his eyes, throwing out an invisible burst of Kai. Ha! The force knocked Cooler down into the water below, and Goku didn't waste a second, beginning to charge up his energy between his hands. Kamehameha. The blue energy beam shot down into the sea, vaporizing the water for a mile around instantly. The shockwave opened up fissures in the earth running all the way back to where his friends were standing, and Tien had to pull Den out of the way of one. Wow, this must be the battle to end all battles. The three-eyed fighter muttered. Nail nodded in agreement. Who would have thought the savior of our planet would turn out to be a Saiyan? The universe works in mysterious ways. Raditz was entirely focused on trying to follow the battle. If he concentrated hard, pushing his new powers to the limit, he could catch glimpses. He doubted the others could keep up, but they could doubtless feel the effects of the fight. It would be hard to miss, given the amount of damage the Namekian countryside was taking. Come on, Kakarot, you can't lose. The fate of the entire universe hangs on this. The frost demons have ruled for longer than anyone can remember. You have to prove they aren't invincible. Goku hung in the air, heaving for breath. The former sea was now a steaming crater, and the forests around it had been completely burned to the ground from the heat of his blast. But as he looked closer, he was equal parts surprised and dismayed. Cooler was picking himself up, scratched and burned, but having suffered no major injuries. Damn you, monkey. He yelled up at Goku, flying up to hover opposite the other warrior. Hey now, there's no need for name-calling, Goku replied. If we're fighting, you've got to expect to take some hits. Not from the likes of you. Cooler inclined his head. I suppose I didn't tell the entire truth before. I do sometimes enjoy a bit of a game, like my brother for instance, hiding my true power from an ignorant little Saiyan. Wait, what? I thought about 5 or 10% of my power would be sufficient to break you, but you were a little tougher than I thought. There was a sudden flare of energy from Cooler's body. No drama, extended screams, or bursts of light. It was just air. So, what do you say to full power? Goku gulped. I think that sounds like an absolutely terrifying idea. Good. What's happening over there? Gohan was looking intently at the two distant figures, who had resumed their battle. Nothing good. Tien shivered a little. Cooler's power just increased massively. I don't think Goku can win. No? He has to. Raditz's face filled with fear. He must defeat Cooler. He must be the Super Saiyan. I'm sorry, Nail told him, but I think that possibility is becoming less likely every second. I don't care. Raditz ignited his aura, blue and white energy mixing and flaring up around him. I'm going to help him. He flexed his Kai, and his armored top exploded off of him, leaving his plain black vest underneath. Really, his body had become tough enough that the armor barely made a difference anymore. And I wouldn't wear that symbol of their dominance anymore, either. Don't do it, Nail warned. You'll die. We're dead anyway when Cooler finishes with Kakarot. Raditz took off. Stay and hide under a rock if you want. I'm no coward. Damn it. Tien flew off after him, and Nail followed. Hold on, Dad. Gohan flew off as well, leaving Den, Bulma and Zarbon behind. You're not going? Bulma asked Zarbon, who shook his head. They're all morons. Cooler won't be able to find us without a scouter. I say, as soon as he's finished with them and the fighting stops, we take a ship and head out of here. I guess so. Bulma wasn't entirely comfortable with abandoning her friends. Den, for his part, stared silently into the distance, hoping Dale and his new friends would be alright. Cooler landed another devastating blow, and Goku cried out in pain. He lost his balance, falling down to the ground below. Cooler floated down, landing in front of him. HMPH. Is that really all you've got, primate? Cooler prepared to launch into another series of attacks, when Raditz rocketed into him from the side, launching Cooler away. Raditz. Goku looked up. This looks familiar. Ha. You're defending your brother from an opponent who's beating him, even though they're both way out of your league. The battle with Piccolo flashed through Raditz's mind. I guess so. Ha. What a way to go. History repeating itself. Cooler stood up, and faster than they could follow was back, standing barely 3 feet away. Well, you saved me some trouble, getting together over here so I can kill you. Enough, Cooler. Raditz shone with power, glaring at his opponent and baring his teeth. You've taken our freedom, our lives, but there's one thing you can never take from us: our pride. You're going to fight me? Cooler raised an eyebrow. You'll die. There was nothing but hate in Raditz's eyes. I know. For a brief moment, Cooler felt fear. Raw. Raditz charged in, his fists and feet crashing into Cooler's invulnerable body. The sheer momentum of his attack staggered the tyrant back, but he quickly righted himself, spinning and wrapping his tail around Raditz's neck. He smashed a fist into the Saiyan's ribs, then let go, letting the force of the blows send Raditz flying to the ground. Cooler looked up to see Nail, Tien and Gohan flying at him. Oh. More of you. He dodged the initial charge, and with a wave of his hand, the force of his aura sent Nail flying. Gohan and Tien stood opposite him. This is insane. Tien tried to prepare himself mentally. I can only imagine how Gohan's dealing with it. Well, on the bright side, it seems Gur's is a gift that keeps on giving. I seem to have gotten even more powered up while waiting for Cooler and watching the battle, but I think I've reached maximum now. I could maybe take Vegeta without the Kakin now, but this guy, he's like a god. Tien gathered his energy, trying to achieve inner calm before attacking, before Gohan rocketed forward. His small frame crashed into Cooler, hurling them both down into the ground and below. There was an earth-shaking series of shockwaves, before Gohan shot back up out of the earth, battered and bruised. Cooler followed, unhurt. Well, that was a nice little diversion. The child has talent. Tien looked around. Damn it. I'm the only one left. Got to make this count and go even further beyond what I thought were my limits. Hey Cooler. Don't count us out just yet. Red energy burst into life around him, as he summoned up his inner strength. Oh? What's this? Some fight left after all. Cooler gestured his little come and get me signal. Let's see it. RRR veins bulged on Tien's forehead, and he exploded with power. Yeah. Kakin times hot 20. Tien shot forwards, punching Cooler in the face, and immediately following up with a knee to the stomach, finishing by kicking the frost demon away with both feet. High. He propelled himself down towards Cooler's plummeting form, but his enemy vanished, appearing behind him. Nice try, Cooler said menacingly, taking hold of Tien's arm between two fingers and snapping it, before throwing the fighter to the ground. You caught me by surprise, but really, even with that technique you were barely stronger than the long-haired Saiyan, and still below the one in orange, and you can see how easily I took him out. Points for effort, though. Now Cooler left Tien to lie on the ground, clutching his arm in agony. Alright, where I left you. Floating over to Goku, Cooler grabbed him by the front of the shirt. Watch, monkey. Goku's eyes opened a little. You were fighting to protect your friends, if I remember correctly. He pointed a finger off into the distance. Well, as you've seen by now, you can't. Nothing can save them from me. You couldn't help all these fighters who tried to attack me just now. His finger flashed, and a beam of energy shot off into the distance. You didn't save the traitorous soldier of Frieza. I just killed another beam. Or the Namekian child. Damn you, Goku's eyes blazed. He tried to punch Cooler, who simply stepped to the side and dropped Goku, letting his limp body crash to the ground and landing on next to him. It seems cruel, but the universe has to know. To understand, nobody crosses our family. We are the rulers of the universe. You don't have a say in the matter. Cooler Raditz was on his feet, staggering towards Goku and Cooler. Leave him alone. Ah, still trying to save him. The hero riding to the rescue. Cooler shrugged. I've already given the "you can't save them" speech, so I hope this example will suffice. He casually waved his hand, and with a flash of red light, Goku ceased to be. He didn't explode. He wasn't incinerated, or get smashed into 1,000 pieces. Cooler simply ripped him into his constituent atoms with the power of his mind, and scattered them into the wind. He was just gone. There. Now, do you understand? Don't be sad, now you lesser beings die all the time. Really, what difference does one more make? It begun. Something new came over Raditz. He felt anger before. It had been burning in his mind when he'd attacked Frieza and Cooler, always overriding his sense of self-preservation. But this was new. This anger drove everything else out, filling his head. He stared at the spot where Goku had been, moments before. His shoulders shook, as if his internal rage was trying to escape his body. You heartless bastard. His entire body was shaking now, and he felt his anger swell up like a wave of heat inside his body. HRHRRHRRGH words were hard to form, as his conscious mind began to slip under the all-consuming fire in his brain. RRR. The skies darkened, as if the physical world was coming to reflect his state of mind. The bolt of lightning struck the ground not 10 feet away from Raditz. Not that he noticed, he could think of nothing but Goku, and the casual, unthinking way Cooler had destroyed him. Lightning continued to strike, raining from the sky all around. As Raditz felt the inner heat pushing up out of him, a bolt struck right next to him, barely missing. HHHRRH. An inner light seemed to emanate from the enraged Saiyan, and Cooler frowned. What is this? What is he doing? Waves of silent energy started to flow out from Raditz's body, stirring up the waters around them. The rocky ground began to crumble, rocks breaking off and floating up into the air, levitating around Raditz. RRRH. His head snapped up as if pulled by some unseen force, then sank back down to stare at the ground. He forced himself to speak coherently. I won't let you get away with this. I'd forgotten to mention this last chapter, but we've passed 100 reviews and 15,000 views as of writing this, 115 reviews, 16,837 views, and this was written several days before I uploaded this, so it'll be quite a bit higher by now, so thanks, guys. We now return you to your regularly scheduled broadcast. Raditz had no idea what was happening to himself. The rage inside was boiling over, manifesting as storm clouds, bolts of lightning, and chunks of rock breaking off out of the ground and floating around him. And with it he felt some new kind of power, unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. It was like an unbearable heat inside of him, roaring to be let out. HHH. He was beyond words now. One thought dominated his mind, drowning everything out. Cooler must die. But then it seemed like it was starting to fade. The heat, the power began to recede. It was rejecting him. He wasn't the one. It should have been Kakarot. Rational thought began to flood back in, and with it, fear. I can't do this. That was the power of the Super Saiyan, but I wasn't chosen. I failed. Father, Mother, Kakarot, Vegeta, I failed you all. Cooler was only holding back out of confusion. He'd come to his senses soon, and Raditz would die. Vegeta would soon follow, and the Saiyan race would finally be extinguished. Raditz fell to his knees, despairing. Convinced he was about to die, half mad with fear, he thought he heard a voice. Bardock's. Father. What is this? Father. I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's too much. What are you saying? Bardock's voice grew stern. Failing me again, are you? Just like always. You've let me down, son. As strong as you've become, in the grand scheme of things, to it being like this, you're still just the same old weak trash the other kids used to kick around for fun. No? This isn't like that. Nobody could win this battle. Kakarot could. If he was still alive, he'd harness this power. Vegeta too. They're talented enough. You don't think I would? Bardock's voice began to fade. Such a cruel trick of fate, the only one of us to even come close to accessing the power of the Super Saiyan, is the one little coward who can't handle it. Wait. The hallucination, if that's what it was, ended. Don't leave me, father. I can't bear this alone. But wasn't Bardock right? He'd always been a failure. No matter what heights he climbed to, there was always someone better. Nappa. Vegeta. Kakarot. Frieza. Cooler. He never amounted to anything, and he never would. Raditz closed his eyes, and waited for the end. No? His eyes snapped open. Where had that come from? It was his own voice. Get up. Fight. It was his voice, but distorted, twisted as if some kind of savage animal was trying to mimic his words. It rose, with a grim determination, from the deepest part of his mind, the inner drive that lived at the very core of every true warrior. The one thing that remained when nothing was left, that made them fight to the end. That would drive them to attack an opponent they knew they couldn't beat. For the sake of their family or for the sake of the battle itself. I have to. Bardock died fighting Frieza, his kind. They've taken our home, enslaved the remnants, killed countless innocents for no reason at all. My own brother, they have to pay for what they've done. Starting with him. If the power wouldn't accept him, he'd make it. Mentally, he grabbed hold of the receding anger and pulled it to the surface, forcing it every step of the way. It resisted. It hadn't chosen this one. But he didn't care. He made it his own. The heat surged back into his body, and this time a flash of gold ran through his hair. Cooler took a step back instinctively, and that moment Cooler flinching away in fear, Raditz standing out, enveloped in his inner light, framed against the blackened sky, would forever remain locked in Raditz's memory. But not quite as vividly as what followed. It was building. Cracks spread from Raditz's feet, all the nearby grass withering and dying in seconds, crumbling to ash before the rising heat. Larger rocks began to float into the air, rising around Raditz, until they hung over his head, then shattered from the shockwaves pouring out of him, and fell to the ground as dust. Another golden flash, and he seemed to struggle to lift his head, glaring at Cooler, who stood immobilized, uncomprehending. Thunder struck again, as Raditz's body shook with building tension. The scene was playing over and over in his mind. Cooler just waved his hand, and Goku died. Like it was nothing. Golden light exploded outwards, lighting up the unnatural night and hurling back the clouds. Raditz's scream lasted a full second. There had been many screams during the battle on planet Namek. Some screams of pain, some caused by the effort of powering up or shifting into another biological form. This, though, was pure anguish and hatred. The light dimmed to a bearable level, and Cooler gasped. Raditz had been transformed. A bright glow enveloped his body. His hair had become golden, standing on end and shining brightest of all. His eyes had lost the pupil iris distinction, and the center was a pure dot of piercing blue. Raditz stood silently for a moment, taking in the change. What is this? What does it mean? Cooler wondered. Saiyans transform into giant apes. In fact, this one's lost his tail, he can't even do that. So what the hell is going on? Hey, Saiyan. What is this? What did you do? Raditz gave no reply. Thinks he can ignore me. Well, I'll just take out one of his knees, and see if he get any more talkative. Cooler pointed a finger, and shot out a purple beam much like Frieza's attack. However, Raditz batted it away with a casual swing of his hand, without even turning to look at it. What? Raditz was still looking at the patch of ground where Goku had been, minutes before. He's been completely destroyed, his blood isn't left to honor him with. He tore a strip of cloth from his trouser leg, pressing it to a bleeding cut on his arm from his earlier attack on Cooler. But again, like with Bardock, his blood is mine. The red soaked through, staining the dark blue cloth, and he tied it around his head. Another band, another memory. 3 now. How many more? He asked himself. Slowly, deliberately, Raditz's head turned. His ice-cold gaze pierced right through Cooler, who shivered, taking instinctive steps backwards. Raditz flickered, and instantly appeared in front of the terrified frost demon. No more, Cooler. No more of you and your kind. I've had enough. He grabbed Cooler one-handed by the head, and slammed him face first into the ground. Cooler cried out, spitting blood, but Raditz wasn't finished. He took off at high speed, dragging Cooler's face along the ground, sharp rocks buckling and tearing at his skin. When they reached open water, Raditz let go, letting Cooler hurtle away and crash to the ground on the other side of the lake. Raditz floated down to the planet's surface, walking slowly towards his enemy. Cooler struggled to stand, turning to face the enraged Sane. "Grr damn monkey, I'll show you your place." Cooler threw a punch at full strength, and Raditz moved to the side at the last moment, swinging one hand down towards Cooler's upper arm and the other up towards his forearm, wrenching the limb painfully, and following up by backhanding Cooler to the ground again. Cooler flew up into the air, breathing heavily. "What is happening?" he shrieked, firing a barrage of purple beams. Raditz just concentrated, the beams bouncing off his invisible shield of Kai. "What do you want from me, Sane?" Cooler called. "Surrender. To admit I can't win against whatever you are now." "No." Raditz narrowed his eyes. "I want you to bleed. I want you to suffer. And I want you to die." But Cooler clenched his fists. "Not a chance. Take this." He focused his mental energies, bringing his psychic powers to bear and lifting slabs of rock the size of buildings out of the ground, bringing them in a loose orbit around his body. "All right, big guy, just try and dodge this one." He threw the boulders with all his mental might simultaneously at Raditz, who stood still until the last second, then rocketed forwards, smashing through the rocks one by one, darting back and forth to make sure he destroyed them all, coming to a halt inches away from Cooler's face. "Ayah." Cooler howled in impotent fury as he flung a barrage of punches and kicks in desperation, none of them finding their mark. Raditz only had to move the slightest fraction right or left, but he'd always dodge in time. Finally, he counterattacked, his fist connecting with Cooler's face and sending him tumbling back and away through the air. Cooler righted himself, wiping blood away from his eyes and feeling the scratches on his face. "You hurt me. In my true form. Nobody outside my family has ever his fear was building. You're no Sane. You can't be. They never amounted to anything. What are you?" Raditz's expression never lightened. He didn't taunt or laugh at his opponent's relative weakness. He just glared. Like all the anger in the universe was bottled up behind those terrible cold eyes. "I am the answer to people like you, Cooler. I am the fire in every warrior's heart. I am release for all the dead souls who cry out for vengeance. I am the Avenger. I am your end." He frowned. "In case that's too big a concept for your brain, let me make it simple for you." He flared up his aura, the force of his Kai throwing Cooler back. "I am the Super Saiyan." "Raditz is the Super Saiyan, then." Krillin scratched his head. "That's good, I guess. But, King Kai, I can't help wondering, is he on our side, or what?" "I'm not sure," King Kai responded. "He's so filled with anger it's impossible to tell what he'll do after this battle. He could be a savior, or a destroyer. Hope of the universe or bringer of death. Come on. Get to the ship Goku and Raditz arrived in, and hurry." Tien was telling the others. The battle was taking place several miles away, and they were fleeing for their lives, Tien clenching his teeth and holding his broken arm as still as possible. "But what happened?" Bulma asked. "Are you sure Goku died?" Tien nodded. "Come on, the others are already ahead. Something happened to Raditz. I don't know what. When Kula killed Goku, he just snapped. And his power is enormous. We'd better get off this planet while we can." "But, what about what we decided before about how we can't leave with a battle like this going on?" Bulma protested. "We'll just have to take our chances. Come on, we're dead if we stay here." "No, it can't be true." Cooler hadn't believed the stories. Who had? It was just an old legend. But seeing this golden warrior here, now what else was there to believe? Wait, Cooler was cut off by Raditz's foot in his stomach, driving the breath from his body. Raditz spun around, driving an uppercut into Cooler's chin and downing him again. Cooler forced himself to keep getting up. If he could just get an opportunity, hey. Super Saiyan. Raditz was about to launch his next attack, but paused to hear this. "You surely don't want to fight me in this weak form, do you?" "Weak?" Raditz folded his arms. "That's your true form. I know that. This is your full power, and frankly, it's not much to boast about." Cooler let the remark slide. He didn't want to provoke the Saiyan. "My true form, perhaps, but not my final form." "Do what you will." Raditz didn't make a move to attack. "I'll fight you at full power, and I'll break you." "Very well." Cooler initiated his transformation to his fifth form, this time not standing on ceremony or showing off. It took him less than 5 seconds to change into his much larger fifth form. His spikes gleamed, his eyes blazed, and behind his organic mask, Cooler grinned. "All right, monkey, are you ready for round 2? He growled. "Well, if you don't stop talking and attack in the next few seconds, I will," Raditz replied, not even mentioning Cooler's transformation. "You're not impressed by my final form?" What, this is really your full power? Raditz eyed Cooler, weighing him up in his mind. Is that all? Is this all? Is this all? You Cooler trembled with rage. How dare you? He charged up at Raditz, and they struck simultaneously, Raditz's foot catching Cooler in the head as Cooler's fist smashed into Raditz's side. They fell away from each other, catching themselves in midair and preparing to continue fighting. For the first time in quite a while, Raditz smiled. That's more like it, he said. Show me what you're really made of. They sped off, battling back and forth, plowing through hills and lakes like they weren't there. Each blow resonated throughout the whole planet. Even the battle between the Frost Demon brothers hadn't been this intense. Raditz leapt up out of the ocean, Cooler following him. Cooler swung his tail in a surprise attack from the side, but Raditz ducked under it, leaping back into the fight, and they continued to trade lightning-fast attacks, neither gaining a clear upper hand. Cooler had, perhaps, a slight edge in physical strength. He took a minor, glancing head to his armored shoulder, and threw a devastating punch that knocked Raditz to the ground. He followed up with a thick purple energy wave fired from each hand. Raditz jumped to his feet and dodged one, but the other hit him in the back, making him stagger away. Cooler tried to press his advantage, but Raditz spun around, lashing out. Cooler caught his attacking leg and fired another energy blast at point-blank range, making Raditz cry out in pain and tearing a ragged hole in his shirt. Raditz flexed his oar, pushing outwards with his kai, and forcing Cooler to let go. Raditz charged after him, driving his fist between two armor plates. Cooler grunted with pain, but quickly recovered and the fast-paced combat resumed. The fight was dragging on, the individuality of each strike was lost, and they merged in the fighters' minds into one great struggle, an unrelenting clash of wills. They broke off and fired quick blasts at each other, the gold and purple beams meeting in the middle and detonating. Cooler rushed through the smoke, renewing his attack with incredible force, driving Raditz back. A double fist to the back knocked Raditz out of the air, forming a crater as he landed and stood back up. Well, what do you think? Cooler asked, as Raditz rubbed a slowly forming bruise on his shoulder where he'd taken several hits. Are you impressed yet? Is it? Raditz glared straight up at Cooler. Is it the legendary full power of the feared ruler of the universe? You can't even crush one monkey. Come on. He soared up and slammed his body into Cooler, knocking the Frost Demon away. He pursued his opponent, but Cooler spun around, dodging his charge, and elbowed him in the head. Raditz didn't stop to let himself feel the pain, launching himself back towards Cooler and punching him straight in the chest, injuring his hand, but cracking the armor plates. Cooler seized the Super Saiyan by the shoulders and slammed him down to the ground, through an empty Namekian house. Cooler picked Raditz up and threw him away, the Golden Warrior crashing into a cliff face, and sliding down to the rocky floor below. Raditz heaved himself up onto his hands and knees, bleeding from dozens of small cuts all over his body. Have you had enough now? Cooler roared. Or are you still acting tough, pretending I'm not winning? He charged forwards again, and before Raditz could react started raining down blows onto the Saiyan's back and shoulders, using his height to his advantage. After a few seconds of this, Raditz straightened up and took hold of Cooler's wrists in one sudden movement. His eyes blazed. That's not enough, Cooler. Try harder. Go on, attack me. That's not nearly enough. Cooler smashed a fist into Raditz's face, twisting and kicking him right through the cliff behind him. Raditz backflipped, landing on his feet, and demolished the cliff with a wave of his hand. Come on, he yelled. Fight me. They ran at each other, and the battle rejoined. Just to clarify something. This is a one-off Monday update, which I did promise I'd do. There was a Sunday update, go back if you've missed it, and there will be a Wednesday update. I will continue updating on Wednesdays and Sundays, whenever possible. Oh, and the previous highest views day for Chapter 16 had been 958, I believe, but Chapter 18 smashed that record, with this story getting 1800 views on its release day. That's double the previous highest. You guys are the best. The two warriors attacked and defended, fighting back and forth, up and down, striking and blocking with expert precision, neither willing to give up the slightest advantage. Cooler landed another punch to Raditz's stomach, but he immediately countered, punching the side of Cooler's head and snapping one of his armored spikes off. Cooler lunged, but Raditz jumped into the air, kicking him in the head and knocking him through a building. Cooler jumped back up, growling to himself. You're slowing down, Cooler. Raditz called. If you start to weaken, I will take the opportunity to kill you. This was mainly a bluff. They were almost exactly equal in speed and technique, but Cooler's brute strength, massive size and natural spikes and armor, not to mention possessing a fifth limb, gave him something of an advantage. You're far too overconfident, you overgrown gorilla. Perhaps, if the Super Saiyan had been Goku, or someone as light-hearted as him, the reply would have been, hey, some of my best friends are gorillas, and they'd take offense at that. As it was, Raditz's reply was simply to dodge an energy beam from Cooler, quickly move around behind him, grab his tail by one hand, and hurl him away. Cooler mowed down a forest as he bounced along the ground, managing to right himself about a mile away. He stood up, glancing around for any sign of his enemy. Raditz appeared behind him again, but this time Cooler was expecting him, and his knee strike caught Raditz off guard, his following tail strike, knocking the Super Saiyan into the ground, driving him several feet down into the dirt. There was a snarl from underneath, and Raditz rose from underground, soul cascading off his shoulders. One leg of his trousers was ripped up to the knee, and blood seeped from a large gash, where the spike on the end of Cooler's tail had torn into his leg, but he didn't seem to notice, or maybe he just didn't care. Why can't I kill this one scene? Cooler shouted to no one in particular, before rushing at Raditz, who raised an arm and resisted his charge, skidding back through the dirt against the force of Cooler's impact. They took off again, Cooler chasing Raditz through canyons and valleys, over lakes and mountains. He lost track of Raditz, and as soon as he stopped to try and find him, the Saiyan crashed into his back with both feet, throwing a powerful punch that made Cooler's vision swim. However, weakened from his injuries, Raditz overbalanced from his next attack, and Cooler, having just recovered, caught him in a headlock. He tried to force Raditz's neck down towards a sharp shard of rock that jutted out from the ground, and Raditz pushed up and away with all his strength, but he was slowly losing. I could just flatten the rock with my Kai, but that'd divert attention from resisting his headlock, and he'd be able to shove me into the ground, getting the advantage again. No, there has to be a better way. He twisted to the side, kicking one of Cooler's feet off the ground to destabilize him. Raditz pushed away with all his might, and Cooler landed flat on his back, and Raditz jumped down on top of him, driving him into the ground with both feet, cracks spreading under the tyrant's body. Come on, Cooler. You can do better. I demand more than this. What do you call that? He jumped away, allowing Cooler to stand up and shake himself off before charging back in. Fight harder. Shut up. Just stop talking. Cooler rocketed into Raditz, punching him and snapping his head left, right and then straight backwards. Raditz made an effort not to let himself retreat a step, simply skidding back with the force of the impacts, dragging along the rough ground, until his shoes were in tatters and his feet bloody. His head hung as he gasped for breath, feeling battered and broken all over. But I will not lose. He raised his head, looking up at Cooler, who was standing over him, breathing raggedly and a little shaky on his feet, but looking confident again. Well, you're starting to take longer to recover. Finally had enough. Ready to admit defeat at the hands of a superior being. No? Raditz gathered all of his energy, propelling himself at his monstrous foe. You can beat me into the ground all day, but what I represent can never be destroyed by a creature like you. Whatever you do, he gripped Cooler by the sides of his head, and rammed his forehead into the frost demon's face. Not good enough. The force of the impact knocked off ships of armor all the way up Cooler's spiked crest, and the diamond-like blue circle in his forehead cracked. Cooler reeled, blood pouring from his face and seeping down from the top of his head, and Raditz skidded to a halt, watching carefully as Cooler staggered around. Cooler choked. He gasped. He retched. He cried out in shock, and finally, with a horrible grinding noise, he regressed to his fourth form. Spiked, armored growths vanished, and he shrank to his normal size. The light faded from his eyes, and his muscles lost some of their strength. What? No. You can't. There? Raditz straightened up, smiling. I've beaten you. You don't have enough energy to sustain that powered-up form any longer. Arrogant. Little. Ape. Cooler screamed, struggling to stand and swinging a fist, but Raditz caught it. He gave 2 quick jabs to the stomach that winded Cooler, following up by kicking him into the air, racing ahead of him and punching him to the ground, and then landing on top of him, one foot resting on Cooler's head. I don't believe you. Raditz shouted. You go around beating up those far weaker than you, and laughing at their deaths, but when it comes to a real fight you've got nothing. Nothing, Cooler wheezed. You're half dead. You called it nothing. It doesn't matter how injured I am, you're beaten. By a lesser being. And now, you're going to pay for everything you've done. He stepped off of Cooler. Get up. Cooler slowly stood, staring in hatred at Raditz. Suddenly, the Saiyan was upon him again, an iron hard fist landing a solid blow to his face. That was for killing Frieza and robbing the Saiyans of their rightful revenge. Cooler clutched a hand to the side of his face, which stung from the force of the punch. Cooler lashed his tail, but it seemed to pass right through Raditz. He dodged faster than Cooler's senses could follow. Raditz threw another punch to Cooler's abdomen, doubling him over. That was for my allies you and your brother killed and all the innocent Namekians you dragged into this. Cooler propped himself up on a rock, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his voice hoarse. Alright, I get it. He rasped. And so on, ad nauseum. The next one is for your brother, Kakarot, wasn't it? No? Raditz took a deep breath. I think I can remember how to do it. He thrust both hands out in front of him, palms forwards, trying to achieve calm, not easy in his Super Saiyan state. Slowly, he drew his hands back until they rested at his right side. This is for my brother Son Goku. A bright blue ball of energy appeared between his hands, flickering as it grew. Kamihami. Cooler couldn't sense energy, but he knew a deadly attack when he saw it. Please, don't. Ha! Raditz flung his arms forwards, the brilliant blue energy bursting forth as a thundering beam of light. It engulfed Cooler, lighting up the planet for miles around. Raditz sunk to the ground in the aftermath, finally feeling injured and exhausted. I told you, Cooler. You weren't good enough. He sighed, slipping out of his enhanced Super Saiyan state, his aura receding, his hair and eyes returning to normal, and his bulked-out musculature relaxing. I'd better get out of here, he muttered to himself. There's not much left of this planet. Hey, monkey. Raditz turned at the sound of the voice. What's this huge energy I'm sensing? It built so fast I could barely follow it. Cooler hovered a mile or so above the planet's surface. He had been trying to escape the blast, so his lower body had been hit hardest, and his legs and tail were crushed. One finger was stretched up to the heavens, and above it was a massive crackling yellow ball of energy. Ha! Raditz's eyes widened. How did you build that so quickly? I practiced this one a lot, Cooler replied, laughing. When you can survive in space and others cannot, you learn that a quick supernova attack is often preferable to fighting, and much less effort. Hi. He threw it down at the planet, throwing up a massive explosion. The light, the noise drowned out everything. What's happening? Nail wondered aloud as Bulma tried to take off in the ship. The turbulence had increased, and shortly they lost all control. The battle must have gotten even more intense. Bulma yelled over the roaring noise of the impact to the planet. We're not going to be able to clear the atmosphere. What are we gonna do? Gohan whined. Hold on, kid, I'm trying. Bulma wrestled with the controls. But I don't think there was a gentle humming noise, and the ship's occupants vanished, leaving the unpiloted vessel alone to crash back into the planet's surface. The light, the noise died down. Raditz lowered his hand from shielding his eyes, staring at the massive crater in the planet's surface. So, you were going to destroy the planet, huh? He called up to Namek's would-be destroyer. Damn. I must have lost more power than I thought, Cooler grumbled. Still, it's destabilized the core I give it. 5 I think so. I mean, that's just a rough estimate. I wouldn't like to say exactly yes. 5 minutes before planet Namek is no more. Better move quickly. Raditz focus, finding that anger, that power, again, and powered back up to his Super Saiyan form. It was much easier the second time. 5 minutes, huh? Well, no problem. I'll finish you, then leave. I imagine my friends are gone already. Friends. The word sounded good, he realized. What? No. Get out of here. Run. Not from you. Raditz shot up towards Cooler. Never from you. He hammered Cooler to the ground with a double-fisted swing, following him down, as the former ruler hit the rocky terrain below, throwing up a cloud of dust. As Raditz stalked towards his prey, Cooler started frantically firing off small energy bolts. All were dodged or knocked away with the barest minimum of effort. Raditz stood over Cooler's shattered form. You're dying, you realize, the victorious warrior stated matter-of-factly. Seeing help me, Cooler reached out a twisted hand. What Raditz was genuinely surprised. The stone-hearted tyrant was begging. Please mercy. The Super Saiyan's eyes hardened. How dare you? He held up by one arm, flying over to the crater from the Frost Demon's attack on the planet itself. How dare you act like that, call my own brother in front of my eyes, and then ask me to show mercy? You sicken me. Cooler was clutching at straws, trying to think of something, anything to convince Raditz would. What would your brother do? Raditz paused for quite a while. Kakarot Goku would spare your life. He'd let you live, with the promise that he wouldn't be so lenient if he ever crossed your path again. He'd leave now, giving you enough energy to sustain yourself until you could get medical attention. Hope filled Cooler's face. Then you'll. Raditz scowled. Lightning struck, illuminating his unforgiving face in sharp black and white. But I am not my brother. He punched Cooler once more in the stomach for good measure, then dropped him into the crater, where he'd fall until he hit the volatile planet core. Perhaps Cooler could survive without a planet, but withstanding the actual detonation itself was another matter entirely. Reversing his Super Saiyan transformation again, Raditz lifted off, searching for a ship. The battle was won, at last. Now the journey home. Home. Another word he hadn't had much use for before. Raditz smiled slightly. This new life with the Earthlings, he could get used to it. Vegeta ignored his injuries. They weren't important. A Ginyu Force attack pod floated gently through space, projecting an artificial atmosphere as he anchored himself to the outside with his Kai, the better to watch Namek tear itself apart. Today I retreated from battle. From those low-class brothers, and their three-eyed friend. Again. I will not fail another time. Next time, they will all die. I was happy enough for Kakarot to be the Super Saiyan, as long as there was one. But now that Frieza and his brother are dealt with, I can't sense their energy anymore. Anyway, Kakarot has become an offense to my royal heritage. It should have been me. He bellowed to the uncaring void. I will leave for now and I will become a Super Saiyan. This is not a question or a vague goal, it is a fact. I simply will. And then I will return to Earth. And they will bow before their rightful ruler, right before they die. Gohan sat up, in the middle of a grassy field on Earth. It certainly looked like it. And looking around, Tien, Bulma, and Ale were all there too, everyone from the spaceship. But Gohan rubbed his eyes. Dend. You're here, too? I thought. Dend smiled. You can thank King Kai. We revived Kami, the Namekian on your planet, while we were on Namek, right? Gohan nodded, a grin spreading over his face. Oh yeah. That means the Earth's Dragon Balls must be working again, and they use them to wish you guys back. Yep. Dan gestured around. Everyone killed by Frieza and Cooler's armies. Gohan glanced around the field, seeing dozens of resurrected Namekians milling around. Yamcha was showing off his martial arts skills to a small group of the green-skinned aliens, and Zarbon was leaning against a tree away from the rest of the group. Bulma was whistling nonchalantly and sauntering over to the former soldier of Frieza. That meant Purunga, our dragon, came back as well, and there was still one wish left, so we used it to bring us all here when Cooler destabilized planet Namek. Den finished. That's great. Gohan jumped to his feet, frantically looking left and right. But where's my dad and my uncle? I am sorry, Gohan. Den shrugged. King Kai, can you explain? The familiar voice spoke in Gohan's head. Hey, kid. Well, Raditz didn't want to leave. He wanted to finish the battle against Cooler. His pride and his anger, they wouldn't let him walk away. But my dad. Gohan looked like he was on the verge of breaking into tears. Hasn't he been brought back with the others? King Kai sighed, wondering how to tell the kid. He didn't want to be revived just yet. What? He thought it might lessen Raditz's resolve to fight if he sensed Goku was back from the dead. He said we can revive him later, after the battle is won. But is it? Did Raditz win? Gohan shuffled awkwardly, anxious to hear about what was going on. Yes, he did. Cooler is dead. The galaxy's rulers have been struck a fatal blow on Namek. King Kai inhaled deeply. But I'm not sure if Raditz can escape now. The planet is tearing itself apart. Cooler's attack really damaged it. Then we'll wish him back, too. Gohan nodded. Yeah, that's it. Well, just make sure you don't get used to wishing all your problems away. And anyway, you'll have to wait a while before the Dragon Balls can be used again. We've used up all our wishes for now. King Kai ended the call. I hope Uncle Raditz doesn't die, Gohan mumbled. I want to see him soon. Hey, don't worry, Gohan. Den reassured him. Thanks to you and your friends, our entire race escaped Frieza and Cooler's attack alive. We're in your debt, and you can use our Dragon Balls to bring your friends back. They recharge quicker than Earth's one Namekian year is less than an Earth year. Alright. I'm sure you guys can stay at Capsule Corporation until we can figure out where you're going to live permanently. Gohan, ever one for thinking ahead, was spot on in this instance. Raditz was growing frantic. His sense of satisfaction and fulfillment at winning the battle, and at realizing that he did have a home to go back to, were fading as he continued his increasingly hopeless search for a working spaceship. They were all either too damaged to work, or being swallowed up by the cracks that were spreading out from the crater, as Namek's surface tore itself apart. Spying an attack pod being buffeted by the elements and literally rolling along the ground, Raditz flew down to it, stopping its tumble with one hand and climbing inside. It was a customized model used by the Ginyu Force, and the controls were unfamiliar. Common shockwaves rocked the planet, and lava began to flood to the surface, pouring out of the crevices over the landscape. Come on, damn it, I'm running out of time. He snapped. Oh, King Kai gulped. Krillin paused from his training, jogging over to his teacher. Did something happen? I'm afraid so. King Kai sniffed. Planet Namek has been destroyed by Cooler's attack. The explosion was delayed, but it finally happened. But did everybody make it out all right? Krillin asked frantically. The diminutive god sighed. Most of them. The 2 sets of Dragon Balls were used to resurrect the dead, according to my plan you excluded, having already been wished back once and move everyone to Earth. Krillin tilted his head to one side. Well, maybe you could have filled me in while all this was going on. I'd have quite liked to know about it. And anyway, what's this most of them? I don't like the sound of that. Raditz remained on Namek to finish his battle with Cooler. He won, but he wasn't able to escape in time. At least, I don't think so. You don't think so? Krillin raised an eyebrow. King Kai, you can see anywhere in the universe with those antennae of yours, why don't you know? Well, all the heat and energy put out by the explosion is interfering with my viewing the surrounding area. And anyway, even if, by some miracle, he managed to take off with seconds to spare, King Kai shrugged. He's far too wounded to survive the trip to Earth. It doesn't look good, I'm afraid. He coughed, shook his head to clear out all this pessimistic talk, and brightened up. But I'm sure he'll be wished back along with you. And anyway, such a great blow has been struck against the forces of tyranny this day. Frieza, Cooler and their most powerful soldiers, all defeated in one battle. And over here we have the main lab, it's mostly my dad's. I've got my own in the West Wing, Bulma was saying, leading Zarbon now dressed in casual clothes, jeans and pink shirt. The only things lying around that'd fit made more embarrassing by the inscription "Bad Man" on the back of his shirt. Well, most people would have considered it embarrassing, especially given the color, but he didn't seem to mind. By one arm on a tour of the Capsule Corporation compound. It was a week later, and everyone had settled down. Kai had needed a while to accustom herself to the fact that her husband was dead, but would be coming back, that his brother was the legendary most powerful being in the universe, and that her son hadn't done his homework at all while away in space, this last one being a particular sticking point. The time seemed to pass quickly. They all met often, giving updates on how many Dragon Balls had been found around the world, planning out wishes in detail, or just having picnics and barbecues, and enjoying a well-earned time of peace after the war on Earth and Namek. These idyllic days were shared with the 100 or so Namekians. The planet's population had been extremely small after the disaster of a few years beforehand. Guru, their grand elder, had passed on of natural causes very soon after arriving on Earth, leaving their second eldest Murray, the guardian of the Namekian people. An unexpected figure appeared at one of these gatherings. Is this one of those dreams, or is Piccolo standing on your house, Bulma? Yamcha asked, pointing. No, that's definitely him, Bulma blinked. I'd almost forgotten about that guy. I hope he doesn't want any trouble. Don't worry, guys, Tien said. I could take him. His power's grown a lot since we last saw him, but I think Zarbon could beat him, too. Really? Bulma eyed the green-haired, mildly narcissistic alien visitor, who was hanging upside down in mid-air with the force of his Kai, reading Machiavelli's Il Principe. Well, I don't like to boast, he said with a slight smirk that said he did. But I should say so. Whoever this turban sporting person is, he seems to be almost equal in power to Nail. He was exercising his recently learned ability to sense Kai, something he'd very quickly refined to a high level of accuracy, and could tell you exactly where everyone ranked in comparison to each other. That's true. Hey, Piccolo, you must have been doing some intense training. Tien called. You've improved. Piccolo hopped down to the ground a few meters away. I was in hell, Shinhin. Every day was a battle. It toughens you up, as long as you avoid the real heavy hitters. So what are you doing here? Not looking for revenge. I hope. I was planning on enjoying a quiet picnic, thanks. Piccolo grunted. Just checking in on everyone. I don't want to get behind on what's going on, and Kami's been even more unhelpful than usual. I wasn't planning on spoiling your little party. So what's happening, then? Well, Tien scratched his head. Since you died, we went to planet Namek, your home planet, actually fought a lot of aliens, and ran into some really powerful alien rulers called Frieza and Cooler. We met Vegeta again, but Goku arrived and beat him. Cooler killed Frieza and Goku, and that made Raditz turn into some kind of Super Saiyan, I think. He killed Cooler, but Namek was destroyed and Raditz was caught in the blast. So we're going to use the Dragon Balls from Namek to find the Namekians a new home planet, and bring Goku, Raditz and Krillin back to life. Does that help? Piccolo nodded slowly. I knew most of it, but not everything. Super Saiyan, I wonder what that is. Some kind of golden warrior, the most powerful being in the universe. Nail was standing a few feet away, and seemed unusually tense. He shivered slightly. What's your problem? Piccolo demanded. You are an evil Namekian. Such a thing should not exist. Nail breathed deeply, trying to calm himself, but the being in front of him was an affront to his ideals, simply by existing. Have you got a problem with that? Piccolo cracked his knuckles. If you don't like me for what I am, I'd be happy to let you work off some of that aggression. They tensed up, their energy rising. Hey, guys. Bulma eyed the scouter lying on the grass next to her. Scouters had, since their return to Earth, become the standard for all Capsule Corporation security workers, noting its urgent beeping as the two warriors powered up. Keep the power levels down, you'll scare Yamcha. Hey. Yamcha scowled at her, and she grinned to herself. Yeah, he resembles that remark, Tien said, trying to keep his smile from showing. That's not funny, you guys. Yamcha stomped off. Chiaotzu, sitting next to Tien, giggled, the shared merriment completely defusing the situation. But Piccolo gave an ugly look at Nail as he left, flying off to be alone, which was, to be fair, what he did best. The day soon came to summon Purunga. 1 Namekian year had passed, and the Dragon Balls were active again. Everything went according to plan. However, while having many advantages over Earth's dragon, Purunga could only restore 1 life per wish, so they used the first 2 on Krillin and Goku. The Saiyan appeared in the golden glow at Purunga's base, smiling as if this was an everyday occurrence. Hey, guys. I missed you. Gohan flung himself into his father's arms, and Kai soon followed, berating him half-heartedly for coming home late again. Goku held his family, laughing softly. Ah, it's okay, guys. I'm here now. I'm sorry I couldn't come earlier. I hope you understand. That's alright, Goku. Tien patted his old rival on the shoulder. So, where's Krillin at, then? Oh, he'll be making his way down Snake Way right now, King Kai answered telepathically. He's improved a lot at his level. He should take less than an hour to reach you. Awesome. I can't wait to see my old friend again. Goku, for the first time in quite a while, was truly happy. My patience is not infinite. Purunga rumbled. What is your final wish? Purunga. The new elder Murray called a Namekian. Please restore the life of the Saiyan named Raditz. There was a slight pause. This wish cannot be granted. The one called Raditz lives. He's alive. Goku grinned. Raditz, I don't believe you. He's alive. ask if Purunga can bring him here. Murray made the request, and the dragon spoke again. This wish cannot be granted. The one called Raditz does not want to return at this time. Ha! General puzzlement was the response to this. I wonder why not? Goku asked, not expecting an answer, and not receiving one. Hurry. What is your third wish? Well, we've got nothing left. Goku nodded to Murray. I guess you can find your people a new home. Except me. A voice cut through the crowd, and Nail stepped forwards. Nail. Murray raised an eyebrow. We will miss you. Why do you wish to stay? This planet intrigues me. Nail indicated the humans standing with the Namekians. I have fought alongside its warriors, and would be honored to train among them and refine my skills. Besides the evil Namekian, Piccolo. I wish to learn more about him. I want to believe that there is hope for him. Very well. Murray bowed in admission. I respect your decision. We have many experienced telepaths. I am sure you can contact us, should you wish to come home. I am equally sure, at some point, I will. Nail waved, smiling a little. But I wish to remain for now. Den, look after them for me, alright. Okay. Den waved back. Time to go. Murray looked up at the hovering dragon. Purunga. Please find us an uninhabited planet, as similar to the original planet Namek as possible, and let all the Namekians on this planet except for Kami, Nail and Piccolo, be transported there. It shall be done. Purunga's eyes glowed for quite some time. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Purunga vanished in a burst of yellow light, and the dragon balls rose into the sky. The assembled Nameks began to fade, bidding their final farewells. Gohan wiped a tear from his eye as Dan disappeared with the others. The remaining group Goku, Gohan, Kai, Bulma, Zarbon, Tien, Yamcha, Chiaotzu, Launch, Bulma, Dr. and Mrs. Brief and Nail, stood for an awkward 30 seconds, before a familiar voice heralded a new arrival. Hey, guys. How have things been going while I was gone? Goku grinned from ear to ear. Krillin. Haha. Welcome home. On the same day as the split, only a few minutes before the warriors' arrival in the past, a dark, spider-like craft silently entered the solar system, gently coasting through the void as its immensely powerful engines powered down. A harsh voice from one of the occupants echoed around the main deck. How long until we arrive, father? The mechanical tail thrashed impatiently against the floor, leaving cracks in the metal. Calm yourself, Cooler, a much larger figure, reclining in a throne and sipping from a windglass, replied to the first speaker. We will enter Earth's orbit in mere moments. Then we can find this Super Saiyan you spoke so much of. Are you absolutely certain they are on Earth? Cooler asked, ignoring the previous answer. If you continue this impertinence, I may have to demonstrate why it is I, not you, that really runs this galaxy. The towering horned figure snapped. But to answer your question, yes, I am 100% sure. As for your incessant whining, I have been monitoring the entire empire, and several beings matching your descriptions were located on this planet. They're here, and the sooner we're done with this the better. It's all a giant waste of time, if you ask me. Father. They killed my elite squadron, and mortally wounded me. So? It was just Goku's luck. He had to sense the enormous evil power level right in the middle of his breakfast. He swallowed a mouthful of pancakes, wiping his mouth and jumping to his feet. Sorry, Kai, I gotta go. What? Why? His wife eyed him with suspicion. An enormous evil presence just appeared on the planet. I don't like it. I'm gonna go check it out. He disappeared out the doorway. Wait. I'm going too. Gohan ran up to his room, throwing off his clothes and pulling on his orange guy. Kai stormed up the stairs after him. Oh, no you don't, young man. You get right back. She skidded into the bedroom to find an open window, and a quickly vanishing orange figure soaring off into the sky. Hero, Gohan, why do you have to be so brave? You're just a little kid. Goku and Gohan landed in the middle of the eastern wasteland, on a plateau overlooking the ship, which had come to a rest on Earth. Mere moments later, they were joined by Piccolo, Nail, Tien, Yamcha, Krillin and Zarbon, all flying in from different directions. So, you guys felt it too, huh? Goku asked, to a chorus of assent. Hey, is it just me, or is that energy signal familiar? Tien stared down at the ship, squatting like a giant ugly insect on the landscape. Yeah, now that you mention it, Goku frowned. Of course. Huh? Krillin glanced around at the concerned faces. What did I miss? I'm lost too, Zarbon admitted. Of course. Nail nodded, realizing. Not everyone was on Namek, and Zarbon couldn't sense Kai back then. Cooler is in that spaceship. Cooler Yamcha, who had been dead by the time Cooler had arrived on Namek, put his head in his hands. That's it. We're dead. We're all dead. Thanks so very much, Raditz. Nice job killing him. Goku lightly punched Yamcha on the arm in an attempt to shut him up, accidentally knocking the much weaker fighter to the ground. Goku attempted to raise everyone's spears. Alright, let's stay calm. I wish we didn't have to fight, but knowing Cooler, I think it's fairly safe to say it's going to happen. There's more of us this time, maybe we have a chance. I think you're avoiding the elephant in the room, Tien grimaced. There's a second power in that ship even higher than Cooler's. Any way you look at it, this isn't good. Cooler walked out onto the surface of the earth, stepping out of his vessel's shadow. I was expecting a dump, but this planet isn't bad. His metallic feet clicked on the rocky ground. Cooler had been heavily modified, robotic parts added to compensate for the grievous injuries suffered on Namek. He was entirely mechanical from the waist down, and had various smaller bionic parts on his upper body. Perhaps we should sell it, then, when we're done here. King Cold, his father, asked. Cold was massive, having to duck to get through the ship's hatch. He somewhat resembled Frieza's second form, with his size, imposing musculature and upwards curving horns, but he was easily larger than any form of either of his sons, and his purple coloration was a much deeper shade than Frieza's. He wore customized black armor, and a richly fashioned cape hung from his shoulders. No. Cooler was firm. He to eyes, and then his planet. I will leave no trace that the Saiyan race ever existed. Soldiers began to file out and examine the surrounding area. Very well. King Cold shrugged, tossing his winningless aside for a hapless flunky to catch before it broke. Let's just find this Super Saiyan, kill him and be done with it, agreed. Apparently, that's the only thing we can agree on, Cooler muttered. Alright, let's him. He noticed a humanoid figure in the distance, partially obscured by the heat haze, walking slowly towards him. Who is that? All eyes turned to the distant newcomer. Abruptly, the figure flickered and reappeared much closer, continuing its unhurried approach. I don't know this one, Cooler said dismissively. Must be a local. Sir, a bird-like soldier reported, tapping his scouter, power levels only 10. Orders. Just kill the little primate. Cold snapped. We've wasted too much time already, and I can't be bothered to listen to some primitives babbling. The soldier nodded, raising his arm-mounted blaster and firing off a shot. It arced through the air, but before it hit home, the approaching figure vanished. The wind picked up, and an invisible force seemed to collide with the soldiers one by one, each trooper collapsing to the floor, unconscious but not dead, only the minimum amount of force necessary used to knock each one out. King Cold wrinkled his nose in displeasure. You know, some of those troops were equal in power to the Jinyu force. That really wasn't very considerate of you. He was following something with his eyes, and Cooler was doing likewise. Oh, and you can stop running around like that. Your speed may have been sufficient to let you evade our soldiers' senses, but we can see you just fine, and dashing back and forth just makes you look silly. The blue blur condensed into a human being, standing silently 10 meters from the frost demons. Yes, well done. You can hide your power level and are an accomplished fighter. Cooler spoke up, getting agitated. But you're starting to annoy me, with your acting superior and giving us the silent treatment, and people who annoy me don't last long in this world. He extended one hand and fired a thick purple energy beam. This should clear up this mess, and then we can get down to business. There was a burst of golden light, and the stranger exploded with power, their body enveloped in a bright yellow aura before the beam engulfed them. Cooler's attack faded, revealing empty, barren ground. The intended target stood several meters to the side, having dodged at the last second. The intense heat and emanating power incinerated the unconscious soldiers, and internal explosions rocked the nearby ship, as sensors and instruments backfired. Ah, so this is the Super Saiyan you spoke of? King Cold asked, raising an eyebrow. No, this isn't him. Cooler shrank back in fear. Another one. Well, the description seems accurate. Golden ore, high power, hair standing up. Father. He crippled me and threw me into the heart of an exploding planet. I'd remember him anywhere, and this is not Raditz. Fine, then. Cold sighed. We'll just kill them all, one by one if we have to. He was about to tell his son that he'd be happy to stand back and let Cooler deal with it himself, when a roar of pure rage came from in front of the demons, and the Super Saiyan was upon them. Whoa. Check it out. Krillin shielded himself from the shockwaves of power. Whoever that guy is, he's putting out power like nothing I've ever seen before. And he's a Super Saiyan. Tien blinked, then pinched himself. No, not dreaming. I wondered what it looks like. Goku grinned. Wow, look at him go. He just ripped Cooler into pieces with his bare hands, like it was nothing. I'm sure it helped that Cooler didn't transform, but our boy may just have been able to handle him anyway, Tien added. There was another battle cry, and another flash of light. I couldn't even follow that one. Gohan said, open-mouthed in shock. Me either. Goku narrowed his eyes, squinting to see if he could follow it better, both with his 5 conventional senses and his Kai detection. But it looks like the big guy behind Cooler just got blown away. Man, I don't know who that guy is, but he couldn't have picked a better moment to intervene. We'd have stood no chance ourselves. I wonder who he is. All the Saiyans except Raditz, Vegeta and me are supposed to be dead, but that doesn't feel like Raditz or Vegeta. Excuse me. Nail hadn't spoken in a while, as opposed to Piccolo, who hadn't spoken at all. I may not be an expert in human and Saiyan biology, but I believe that he is a she. Oh really? Goku looked down at the stranger, who with all enemies obliterated, was powering back down to normal, and back up at Nail. How can you tell? Namekian hearing is extremely sensitive, Nail explained. She was shouting incoherently, I might add, while she killed those two, and it was definitely a female voice. Yeah, but Yamcha was about to explain why a girl couldn't possibly be such a powerful fighter, then stopped as he realized there wasn't really a reason at all. Okay. Hello up there. The mystery girl was looking up and waving, calling out to the assembled group. Can we talk? I don't want to fight you or anything. Cautiously, the Earth's defenders flew down to the plain where the invading army had stood moments before. Hi, Goku said, smiling and holding out a hand. That was amazing. But I have to wonder, how is it that you're a Super Saiyan? The girl shook his hand, doing her best to smile, but it was clear she hadn't had much experience. She was in her mid to late teens, quite tall with dark blue hair that hung in loose curls down to her shoulders, and had an air of constantly being on edge about her. She wore a scuffed blue jacket, which interestingly enough bore the Capsule Corporation logo on the left shoulder. Underneath she wore a plain black vest and trousers, all a little worn. Over her back was slung a red fighting staff, which those whose senses were developed enough to watch the battle would have noticed she used to knock out the common soldiers before transforming. It's complicated. I'm not sure how much it's safe to tell you, anyway, it's very difficult. I came here to deliver a warning, but I want to wait until you're all here. All here? Goku looked confused as he considered this, his brain not quite yet reaching the question of, how does she know us? What do you mean by that? I mean that in a few minutes Raditz is going to return to Earth, and if I told you everything now, I'd just end up repeating it. Follow me, I know where he'll arrive. The puzzled group, having pretty much figured out that asking how and why wasn't getting anywhere, simply followed the strange girl through the air. They landed in a patch of rocky ground that looked exactly like the patch of rocky ground they had been standing on in the first place, only minus a spaceship. The girl stood perfectly still, looking expectantly up at the sky. 10 minutes passed. Piccolo was meditating. Yamcha was practicing his wolf fang fist on some unfortunate rocks. Zarbon was pacing. Goku was half asleep, yawning as he tried to pay attention to Gohan's babbling on about a bird he'd seen that morning. Be patient, is all the girl would say. Another 10 minutes, and a pinpoint of light appeared in the vast blue sky. It grew into a spherical shape, which crashed into the ground at full speed. It always seemed impressive and dangerous to onlookers, but it was probably just the way the Planet Trade Organization's transport pods were designed to land. That, or the Saiyan inside simply had no idea how to fly the thing. The fighters approached the smoking crater, peering down into it as the pod's hatch cracked open. And just as predicted, Raditz stumbled out, dressed in plain brown, somewhat ragged clothes. He gave a small smile as he saw everyone looking down at him from the rim of the crater, and floated up to meet them. Well, hello again. He stretched, breathing deeply. Feels good to be out of that cramped little pod. Well, sorry I took so long getting home. Damn thing's controls made no sense. These new models, I swear, don't make 'em like they used to. So how come you all knew I was coming? He was tackle-hugged by Gohan, and silently acknowledged the boy's affections with a pat on the head, grinning to see Goku alive and well. Ask her, Krillin replied, whoever she is. You just missed one hell of a show. Yes, I was wondering about that. Raditz folded his arms, turning to look at the girl. I was racing Cooler and his father home. His father? Came an outburst from the side. Shush, Yamcha. Krillin hissed. And I was going to intercept them as soon as they got to Earth, Raditz continued, ignoring the humans' interruption, when their energy disappeared. And for a short time, another huge power appeared. He indicated her. That was you. She nodded. I guess, now you're all here, I should give you an explanation. About damn time, Piccolo muttered, receiving a glare from Nail. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you, she sighed. I can't really explain. If all goes according to plan, you'll understand in time, but I can deliver the warning I came to give you. She looked much more serious all of a sudden. In 3 years' time I've got the exact time and date written down, she said, handing Gohan a piece of paper with some hasty scrawling on it. 2 androids will appear. Terrible, evil beings, even more powerful than a Super Saiyan. They'll destroy everything, hunt down all remnants of humanity for sport. The world will become a living nightmare. She looked at each of them in turn. I'm telling you this because if you know it's coming, you can train harder, anticipate the threat. I might be able to help you, as well, but I can't promise anything. It's really down to you. You have to change the future for the better. Assuming we believe you, Piccolo asked, what happens to us? Do these androids kill us, too? Most of you. Look, I've got personal reasons, but there's some things I'd rather only share with Goku, alright. This got mixed reactions. Better than not telling anyone, I suppose. Raditz flexed his muscles a little. But before you two take off to go talk in private, tell me, how do you know what's more powerful than a Super Saiyan? He set his jaw, his expression hardened, and with a slight burst of Kai that sent the fighters closest to him staggering back, made his Super Saiyan transformation for the first time since returning to Earth. This was the first time many of them had seen this legendary Golden Warrior. I guess I forgot, you friends never did have time to fill you in on the details. She furrowed her brow, gritted her teeth, and a second golden orb burst into life. Her hair and eyes shined with intense power. Whoa, too much. Yamcha complained, standing even further back, in awe of such powerful, almost mythical beings. Well, that I didn't expect. Raditz looked intently at the other Super Saiyan. So that's what it looks like from the outside anyway. It would explain how you defeated Cooler and his father so easily. Whoa. He flinched to the left on a reflex, as the girl threw a sudden punch at his head. A low growl rose from her throat as she continued to launch quick, short-ranged attacks, Raditz stepping from side to side and avoiding each one. It didn't take long for him to get fed up, and he swept her legs out from under her, knocking her onto her back. She breathed out, returning to her normal state, and he did likewise. That was uncalled for, he said sternly. Sorry. She held up a hand in apology. I lose mental control when I transform. But I'm impressed. They said you were good, but you're amazing. Raditz couldn't help smiling at this. You flatter me. So, you were testing me. Seems as good a way as any. You're quick, but your technique lacks precision. You should work on that. She nodded, standing up and turning to Goku. Alright. Now, if you don't mind. Goku followed her into the air. Alright. Let's talk. The end. Should I upload the part 2? Let me know your thoughts in comment section.